didn't take very long for the Orlando Magic to delete this. The very next morning, someone found a job opening for a social media.
Lost all your Apex Legends items and progress, you're not alone. And Respawn has already been working to fix this. Unfortunately, it seems to be taking longer for some people's accounts to be fixed, but for many, their accounts have already been resolved. Respawn has now put out 2 tweets talking about the issue, but they admit that it's still taking.
Look at this man. Look at this man.
Discord Noti. Yo, you was safe. Nah, you weren't first, homie. Nice try. The sun was first. My boy, the sun was first. Drift close, but no cigar.
Went through. Clearly, everyone thought the death was a gang-related retaliation. The loss of Simonette devastated her parents, Teresa and John Mapes.
I wanted you to know how much I love you, and that I never stopped thinking of the day that you were born. It was so beautiful.
Alcoholic, what's up?
So happy.
What's up, everybody?
The day you were 3 years old, and you were so sick we were afraid we were gonna lose you. The first day of school, and how you cried to come home. The day you graduated high school with honors and on the dean's list. And of course, that's my Simonette. The day you turned sweet 16. So beautiful. The day you came home and told me, Mom, I got a tattoo, please don't be mad. The day you came home and told me, I'm running away. And you told me, I can't believe you.
At one point have been her students, all gathered in a dignified tribute to Simonette Mapes Krupe, who was murdered at just 29 years old. The Mass took place at Our Lady of Pity Church, where Simonette would actually volunteer when she had free time. Everyone was sad, keeping their eyes to the ground, thinking about the wonderful memories they had in the company of their deceased teacher. But there was one person that was acting kind of differently in comparison to others. It is true, everyone grieves in their own way, but Jonathan Krupe was sobbing and shaking uncontrollably. He clutched the rosary in one hand and kissed 2 roses before placing them on the casket. This behavior seemed odd, not because he was visibly in a world of pain, but because right after her death, her parents asked who would have done such a terrible thing, and Krupe replied saying they just needed to get over the incident and move on. The doubts that his sentiments were honest grew as time went on. Krupe, immediately after his wife's body was placed in the ground, started dating another woman, and she looked strikingly like Simonette. He even started to cut off any ties he had with her family, forbidding Teresa, her mother, from coming to pick up her late daughter's belongings. The series of events was upsetting, but the family was confident that the case would be solved. Fortunately, Jonathan Krupe's facade was no match for the police. They calculated that Simonette had been killed between 2 a.m. and 7:30 a.m., way earlier than 2:20 p.m. when the husband called 911. Krupe made it look like a home invasion before driving around town to various spots to build an alibi. He didn't have the stub from the movie he had seen to prove that he had attended. The truth was that Jonathan spent the afternoon with his favorite sex worker, known as Miss Pumpkin, the woman that Simonette called after she looked through his phone. When he said that she asked him to pick up her books, well, that was a lie as well. Staff members at the school clearly stated that he didn't need to do that at all because Simonette had all the necessary materials already at her home. He just needed reasons to get out of the house for a longer period of time. The couple was going through a very rough time, mainly because of his lies. Lying about getting his master's degree and lying about the family finances really took a toll on Simonette. She found out that her husband had spent over $50,000 on escort services and had dropped out of the master's program. She was heartbroken. It was
Bro,
like the entire marriage was
50 grand
crumbling
on
around her.
escorts?
These
Holy
fines made
shit.
the tensions
That
unbearable.
dude's a little sex addict.
Simonette threatened him with divorce and was close to talking to a lawyer about separating from her husband. Before killing his wife
What
in
the?
cold blood, he
Yo,
went
let's
inside.
go, chat. I'm up to
Jonathan searched for methods of
56K,
cleaning up
baby.
a crime scene and ways to use Clorox to get rid of any DNA traces. His search history led the police to take action. In November of 2012, Krupe was finally arrested after enough evidence was found. He was charged with second-degree murder and criminal weapons possession. The family felt vindicated by the arrest. It was a "I knew it" moment. Although everything pointed against him, Jonathan maintained his innocence. He never admitted to his actions and blamed everything on the home invasion story he had used from the beginning. His trial took place in the summer of 2015, and even though the prosecution did not have a murder weapon or any witnesses, they still possessed a strong circumstantial case. It was centered around his Google searches and the money he had blown on porn and sex workers. During the trial, Miss Pumpkin was called to testify. She and Jonathan had been meeting up since 2009. He told her that his name was Mike when they first got together. Krupe was browsing on adult websites, as he would often do, and stumbled across her phone number. One simple call was all it took for him to be hooked. After that call, they met in the same bedroom that he shared with his now deceased wife. During the course of 3 years, Krupe and the sex worker met up every 6 to 8 weeks. He would arrange different rooms at 3 motels he was very familiar with. The lawyer continued his questioning. He asked Miss Pumpkin if Simonette ever called her. The woman denied the allegation, even though it was true. She admitted that she was often called by angry wives who would find her number in their husbands' phones, but never by Simonette. Apparently, Jonathan had instructed her to lie. She did receive a call from him on the day he murdered his wife, around 11 a.m., for a quick session. They met at the Comfort Inn at 12:40 p.m. When he got undressed, she noted that she didn't see any bruises or marks on his body, nothing that would indicate an altercation or fight between him and his wife ever taking place. His lust didn't stop after he took Simonette's life. A month after she was murdered, he started calling her
So
again.
they're getting
They
it in.
started having weekly 90-minute sessions in his parents' house, of course, without them knowing it. In one of the meetings, he asked her if she had heard about the murdered Brooklyn schoolteacher. When Miss Pumpkin said that she did, he admitted that the victim was his wife, and Jonathan got very emotional when speaking about his late spouse to the escort. He almost cried. The entire trial lasted about 5 weeks, and on July 20th, 2015, he was convicted of stabbing his wife to death. The jury reached their decision after just 2 hours.
A long time. Took a long time, but we finally got it. We knew after 3 days, maybe before, but the first 3 days it was a shock to us. But after that we knew. Just didn't understand why he made his family go through this, made everybody go through this. But he's a
52 on the DOT.
you know, our
Cross it and dot it.
we're still gonna be messed up. Always, it's a new normal. Something that we never forget. You know, we think about this all day, every day.
The sun,
Cry all
102.
day, but we cry every day. You know what I mean? So we're sad because, you know, this was one of our. He was like a son to us. He really was. It's something we never, ever seen or would even expect. And this psychopath did this.
Rick D out here, bro. What the fuck?
I just don't understand, but we're very, very happy. Very, very happy. Thank God for that jury. Thank you, Jesus.
That's funny. Dude, are you fucking me and...
I just hope the sentencing matches. Thank you. And my baby can rest in peace. Amen.
Are you fuck?
They were convinced that the reason he killed her was that she had confronted him about the escorts and throwing the family's budget at them. Jonathan was surprised when he heard his sentence. He didn't expect to receive 25 years to life. He addressed the family in court saying he apologized, but it was not clear what for, because right after that, Jonathan continued to say that he did not kill his wife and that he was innocent. Krupe's attorney filed an appeal in 2019 arguing that the search warrants to look through his electronics were illegal. Of course, he lost that appeal. His earliest release date remained 2037. Jonathan
2037, that's not
quickly
that long.
acclimated to life in prison. After just a few months of being incarcerated, he posted an ad on a prison pen pal service. He was looking for a new lady. He was sick of being single and was trying to find his soulmate. Jonathan said he didn't care about the race, height,
642.
weight, or religious
Yes,
beliefs
sir,
of the
gamer.
girl that would steal his heart.
It's pretty
He just
crazy.
wanted someone that is fun.
Dude, I'm number
intelligent,
6 on the
and
points?
knows how
No
to
way.
stimulate him.
Yeah, I'm coming for you,
He
Sean.
repeatedly stated that he did not commit murder and he
Coming
was
for
only
you.
an innocent man who fell victim to a corrupt system. Upon taking notice
You
of
got
the
some
ad,
dedication here? Yeah, dude, I got some of the best
Clinton
fans ever,
Correctional
bro.
Facility,
I don't even call you guys
Simonette's
fans.
mother was
Just like friends.
outraged that they let him write
You know what I
those
mean?
words and possibly fool another girl. The woman demanded that the ad be taken down, considering it a slap in the face towards her family and towards everyone that had supported them and Simonette.
Dude, you know who I
As she
haven't
was
seen in
explaining
a
her
long
motives
time, and
for
it
the
makes me
call,
sad. I
Teresa
haven't seen
warned the
Thug Duck.
officer who she was speaking to that
I haven't
Jonathan
seen
was a
Thug Duck
dangerous
in a
man.
hot minute.
He was mentally unstable, saying only a person with deep psychological problems could do what he did.
I
The
miss me
officer
some
thought
Thug
that
Duck,
was referring
dude.
to the murder, but Teresa remembered something that had happened.
Monsef
while
was in
Simonette
here
was
literally
still alive.
yesterday.
Krupe had
I
two
miss
dogs
Thug
with
Duck,
his
bro.
wife,
He was
and she
always
was
a
the
good
only
guy.
one
He
who
always
cared
had a
for her.
nice,
He
good
actually
attitude.
broke
He
her
was never
back,
negative.
not
He was
once, but 2 times because they were misbehaving. Jonathan is still in prison.
I
to
hope
this
he's
day,
okay.
paying for the horrible deeds that he did. After her death, and as an homage to her one and only daughter, Teresa
I
Mapes
hope
created a
Thug
Facebook
Duck's
group
okay.
called R.I.P. Simonette Sissy Mapes. There, she frequently posts messages that keeps Simonette's memory alive, as well as saying how much she misses her and how her life is not complete without her daughter. The group has over 1,000 members, most of which having a close connection to their devoted teacher.
This is a truly mysterious and strange story about a man who allegedly murdered his wife in cold blood. But the narratives he told the police were truly out of this world. Then, he disappeared for a number of years without anyone knowing where he is. This story starts with a woman named Gwen who picked up her children at the bus stop on October 10th, 2012. As she was driving back to her house, she spotted the Chadwick children waiting at the bus stop. It was pretty odd because their parents were never late picking them up. The 2 boys and Gwen's kids were in the same prep school in Ojai, California. Since she knew the family, she decided to stop and see what was going on. It was out of character for QC and Peter to forget to pick up their 2 children. The boys were 9 and 12 years old, and they had an older brother who was 15, but studied at another school. The boys' mom, Kui Chu, or QC as her friends called her, was a stay-at-home mom. She was very meticulous with their schedule. They were her entire focus, and their father
Let's
Peter
go,
would usually
boys.
pick them up at the bus stop every single day. So, there was no reason as to why the boys would be there alone, waiting for the bus on their own. They all lived in a gated community that was part of a high-end neighborhood. Safety and
Hey,
security
Rocky.
were a primary concern for the ones living in such a place. Gwen couldn't leave them there, and decided to take them
Sean.
home by
Oh
herself.
my.
One of the boys tried to call his parents but couldn't get an answer. Little did the little ones know that what happened in their house would lead to an international manhunt. After
Wait,
they
Squirt,
arrived, the woman who drove them home walked up to the
Squirt
Chadwick
Savage
house
lost his
and rang the
points? No
doorbell.
way.
To her surprise, no one answered. Neither of the kids had keys to their house because they were never confronted with such a situation. Seeing that the house was empty, Gwen takes the boys back to her house, fixing everyone dinner. After
No
they ate,
way.
the mom decided to try
How many
and
points
contact
did you
some mutual
lose?
friends to get a hold of the Chadwicks, but she didn't have any luck finding out where they were. So, the next step was to call the Newport Police Department.
He lost all of them,
She
didn't he?
requested them to
He
do a
did.
wellness check on the
Damn.
family. The police arrived at around 7 p.m. They didn't get a response
Like
from
less
either
than
of their
2K?
phones.
Oh, that's true.
Peter's phone went to voicemail, and his wife's phone kept ringing. They also tried to contact local
That's
hospitals
rough.
to see
I'm
if
sorry
they
to
had
hear.
gone to the emergency room, but there was no sign of them. So, by 7:45 p.m., they decided to get into the home. After they opened the door, all the lights were off. The wife was always meticulous, keeping the place spotless. After they entered, the police saw that in the kitchen, it looked like lunch was about to be made, but something interrupted the process. There were 2 plates on the kitchen island, and they were just left there. They noticed that the garage door was also open. The police officers then entered the couple's bedroom. Everything looked normal. Then they went into the bathroom. The police saw that the rug was crumpled next to the bathtub, so they walked closer. They noticed that one of the flower vases that was on the edge of the bathtub was knocked over, and pieces of glass were shattered all over the
Me
place.
gusta.
After that, they looked inside the tub, and they noticed some brown-looking smudge and some brown drops. The smudges were also on the wall.
Whoa.
They took a closer look and realized it was most likely blood. This is what made them treat everything like a crime scene. The police were on high alert. You may think that they would realize that people sometimes break things and get cuts, but that would mean they went to the hospital. And upon checking every single hospital earlier, there were no signs of the Chadwicks. The police began combing the house for evidence, and then they questioned the neighbors, trying to find some information about the missing couple. Eventually, they placed both of them, Peter and QC, into the missing persons system. But the case wasn't over by a long shot. The police also noticed that the safe downstairs was open, and money and valuables seemed to
This
be
kid
taken out of
sounds
it.
like his nose is
They also
plugged.
couldn't find QC's or her 2 sons' passports that would normally be in the safe. Things started to look more suspicious. Let's talk about the family a little bit. The children were very accomplished. A neighbor stated that the
So
boys were known
much
to be the best
orange.
at everything they did.
What
They
do you
had
mean?
good grades, participated in school activities. Her mom was determined to
Orange?
give
What
them
do
the
you
best opportunities
mean?
possible by signing them up for different activities. But even though QC seemed to be very methodical, she also liked to party once in a while. One of the neighbors remembered how excited she would get for a Christmas party every year, about what she was going to wear and what to serve.
Oh, the
She
highlighted
was
name.
described as someone
Yeah.
who was warm, nice, and comfortable to be around.
Yeah,
Peter, on the
true.
other hand, was very shy, didn't actually
Oh,
like
yeah,
socializing.
I see what you're saying.
People thought that he was hard to get to know, and he seemed to keep a distance from other people. From the outside, it seemed that the family was simply perfect, and that the couple were so in love and had it all together. The entire family traveled abroad a lot. They were wealthy, and both the parents had relatives that lived overseas. Peter was actually from Britain, and QC was from Malaysia. QC came from a large family, having 6 siblings.
Yeah, in
All of her
dark
siblings
mode.
ended
I
up
have
with
him
master's
always on dark
degrees,
mode as
and she
well.
was the only one who just had a bachelor's degree. This made her feel a little bit insecure, and people think that's why she focused so hard on her children's
Be back
education.
before the end of the
She
stream,
resonated
maybe?
with
Yeah, I'll
wanting
be
them
on
to
for a
do
bit.
very well.
Yo, you have a good one, man.
Peter
If
worked
I
for
don't
his
see ya,
father's business.
be safe out there,
He
dude.
developed real estate,
God
and he
bless.
ended up managing an apartment complex that he owned. Not much is known about his family. Even though they had money, they weren't flashy. They drove a Toyota minivan and a 10-year-old Lexus SUV. The two had been married for 17 years, and it seemed that they were as in love as ever. Let's get back to the case. The police continued with their investigation that evening, and while looking around, they saw the minivan in the garage, but the Lexus SUV wasn't anywhere on the property. Because this was such a private gated community, there was surveillance footage. The police saw the car leaving the community at 1:32 p.m., and there was no footage of the car returning back to the neighborhood. They also found out that Peter's phone was actually turned off since 4:30 p.m. that same day. QC's phone was actually found inside the house connected to the charger. It was in the bathroom, next to the wedding ring in her wallet. They even had the helicopters flying around trying to locate the car, and they reported to the U.S. Border Patrol about the vehicle and the couple. But things took a weird turn. The
This
San
still
Diego
failed, but it's
PD got a
rough.
911 call the day after the two disappeared from their home. Keep in mind that San Diego is 100 miles away from the Chadwick residence. The call was traced to a gas station, 4 miles from the Mexican border. It was Peter who called, saying that his wife was dead and that someone took her.
911 emergency, this is Crystal.
Yeah, my wife's dead.
Okay, so where exactly is she?
They took her.
Who took her?
The guy broke into my house. He drove me here. He had a friend. They just gone. They've gone in a pickup truck.
Okay, so your wife is dead.
She's dead.
Did she die in the house and then they took her corpse?
Yeah, they killed her yesterday.
They killed her yesterday.
Yeah, we've been driving in Newport Beach.
Okay. Hold on. Let me get my supervisor on the phone. He said that his wife is dead, but someone broke into the house and stole and
he
took her.
Yeah,
Okay, what?
Found her.
Who is he?
Juan.
Juan, how do you know Juan?
I'm putting this shit on an iPad.
Some painting work at the house.
What a guy.
To the house.
350 cent? You 320 cent? Yeah.
Yesterday in the middle of the day. And when did she die?
It's on an iPad.
Okay, and where is she now?
Fucking good old days, baby.
They have her body. They said they're gonna cut her up.
Who has her body?
Juan and Chi.
Okay, so when she died at 11 o'clock, they took her?
Yeah. They maybe put her in the car.
How do you know she's dead?
She drowned.
What?
Her body was stiff even. I've been driving with them. They say they're gonna cut her up.
What's your name?
Peter Chadwick.
Are you on any kind of medication, sir?
Not heavy one.
Okay.
It's not that.
Okay.
Because I think they're going. They might be going to Mexico or somewhere.
Okay, but this happened yesterday at 11. You're now calling us at 5:30 in the morning.
I know. I want you to get him. Yeah, they're here.
Okay, go talk to him.
He told the operator that a man broke into his house, took him and his wife to San Diego in their pickup truck, and then kicked him out of the car. The operator then asked if his wife is still in the truck he mentioned, but he kept repeating that she's dead. The operator asked how she died, but the man started stuttering. He mentioned that they killed her a day before. Then he said that they've been driving ever since. During the entire conversation, the operator was very confused about what's going on. 2 police officers meet him at the gas station after this call, and he tells them his crazy story. He says that the day before at 11 p.m., Peter was working on one of his family properties. There was some remodeling going on, and suddenly a man named Juan approached Chadwick, asking if he had any work for him that he could potentially do. Peter said that he had a full crew and didn't need any help, but if he really is in need of a job, he informed him that he needed help on a small project at his house. At this point, Juan accepts, and he drives with the man back to his residence in Newport Beach, and shows the worker a railing he needed to be fixed on the circular stairway inside the house. He leaves Juan to do the work while he went upstairs to his office. A little while later, he says that he hears his wife screaming. He went to check it out, following the noise into the bedroom, and then into the bathroom.
I just realized, chat.
Peter then says that he saw Juan holding his wife down by her neck and choking her, and apparently the woman was also under the water in the tub. Now tell us, if a strange man was in your house doing some work, would you take a bath without locking the door? This seems weird to us. Is Peter telling the truth? Peter allegedly tries to stop him, but the man turned out to be too strong, and he threatened Chadwick with a pocket knife. Then, as Peter was telling the story, he skipped right
I can't move. I'm stuck. Dude, what? Okay. Well, anyway.
To the part where the strange man murdered his wife, adding that the pocket knife's blade was pretty dull. Then, Peter Chadwick said that he was forced to wrap his wife's body in a blanket and put it in the back of his SUV. Juan also instructs him to get $10,000 in cash, along with jewelry and passports. Then the murderer gets in the Lexus SUV and tells his hostage to drive, all the while threatening him with the knife. Peter then continues to tell the officers that while he was driving, he continued to beg the man to let him bury his dead wife, but Juan continued to make him drive for hours without stopping. On the road, Juan gets on the phone with his friend, and because he was speaking Spanish, Peter doesn't understand a word of what he was saying. Eventually, Juan tells Peter to stop the car. Chadwick pulls over and the two wait for the murderer's friend to arrive. The name of the friend was Chi. Chi arrived in a green Chevrolet truck. They loaded the body in that truck, took the money and valuables, and left Peter there. But before they left, they instructed him to wait at the gas station until he receives a call from them on what to do next. That is, if he ever wanted to get his wife's body back. Peter waited just a few minutes and then entered the gas station, asking the attendant if he can use the phone to call 911. The police officers that arrived to meet him say that the man didn't even ask about the well-being of his sons. This seemed to be a red flag in their eyes. After Peter told them his story, they looked into his car, only to find a suitcase with men's clothes in it, and it seemed to be very messy, indicating the fact that when Peter packed it, he was in a hurry. Chadwick, after seeing that the officers found it, told them that the murderer asked him to pack a bag. Now, tell us, why would Juan ask his hostage to do so? Were they going on a vacation? After some further investigation, 5 hours later, they arrested Peter.
Yo, what's up,
They
dude?
arrived at the station, and they take the typical mugshots of Chadwick. While doing so, they noticed that the man had several scratches on his body and on his neck. They found these wounds to be inconsistent with the story that he told. They didn't look like the wounds an attacker would inflict. In fact, they looked like defense wounds made by a victim. At the station, Chadwick mentioned that the scratches were made by Juan's pocket knife, but it was clear that the man was lying. Another lie was that Juan sat on his chest for 5 minutes, thus immobilizing him, and making it impossible for Peter to...
6 months, half a year. Let's go, baby. Boom. I got free gifted members, so I might as well do them, you know? I got free gifted. I got 10 free gifted. And you're still not rip. I got 10 free gifted, might as well. October breeze. Yeah, man. Howie's dope. Super nice guy. What you watching, listening to? Just some fucking true crime, brother. Crime, yes sir. Shit just goes so good with RuneScape. Put that on, you know, people that don't like RuneScape. Wants the chicken. Some Crom. Some Crom. Oh.
CPR to his wife after she'd been strangled. During the interrogation, the police officers found it odd that Chadwick took so many long pauses before answering, and the fact that he would frequently cover part of his face with his hands made them believe even more that he was lying about everything he was saying to them. At this point, no one ever saw Peter in the company of another person, not at the gas station, not at the job site, not at his house. It would come across as weird, because the man clearly stated he was in the company of someone named Juan, but Peter had something to say about that. He told the police officers that Juan was always in the back seat, and that's why he wasn't seen. Things weren't quite certain as to what happened, but the police had one very intriguing lead that they needed to follow. Peter did run into a police officer that very day when everything happened. This run-in took place as he was returning to his house, presumably with Juan to fix his stairs. Peter said that he pulled over to call his wife about lunch. Then a police officer came to his car to tell him he can't park in that spot on the highway. So, the detectives needed to track down this officer that saw Peter.
You can hear again? Let's go. I did. My buddy just hit combat level 115, and I said congratulations to zombies number, and someone in my clan said, "God damn, I got the zombies." Kinder to tell an Easter egg in my head now.
In the back seat.
At the Easter egg.
After a week of investigation, the officers still didn't know where QC was, even though they had a ton of information that would point to Peter being responsible for her disappearance. They started searching some suburbs of San Diego. They didn't have any luck in finding her. A detective and some deputies meet up in an area where some large plots of underdeveloped land were. They all split up and started to look around. One deputy went in a different direction than the rest, and he reaches the property. It was a house surrounded by a big iron gate, and right next to the gate, a large dumpster was placed. He gets closer and starts noticing a really bad smell. The man was very uneasy, but he opens the lid and starts pulling away some of the debris in the trash before something caught his eye. It was a green blanket with something wrapped inside of it. After putting it aside, the man was shocked by the sight which unfolded in front of his eyes. QC's body was finally found, wrapped in a blanket, hidden in a dumpster basically in the middle of nowhere. But one of the officers remembered something. This wasn't the only body that was found in that dumpster. The strange thing was that a year before they had found another one there. Also, another fact, the owners of the house were cleared away from any connection with the first body found in their dumpster. That incident shook them terribly, and the family moved out of their house for some time. The strange coincidence is that they've just moved back into the house, just as QC's body was found in the same dumpster. But the coincidences don't stop here. Normally, the trash would come every Thursday and empty the dumpster. Peter may or may not have known that, but he hid the body on a Wednesday. So the next day, the company should have emptied the trash, and
Real
QC's
smooth.
body might never have been found. It seems like the family who lived there was in some sort of feud with the trash company, and that's why they never came to pick it up. So to sum up, the only reason the poor woman's body was found was because the family didn't pay their bills and were not on good terms with the garbage disposal company. A totally unrelated thing made it possible for the police officers to locate QC's corpse. After they found her, the investigators
wild.
started taking a closer look at what type of relationship did the two have, and that's when things began to unfold. Police started looking through QC's stuff in her house, and they found a note. It said from Pete's computer, and below that it had a list describing Pete's search history. It seemed that Chadwick looked up some disturbing and strange things. He searched for the cost of abortion in California, Chinese massage girl escort girl's divorce, and one that stood out, how to torture. Obviously, this information is very concerning. Then the police found out from the couple's friends that the mention of divorce came up within the marriage. And this was because QC said that her husband didn't give her attention at all. There were rumors that he was cheating on his wife. Their friends were asked why QC didn't leave her husband after finding what he had searched for on his computer. But she was apparently too concerned about her children's life and well-being to stop and think about her own happiness. So, while being in custody, the judge sets a $1 million bail.
BTK.
Of course, Chadwick, being very wealthy, pays it off and is released. The trial goes on for 2 years.
$1
The man
million
makes his appearance on hearings, is
bail?
cooperative. He visits
And
his
homie
children,
just
who at
pays
that time
that
lived
shit,
with some
no
relatives,
problem,
and it
bro.
seemed that nothing stuck to him. He eventually got the Lexus
Jesus.
SUV back from the police after they searched every last bit of it. Peter goes to Santa Barbara and stays
'Cause
with
they're
his
sick
father
in
for
the
a while.
head.
And the only thing he does outside the house is to drive to Orange County for his court hearings. But something suddenly happens on January 16th, 2015. Peter doesn't show up to court, and this specific court hearing was to decide on what the jury will base their decision on during the trial. After seeing that the man was absent, the police stated that if he missed the second court hearing, they'll issue a $250,000 warrant for his arrest. His family and lawyer had no idea where he was, so they decided to worry, thinking that he took his own life. The police started to try and find out where Peter was, and upon looking at his bank accounts to see any traces of where he might have spent his money, they noticed that they've all been drained. At that point, Peter took out all of his assets, leaving even his children with no money, not even their trust funds. The investigators took another look inside Chadwick's home, and they found some interesting books. They were on the subject of changing your identity and living off the grid, and that pretty much solidified their idea about what the man was planning to do. They actually found out that before he disappeared, he started to take test trips to try and push the limits of his court order without getting into trouble. At that time, he was not allowed to leave the state of California, but obviously it didn't stop him. Supposedly, he traveled to Seattle, Missouri,
Obviously
and
it
Pennsylvania, and he was never caught.
October Beers has
This
lore.
proved that he was not
Oh,
monitored
October.
well at all. The police found out from a cab company that someone took a taxi from Peter's dad's house all the way to an airport in Santa Barbara. The
He
odd
was
thing
live
was that
not
the
too
taxi
long
driver
ago,
said the
really?
person was a woman,
What?
which led everyone to believe that it wasn't Peter. But after that, they got a hold of security footage from the airport, and Peter was spotted there. This made them believe that the man dressed up as a woman so that he wouldn't be recognized until he got to his destination. In the footage, he's seen waiting in the airport for hours without doing anything else. Then after he was done just sitting around, he gets up and leaves the airport, never to be seen again. At that moment, Peter was gone, but the police still went on with the investigation. After about 5 years, police get a very important lead. They found him in Mexico. In August of 2019, he was transported back to the United States. The police accredit this to having a close relationship with the Mexican authorities. You may wonder what Peter was doing during this time. Well, Chadwick, having millions of dollars, was living the good life in Mexico. He was staying in 5-star hotels and blowing all his money away on having a good time. But a law was suddenly given in the country. Mexican authorities required all the people who stayed in high-end hotels and weren't from Mexico to have a passport in order to check in. Peter, of course, couldn't do that because there was a warrant on his head, so he decided to stay in lesser accommodations, hostels, motels, and so on. He even began picking up odd jobs, maybe because he didn't want to lose all his money and needed some sort of income coming in. It seemed that Peter started even using different names like Paul Cook and John Franklin. Upon being returned to the States and placed under arrest, Chadwick is still going through trials. If found guilty of murdering his wife, he could face between 25 years and life in prison. Now tell us, what do you think? Did the man really kill her? And was really a Juan character involved? Leave your comments down below. We'd be very interested in your take on the entire case.
I put everything into this relationship. I have done nothing to your mom. I've never hit her. I've never hurt her. I've never called her names. A couple of times when I got really mad, I would say a bad word or something, but I've done everything I can. I haven't done anything wrong.
100%.
I'm like, why?
Yeah,
me?
100%.
I'm so sorry.
What you've just seen is part of a video posted to YouTube by 48-year-old Trent Pascal on October 21st, 2020, moments before he murdered his wife, 30-year-old Savannah Pascal.
Bro.
Trent had...
Fucking A. She's a looker.
I would say a bad word or something, but I've done everything I can. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm like, why me? I'm so sorry.
What you've just seen is part of a video posted to YouTube by 48-year-old Trent Pascal on October 21st, 2020, moments before he murdered his wife.
Hold up, wait a minute. I might know someone that might look like. Give me a sec. Sean, is there something you want to tell me, bro? Is there something you want to tell me, Sean? Hey, Shawnee boy?
30-year-old Savannah Pascal. Trent had spent years gushing about his wife's beauty on social media, but this particular video had an altogether different tone and message. Amidst apologies to his daughter, Trent explained to anybody and nobody that he had been a good husband, but one who had been played for a fool. If there was anyone who should be blamed for the horror he was about to unleash, it was his wife, Savannah. She had, after all, brought it upon herself. Before we get started, we would like to send our deepest sympathies to the loved ones of Savannah Pascal, who fell victim to the abominable acts described in this case. A stone's throw away from the city of Houston, Texas, is a small town called Lamarck, located on the edge of Galveston Bay on the Gulf of Mexico. The Lamarck City Council will tell you that life here is good. Residents can enjoy easy breezy coastal living with a relaxed lifestyle and plenty of fishing and coastal walks, and only the occasional home invasion or other petty crime, courtesy of the city's unusually high crime rate. But the crime that occurred on Hawksview Drive in October of 2020 and the year-long events that would follow it would make home robberies and other crimes in Lamarck pale in comparison. On the morning of October 21st, 2020, Donald Riddick heard the sounds of a heated argument coming from a spacious brick house located across the street from his. The home was at 400 Hawksview Drive and was that of 30-year-old Savannah and 48-year-old Trent Pascal, as well as their two children, William, aged 11, and Mackenzie, 7. Riddick had known the family for years. Their children were similar in age and had often played together on the street. While the voices coming from the house were quite clearly those of Savannah and Trent, it struck Riddick as unusual. He had never heard the couple argue before, let alone loud enough for passers-by to hear. Soon afterwards, Trent stormed out of the house and drove away in his pickup truck. Savannah followed shortly afterwards, heading to the home of a neighbor before returning back to the house. She would return at midday, this time with her mother. But by then, no one in the neighborhood was watching the house, and no one had any idea of the horrors that were about to unfold there. Savannah Kinchin Pascal had moved to the house several years earlier with her husband Trent Pascal. Born in Pasadena, Texas in 1990, growing up, Savannah had been a talented gymnast, dancer, and ice skater, and also an enthusiastic horseback rider. Her love of animals had led her to consider a career as a veterinarian.
Okay.
After graduating high school, she had taken up volunteer work at a vet clinic. But observing close up the suffering of the wounded or dying animals had caused a change of heart in Savannah. She decided instead to pursue a culinary career. She had scarcely started down her new career path when her life had taken an unexpected turn. Savannah was pregnant, and when the relationship with the child's father broke down, she found herself a single mom at the age of 19. For years, Savannah embraced the role of being a single mom to baby William. Later, she would find herself a lucrative new career goal, that of a funeral director. Savannah had the right temperament for working with the bereaved. A gentle touch and a natural tact. She knew just what to say and had no issues working with the dead.
Bro,
life was heading in the right direction for Savannah, it seemed, and even more so when she met then 40-year-old Trent Pascal.
Bro,
Savannah was.
I swear to God, Sean, that looks so much like you, bro. What the fuck, dude? Holy shit, bro! I found your fucking doppelganger. If this guy lost weight here, if this guy lost a shit ton of weight, he would look just like you did, I swear. That's fucking crazy.
Just 22, but Trent had his own successful contracting business and, with 18 years of extra life experience, had a comforting wisdom and a take-charge confidence that felt reassuring to Savannah. He was also smitten with the young woman, making her feel appreciated in a way that no one else ever had.
Trying to be caught for murder?
There were a few small things that troubled her. His temper, for instance, and his jealousy. Occasionally, his confidence veered into arrogance, and his protectiveness felt a little like dominance. But despite her reservations, the couple married after just several months of dating. And by a year later, baby Mackenzie was born. Looking at their Facebook profiles, theirs looked like a very happy marriage. Both profiles are full of images of them as a couple, with captions such as, "I have such a beautiful wife." One picture contains the words "forever and always," and "Thanks, babe, I love you so much." In 2018, Trent wrote, "Well, I'm happy Savannah still has the curves since she lost all the weight. Love you, Savannah." The reality, though, was very different, much more like the playbook of a toxic and abusive relationship. From the earliest days of their relationship, Trent had begun to restrict the people that Savannah saw. At first by questioning their characters, then by outright belittling her poor judgment in friends. A night out would be followed by sulking and intimations that she wasn't a good mother. Money became his domain and another form of control. Savannah was putting in long hours working at the mortuary while studying to become a funeral director. Every penny she earned was handed over to Trent. He didn't trust banks, so he kept the money in cash at their home. Savannah was given an allowance. He decided the amount and doled it out accordingly. Even with absolute control over her money and free time, however, Trent was still plagued by feelings of insecurity. He became convinced that his younger wife would someday leave him for another man. He took to texting multiple times an hour, asking her to prove her locations. He criticized her for wearing makeup and accused her of deliberately dressing to attract male attention. If she spoke to another man, he accused her of flirting and would show up at her workplace unannounced. Once, he discovered photos she had kept from her prom with an old boyfriend and had her tear them up. A predictable pattern of explosive fights followed by heartfelt reconciliations began. Trent had a frightening temper. During fights, Savannah would often retreat until he'd calmed down. Afterwards, he would apologize with flowers and gifts and passionately proclaim his love for her. During particularly bad fights, Savannah would call her mom Shirley for support. Trent took to restraining her from doing this. Later, knowing she would have told her mom what had happened, he'd phone Shirley to give his own version of the story. Savannah's parents watched the relationship with grim alarm. It had been obvious to them from the earliest days of their relationship that Trent had an unhealthy need to control and dominate. They had advised her to leave him. Savannah had agreed, but had fallen deeper into the relationship the longer it went on. Their fights were terrible, she admitted, but when things were good, they were amazing. That cycle, as is often the case, was only ever going to end badly. Only just how badly, no one could have imagined in their worst nightmares. And Trent was on the brink of losing control. By the autumn of 2020, the pandemic had disrupted Trent's contracting business to the point where his once multi-million-dollar company was earning less money for the family than his wife's job at a funeral parlor. The loss of status for Trent was intolerable, and his obsessive ruminations and creeping sense of losing control over Savannah reached new heights. Ironically, Savannah was slipping away. By October 2020, with Trent in control of almost every aspect of her life, Savannah had decided that she wanted out. It had been an awakening regarding domestic violence and her own status as a victim of it. Savannah had been helping raise money for victims of domestic violence. Her most recent post on Facebook from October of 2020 was a fundraiser for a domestic violence shelter. At work, we are partnering with the Bay Area Turning Point to collect items for women and children escaping domestic violence. We are a drop-off location, or you can bring them to me and I'll take them to work. Now until October 25th, she wrote. Savannah was emotionally and psychologically well on her way out of the marriage. For Trent, with his limited understanding of human nature, he simply ramped up his efforts to control Savannah and installed an app on her phone that enabled him to listen to her phone calls. One evening, shortly after he'd begun listening to her calls, Savannah phoned her parents to tell them that she intended to divorce him. They warned her not to confront him, but to simply leave while he was out of the house. She insisted on having an honest and frank conversation with him. After all, she said, she owed him that much. On the morning of October 21st, Savannah broke the news to Trent that she didn't want to live with him anymore. Their conversation rapidly deteriorated into a shouting match. Trent left the house and, distraught, Savannah went to a neighbor's before returning to get her car and head to her mother's. Trent had returned to the house not long afterwards. He had made his decision and had one final task to take care of before moving ahead with his plan. He needed to record a message and post it publicly, a message that would sully his wife's reputation and hopefully salvage his own after what he was about to do. Most of the 4.5-minute long ramble that was later posted to YouTube is addressed to the daughter he shared with Savannah. He might have posted it privately to her, but instead he chose YouTube. His real audience was the general public. The key takeaway was that there was only one victim here, and it was not Savannah, but him, Trent Pascal.
I didn't choose this. Your mom chose this. She's been cheating on me for a long time. I have audio of her talking to other guys. I didn't do nothing wrong to her. When we first got together, I told her, "You're too young for me." There's an 18-year-old difference in her age, and I knew she was kind of too young, but I didn't. She's been playing me for a fool. I told her not to mess with me, not to mess with my emotions. Don't play with me. I got an audio where she was calling a guy yesterday on her way to get her eyelashes done, and she said, "Hey, baby," and he goes, "Hey," and I was like, "That's not my voice. Why is she calling somebody else baby?" Then she started talking about a dream and everything, and she had with them too about sex and everything. And I put everything into this relationship. I have done nothing to your mom. I've never hit her. I've never hurt her. I've never called her names. A couple of times when I got really mad, I would say a bad word or something, but I've done everything I can. I haven't done anything wrong. I'm like, why me? My hair's a mess and I look horrible. Oh, sorry. Take these off.
When Savannah and her mother pulled up at the house several hours later, they had no idea that Trent was still filming his pre-murder confession. He would see them via the home's security cameras, and when they were just steps away from the front door, he abruptly stopped filming. He then fumbles with the phone before scurrying out of the room in order to wait in ambush in the bathroom shower cubicle.
I love you, Mackenzie. I love you so much. Please do something good with your life. Please do something really good, because you deserve a good life. And I don't know what else to say. I'm so sorry. I don't have better words right now. I'm hurting so bad. I provided what I could. I've done what I could for her. I've done nothing but good for her. And I've treated y'all good. I've done good things for y'all. And I just...
It's crazy.
Shirley excused herself to go to the bathroom, choosing the suite off the master bedroom. Like a reverse scene from Psycho, no sooner had she closed the door than Trent emerged from behind the shower curtain, pointing a shotgun at her. Trent spoke just a few chilling words before unleashing his wrath. "I'm going to kill both you and then Savannah," he said, and then he opened fire. His opening shots missed Shirley, blew a hole in the tile wall instead. Shirley fled from the room, slamming the bathroom door behind her before managing to get out the front door, tripping several times in her efforts to reach safety. She'd nearly covered the stretch of lawn leading to a neighbor's house when she heard the harrowing gunshots reverberating through the streets. While the neighbors phoned police, Shirley watched Trent emerge from the front door, his mobile pressed to his ear. The neighbor captured him on his phone. He had just proven to Savannah who ultimately held the power, and he wanted to share the news with someone. He had called Savannah's aunt to tell her that he had just murdered her niece. He then got into his Chevrolet Colorado pickup truck and drove away. Stricken with dread, Shirley now re-entered the home. On the living room floor, she found her dying daughter, bleeding profusely from gunshot wounds to her abdomen. An ambulance would transport her to the hospital, where she would later be pronounced dead. Trent Pascal's truck was spotted by police in Houston, north of the home in Lamarck, 45 minutes later, where he was pulled over and surrounded. But Trent had no intentions of relinquishing control or being forced to face someone else pulling the strings. Why change the habit of a lifetime? As he stepped out of the truck, he pulled a gun from his waistband. Officers issued him warnings, which he responded to by pointing the weapon directly at them. Trent was shot in the arm, leg, and torso before being detained and cuffed. He was transported to a nearby hospital in critical but stable condition.
Investigators say the man shot was on the run, accused of killing his estranged wife. The murder investigation began earlier today in Lamarck. The deputy-involved shooting happened tonight in the parking lot of a Walmart off the North Freeway and West Road, just south of the North Belt.
There is still a heavy law enforcement presence out here right now. Excuse me, and you can see it right behind me. Most of their focus has been back on that side of the parking lot. You can see a car and a truck back there. A lot of deputies looking over there as part of their investigation. As you were mentioning before, Harris County deputies were looking for the murder suspect out of Lamarck, and they ended up here at this Walmart after getting information that that person might be here. Now, when deputies spotted him in a different car, they then pursued that vehicle as it was heading back to what they believe was the suspect's car. They had ordered the suspect to get out. They said he had a gun, ordered him to drop the gun, but he didn't do so, and that's when he was shot by a deputy out here, shot several times and taken to the hospital. He's in last check critical but stable condition.
Here's where things get even more messed up. 6 weeks later, having been lawfully and dutifully returned back to health, Trent was released from the hospital and taken into custody at the Harris County Jail for the murder of his wife. But Trent was charged with felony murder, which made him eligible for bail. In the state of Texas, anyone other than those charged with capital murder are deemed eligible for bail. Trent's bail was set at $450,000, and he was bailed out that very night by family members. Just weeks after murdering his wife, Trent was back enjoying his life on the streets of Lamarck.
Right.
He did have several conditions attached to his bond. He had to wear an ankle monitor at all times, and to not leave the county, and to stay at his mother's home from 6 a.m. until 6 p.m., and limit his movements to the store and his lawyer's office.
Love you.
Soon after being released, he violated the terms of his agreement by missing a court appearance. Shortly afterwards, he violated the terms a second time with a traffic infraction. On a third occasion, he was caught with different vehicle license plates on his car and had 3 more in the back seat. On all 3 occasions, his bond was not revoked, and he remained a free man. He even became so blasé that he posted images of himself on weekend getaways at Galveston Bay to his social media accounts. It was the 4th violation that prompted court officials to finally revoke his bond, but by then, it would be too late. On April 13, 2021, a small car dealership in Houston reported that one of their vehicles had been stolen at knife point. A salesman had been accompanying a man on a test drive in a black Chevy Tahoe when the man pulled over at a gas station, withdrew a knife, and ordered the salesman out of the vehicle. He then drove off.
Gamer.
The dealership owner hadn't taken a copy
You're the only
of the
one
man's
that
ID before allowing him
survives.
to test drive the vehicle,
Ouch.
and was unable to provide police with any identity when reporting the threat. He did, however, post stills on his company's social media account of the man captured on their CCTV footage. In the comments, several people commented that the man looked uncannily like Trent Pascal, the man who had slaughtered his wife the previous October and whose face had been splashed all over the news. It was only when Trent missed another court appearance, however, that officers dropped by the house to arrest him that the shocking truth was revealed. There, on the floor, not attached to any human being, let alone Trent, was an empty, semi-destroyed ankle monitor. Trent and his stolen SUV were long gone.
This week marks 8 months since a 30-year-old mother of 2 was killed in her Lamarck home. U.S. Marshals say Savannah Pascal was shot by her husband, Trent. After a standoff with deputies, he was shot but survived and arrested, later bonding out of jail.
We don't feel that he should have been let out on bond again and again and again.
It's been a heartbreaking and frustrating 8 months for Savannah's family, made even worse after Pascal skipped bond
Did I not
back
get
in
in?
April.
I don't know.
He has been in custody 3 separate times in the first 6 months after our daughter was killed. We warned them time and time again, don't let him back out.
You don't just vanish off the face of the earth.
Officer Chase Hunt with the U.S. Marshal Service is leading the manhunt.
The guy stands out. He's very arrogant and cocky. he's going to be out there. He's, in my opinion, a womanizer.
Officer Hunt
That's what I'm
says
talking about,
Pascal was
baby.
last seen leaving his mother's house riding a scooter, not driving the SUV he's accused of stealing at knife point from a car dealership.
I'm putting in
Hunt
some work.
thinks he's close.
Sean started
My
from
guess
zero.
would
We
be
up.
a hotel, shacked
Hey,
up
Rox.
with somebody that just hasn't seen the news.
Right now,
How's my
there
boy?
are no new leads.
We're on a
Hey?
constant state of alert. We never let the children out of our sight. We don't know what to expect, when to expect it, or where to expect it.
Pascal's bond has been revoked, and Hunt says his mother is now the victim there.
Trent, if you're out there and you're listening, you're letting your mom lose her house, and your stepdad, they took care of you their whole life, and you're going to let them lose their house. You're going to let them lose everything because you don't want to be a man and turn yourself in.
After a lengthy 9-month-long investigation and manhunt, police received a tip that Trent Pascal was sleeping in a van at an RV park in Florida. Police located Trent in the RV park in a stolen van on New Year's Eve 2021. As they surrounded the vehicle, a single gunshot rang out. In control until the end, at any cost, Trent Pascal had shot himself, denying Savannah's parents the opportunity to confront their daughter's killer or to see justice served. Shirley Kinchin later made a long and heartfelt statement to the press. She wanted to see her 48-year-old son-in-law stand trial. She wanted bond reform for Savannah and every other victim out there.
Did I want him to be held responsible for his actions?
Yeah, I was like 40K today.
I want to
Really?
look him in the eye
Holy
and
shit.
for him to face me again with what he had done to adjust.
Ma'am, did you say she's dead?
Jesus on this earth? No.
I can't do that 1 year bullshit.
He is
Sorry.
no longer a threat to my family or society. And as Andy said, we don't know who he victimized, how many he victimized. We will continue to honor our daughter's memory by fighting for bond reform and bringing light to a justice system that not only failed us and her children, but so many other victims. And there are many victims. We waited a little over a year. Many people wait decades.
Many people won't dig. You ain't wrong.
She didn't meet the physical attributes of what I was looking for in a wife, but I felt like, hey, this must be the woman that God wanted me to marry. Jesus' voice talking to me about contacting the Mormon church, and he gave me information about them. I followed the instructions of the dream. I contacted the Mormon church. They sent me their Book of Mormon, and everything that I read matched the information that was given to me in the dream. Having been in the emergency field, firefighting and police, you learn to control your emotions and not let emergency situations get you startled. So yeah, I learned that. But as far as not being afraid to die, I think that's more of my relationship with God. I'm ready. Yeah, I don't mind dying at all.
This is Robert Frauta. He has been sentenced to death for a horrific crime. But to understand his crimes, we have to go back to November 9th, 1994.
Holy shit, Sean. $250,000.
Now in county, what is your emergency?
Yes, I just saw a shooting, please.
Okay, do you know if anybody's been shot?
Yes, I see the lady. I see her in her garage right now.
Is somebody shot?
Yes.
Stay on the line. Let me connect you with the ambulance service. Hold on. County.
Yes, I just saw a shooting.
You just saw a shooting?
Yes.
And what is your location?
I'm at Timbers Trail in Atascocita.
Timbers Trail?
Yes. In Atascocita. You need us an ambulance. She's down.
All right, I just need to find out where we're going now.
There's a black man. Is he black? I don't want to say he's black.
Sir, have you done
He's
the
dressed
call?
in black. There's a man at her house down, and my lights are on, and I know.
Okay, have you called the sheriff's department?
No, I just thought
This is 911. I'm waiting to transfer. Have you done with it? Because we need to get out there. Very good, then. I'll have them out there. Dispatch out.
Okay, there's someone still over there.
Laura, stay on the line. Let me connect you to the sheriff's department. Hold on.
Harris County Sheriff's Department.
County have a shooting. Tasca City, I'm in route. Go ahead, ma'am. Suspect still there.
Oh, yes, so there's still a person out there. There's a black gentleman. He's wearing a black shirt and a black pants. The lady is down in her garage. She's been shot 2 times or 2 shots. Oh, dear. Okay. All right, and what EMS was en route? The Tascasita? Yes. Oh, my God. Okay. And the suspect is still there. Where is the guy? She is in her garage. The suspect? No, the suspect is, there's a car that just pulled up. The suspect is behind a tree, and he can't see me. I have my lights up, but there's a car that just pulled up, and I can't tell what color. Okay, ma'am. Oh, God, my husband's so upset. Get in here. I think Darren went to see the license plate, but he can't get the license plates of the car. Okay. So if you can, will you call us back, okay? Okay. If the guy gets in the car with the license plate, babe? Can I get back in the house? Shut the door, please. Did the man get in the car? Ma'am, the black man, the house, right? Yes, a black man just got in the car there, but it was a silver car, I believe. Uh-huh. Darren, do you know what kind of car it is? Ma'am, did you say this is Timber Trail Drive? Timber's Trail Drive, yes. It has an S on it? Let me tell you something about the car real quick. It was a silver car with one burnt-out headlight. Hatchback. Okay. Hatchback. Real small Toyota. About 6 years old. About 6 years old. It could be a Honda. It could be a Honda. The lady is still in her garage. And they turned the lights out in the garage. Does the car look like it's waiting for suspect? Yes, and it already drove off. With them in there? Yes. The suspect just took off. Did you get this? Okay. No, my husband went out to look, but then I just gave you the description of the okay, well, does Timbers have an S on it? Timbers, yes, it does. Okay, that's why it's not coming up in the computer. Okay, let me try this. I'm just very scared because I know these people just run lights around. Do you think they saw in my house? Okay. Hold on just a moment. Oh, God. Should we go over there and see her? Darren, please don't go over there. Okay. Okay, ma'am. Yes? I'm going to transfer you to Constable Precinct 4 so they can talk to you, okay? Okay. Since this isn't in progress, you might have some information that they need. You think you don't go over there, sweetie. Hold on, ma'am. Okay. God. Darren, my roommates are going to go over there to see her. Ma'am, I have Precinct 4 on the line. Constable Precinct 4. Go ahead, sir. Okay.
Can you tell me what's going on?
Yeah, I just saw a shooting. I was in my living room nursing my baby, and I looked out my window, and our neighbor was outside her garage, and she was shot 2 times.
By a passing motorist?
No, the guy. It looked like he was either in her garage waiting for her, or I just saw his pants, and then I saw a black man, and he was dressed in black, and he was waiting, and he jumped into a car.
What kind of a car?
It was a silver car. My husband gave the 911 description, but my husband just pulled up into her driveway. He can see her, and she's down, and my husband's going right down to see if he can help her.
Okay, your husband is not armed or anything?
No. The only thing he has is mace.
Okay, did y'all see who did it?
No, all I saw was the pants, and then I saw the gentleman, but I can't give a description of the guy.
Okay, but he was in a silver Toyota?
Yes, and a hatchback there, and so it had one headlight out.
We'd go over unarmed when his lady just got shot. Genius.
Okay, and he shot her twice?
Yes, I heard 2 shots, and I heard her scream, and I looked out my window, and my lights were on, and I know these people saw inside my house.
Okay,
my husband's running.
What?
She shot in the head, my husband said. She shot in her head.
Yeah, that woman has been shot in the head and she's still alive.
And she does have 3 children. I do not know if the children are at home.
Huh?
Okay, there's a police officer coming. I see someone coming.
Yeah,
oh, dear Jesus, help this woman.
Okay, we got a unit over there.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and you need to advise them what y'all did see, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Before we begin, we would like to send our sincere condolences to the loved ones of Farah Frauta, who fell victim to the abominable acts described in this case. It was a quiet Wednesday evening in a suburban area of Humble, Texas on November 9th, 1994. 33-year-old Farah Frauta had just returned home from visiting the hair salon, an errand she scheduled while her 3 children were at their usual Wednesday evening with their father, Robert Frauta. After opening the garage door, Farah was taken by surprise when a man walked through the door and shot her in the head. She screamed and fell to the cement floor. Before leaving, the intruder shot her in the head one more time and then stood behind a tree in the yard to wait for his ride, who appeared less than a minute later. Farah was left lying in a pool of blood. What the intruder didn't realize was that he had been spotted by neighbors from across the street, Laura and Darren Holscher, who saw the whole thing and called 911. By the time police and paramedics arrived at the scene, Farah had already lost a significant amount of blood. Police spoke with the Holschers, who provided them with a description of the shooter and the getaway car. Not long after police and paramedics arrived at the scene, Robert came driving up with the children. Detectives at the scene asked Robert to come to the police station to make a statement, which he agreed and was interviewed by police that same night. While the police investigated the scene and interviewed the witnesses, paramedics focused on getting Farah into a chopper to get her to the hospital quickly, but it was too late. She died before she even reached the hospital. Farah had been living alone with her 3 children after she had filed for divorce from Robert in March of 1992, something Robert was not happy about. The divorce turned ugly very fast because Farah exposed Robert's sexual fetishes and was fighting for custody of their children. Robert was also fighting for custody. Farah's murder occurred 3 weeks before the divorce trial.
Exposing his sexual fetishes
Detective Larry
in court?
Davis
That's
conducted
crazy.
the interrogation with Robert. Davis asked Robert where he had been during the time of Farah's murder. Robert said that he took the children to church that evening.
But police say Fratta didn't seem surprised. His demeanor
Cold
was not
case.
what you would expect from the husband of deceased, although they were going through a very bitter divorce.
During the interrogation, Davis noticed that Robert appeared smug and showed signs of deception throughout the whole process.
His demeanor was such, and during the interview, that he was not what we'd call freely forthcoming with all his information.
What Robert never showed was emotion toward his wife's tragic death.
He showed no remorse. He showed only the fact that he was full of himself, that he was cocky, that he could beat this. That's the impression you got of Bob Fratta that day. The prosecutors wanted the last thing the jury to see was Bob Fratta winking at the camera.
How did you find your wife?
I didn't. That's where all the everything was roped off and taped off. And when I walked over, like I said, my initial reaction, because nobody really looked frantic or anything like that. I mean, I guess it all had already occurred and life had already taken off, whatever. And I honestly thought there was a drug raid or something. So that's why I walked over and...
Let's go, baby. It's cool 50,000.
And one of the constables told me.
You still have feelings for her?
It's starting to hit me now. I mean, I loved her. I mean, I wanted to spend the rest of my life with her. I never wanted a divorce. I didn't do anything to warrant a divorce. Yeah, I mean, I still care about her. I mean,
Have you ever hit your wife?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever hit your wife?
Never hit her or anything else. Never hardly raised my voice to her. In fact, I can pretty much say I never did raise my voice to her.
Why does she want a divorce?
I guess to sum it up, basically, there was no romance and affection in our marriage. It was more like, I mean, I loved her, I provided for her, took care of her and everything, but...
You home for it next time, man.
Each other,
Davis then asked what should happen to someone that had their wife killed. Robert said it depended on the circumstances. At that moment, Davis believed without a doubt that Robert was involved in Farah's murder. However, without solid evidence to convict him, they had to let Robert go. After detectives received Robert's permission to search his vehicle, they found an address book and an envelope containing $1,000. Robert explained that the money was to pay for new carpeting. Detectives believed that the money in Robert's car was a clue and considered the idea that Robert may have paid someone to kill his wife.
The money was an important issue with us, and where you'd think, well, who's going to do this for $1,000? But at the same time, it could easily be upfront money to do something.
He's number 3, baby. Overnight.
Money left over from a payment.
The detectives contacted multiple people they found in Robert's address book, mostly friends. All of these men told investigators that Robert was going around asking if there was anyone willing to kill his wife. Robert's church alibi was also investigated. Detectives found out that Robert spent the majority of that night on the phone.
Frada had his children with him so he would have an alibi.
Let's
And
go.
while he was
Zero
out
to
with
hero.
his children, he knew that this was occurring. He was at church, he was visible.
I went from
One
6 to
thing he
3,
didn't
bro. I went
count
from
on,
0
though, is
points
that
to
there were phone records
81,000.
that showed that there were
We out
phone
here.
calls made all night long between his pager, between a pager that was leased by Price Dash's girlfriend at the church. And so
We
they were
out here.
communicating with each other all night while this offense was occurring.
After obtaining phone records from the church, detectives discovered that he made multiple calls to a phone and a pager owned by Mary Gipp. One call to Farah's house and multiple calls to a payphone outside of a grocery store located close to Farah's home. Detectives spoke to Gipp, who said that she was at home with her boyfriend, Joseph Pricedash, the night that Farah was murdered, and said that she didn't recall using either her phone or her pager that night. On March the 1st, 1995, Gipp was subpoenaed to testify in front of a grand jury. It was at this point that she agreed to tell all, as long as she was provided immunity from prosecution. Gipp explained that her boyfriend, Pricedash, knew Robert from the gym. She said Robert first hired Pricedash 6 months before Farah's death to break into her home and attack her, which he did using a taser gun, an incident that Farah reported to police and suspected that Robert was behind. However, at that time, there was no evidence to prove who had done it or why, so the police could do nothing. Later, Pricedash found someone willing to kill Farah for money: Gipp's 18-year-old neighbor, Howard Guidry. Gipp also supplied detectives with the serial number of the gun that was used to kill Farah, and it matched a gun found on Guidry when he was arrested for bank robbery on March 1st of 1995. It also matched the bullets found at the shooting. Detectives discovered that Robert had purchased the gun. Guidry not only admitted to police that Pricedash hired him to kill Robert's wife for $1,000, he also gave a full demonstration of the event.
Too many, bro.
Whenever
Too many.
I killed the
I'm
girl,
girthed up.
I was at church with his children.
Where'd you get the pistol from?
From Joe. I got the pistol from Joe maybe 30 minutes before we got here. Back at the
Talk to
Why
Arwen.
don't you, in your own words, Howard, why don't you tell us what happened here?
I was dropped here from here.
We're entering the rear yard of the Frada residence.
So I ran into the house and I sat out for approximately maybe 20 minutes. And I gave him a call from the cellular phone to the payphone. And I told him that she hadn't made it back yet. He told him just to wait it out, and I hung up the phone with him. And maybe 10 minutes after that, a car pulled in to the garage. So when the car pulled in, I came out of the little house, and I walked up to right here. And I stood right here, 38 in my hand, and I waited for somebody to come to the door, but nobody came, but I heard noises. So I creeped around like this, and I checked the door, but it was locked from the outside. So I just waited, and then when the door finally opened, I walked in, and when I walked in, I faced the woman. We was face to face, and I turned to the side like this, and we was facing face to face like this, and I had the gun in my hand. I pulled the gun up and I shot her once in the head, and she like fell to the side, or slumped to the side, and I started to run out, and as I started to run out, she wasn't really dead, so I turned around, and I closed my eyes, and I shot her one more time in the head, and then I exited this door right here. And I turned and looked once to see if anybody was looking, and nobody was looking. So I came and I
If you would turn and look face the camera.
I made the phone call to Joe to let him know that I was ready to go and it was over. And he came within 30 seconds to maybe 30 seconds, 45 seconds at the most.
After talking to Guidry, detectives picked up Price Stash, who said he knew nothing, but when Lieutenant Billingsley drove Price Stash back to the parking lot where they had picked him up, Billingsley said Price Stash told him everything, including how Robert promised to give him a Jeep in exchange for his services. Police arrested Price Stash on March 13, 1995, for his involvement in Farah's murder. After gathering all the evidence against him, police were finally able to arrest Robert on charges of solicitation of murder on April 21, 1995.
Canadian? That's me. I'm Canadian. What's up, William? Bro, cat? Yeah, it's fucking crazy, man. Our country's fucking retarded.
Robert's first trial was held in April of 1996, and a jury found him guilty of the capital murder of Farah, and he was sentenced to death by lethal injection.
I'm glad justice has prevailed, freedom has prevailed.
Victim's family wept when the verdict was read. So did Frada's family. The defendant only stared at the table in front of him. After a long investigation, Frada was charged with hiring a hitman to shoot his wife. The gunman's confession was read in court, which Frada's attorneys objected to.
Are you saying this is an unfair verdict? Absolutely. No question about it in my mind.
Frada's family declined comment, but the victim's parents, who are in custody of their grandchildren, said plenty.
The young girl, she still asks for her mother. Mommy, I love you, Mommy. I miss you, Mommy. I know you're in heaven. And someday when I die, I'm going to meet you in heaven.
Indeed, her payments snatch up. I agree, bro.
In closing arguments, Frada was portrayed as a sexual deviant. Lex Backer also called him a menace to women. Betty Backer said she wants Frada executed.
Wait for the day.
I'll have a raw
shark
shark.
on that table, waiting to get the injection. That'll be justice for me. I know for myself, he's gone.
13 years later, Robert's case was overturned due to inadmissible evidence provided during the first trial. In 2009, Robert had a retrial and was again found guilty and sentenced to death. His sentence was carried out on January 10th of 2023.
We, the jury, find the defendant Robin Allen Frada guilty of capital murder as charged in the indictment signed by the foreman.
How could a person be capable of orchestrating a murder like this? And how could
Yeah,
that
I know,
person
bro.
be
It's ridiculous.
so brazen as to ask if someone would be willing to help carry out the crime? Then, after the murder was committed,
That's Canadian,
go around
though, Sean,
smiling and
so-
winking at the camera, just like nothing happened. Simply put, Robert Frada was a narcissist.
He definitely thought he was pretty much the center of the universe, and that he could not stand the idea of a woman walking out on him. I think Bob thought he knew enough about police work, law enforcement investigations, that he had anything to worry about.
Bob was very serious about working out in the gym. He was always looking in the mirror. He couldn't go past a mirror without looking into it.
We walked into the courtroom, and he came out in his suit and all that, still looking very groomed and very sure of himself.
What that test really said about Bob Frada was nothing good. I mean, it called him sociopathic, narcissistic.
Frada was diagnosed as narcissistic and also having an antisocial personality disorder.
A forensic psychologist with over 20 years of experience, Dr. Jeff Kolachevsky offers an in-depth look at the mind of a narcissist.
A narcissistic personality disorder is characterized by a lifelong pattern of exaggerated feelings of self-importance, an excessive need for admiration, a severe self-centeredness, a diminished ability to empathize with others' feelings, and tendencies towards interpersonal exploitive behavior. In some of the earlier writings about narcissistic personality disorder, psychologists talked about this as a condition of psychosis, with the individual's belief about situations not always based in the reality or the facts of a situation. They often operate with a distorted reality. Their perceptions of their situations are often bent towards their own self-aggrandizement or self-centeredness.
For Robert's 2009 retrial, Dr. Ron Bailey, a board-certified forensic psychiatrist, studied Robert's medical records going back 25 years. From his study, Dr. Bailey concluded that Robert suffered from paranoia, delusional thoughts, and a mild brain impairment. He also described Robert as narcissistic. A 2018 interview with film director Werner Herzog provided more insight into the delusional mind of Robert Fratta.
Fratta loses himself in dreams and religious revelations as if a finger of God had pointed at him.
It was Jesus' voice talking to me about contacting the Mormon Church, and he gave me information about them, and it coincided with previous, what I firmly believe are revelations of God for me to write about a new government system and forming a new country. And once I followed the instructions of the dream. I contacted the Mormon Church. They sent me their Book of Mormon, and everything that I read matched the information that was given to me in the dream. And you know, that's not something that's going to happen, especially when you have no knowledge of this at all. So in my dreams, just a part of the United States that we would, like the Christians would go ahead and just be given our own land within the United States to form our own nation called the Kingdom of Zion. And it's where we vote for a king, and the king would be a Christian king, and things would be done in alignment with the Bible. It would be.
This guy's fucking bad shit.
Soon embarked on a world.
Are you fucking kidding me, man? That's rough. Are you questing? Yeah, I'm questing, bro. Sins of the Father, let me look. Sins of the Father, I have not. Of all the combat recommendations for requirements for it in recommendations. But I'm just working my way up the recommended. Optimal. I'm doing optimal, brother. Playing Dying Machine? That's pretty sick, bro. That's pretty sick. What's up, Rocky? What's up, man? You on the other side? You on the other side? You drink too much water, right? Alright. I'm back. The boss kicking your ass? Yeah. Have you done Coliseum, William?
Somebody mid building. Wait till we get close before you scan. Don't like alert them. Like scan right here.
Okay. Yeah, top. That guy's solo though. I'm gonna cross you.
Yeah, cross.
I'm popping on blow. I can kill this guy.
Wait, someone's walking up.
Yeah, come in. On my west.
They know you're solo. We need to kill these guys. I'm freaking battle floor. Crack blood. Crack blood.
So Q. Q now.
Yeah.
On roof. Cross the kill off.
Scanning, and then I'm batting. I'm batting. I scan. I'm batting.
I'm swinging up.
Yep, batting.
Horizon 120. Infantry.
Horizon dead.
I did negative damage. Up the Tiggy in the gap. In the queue.
At the bat. I'm 1 I'm dead. That's all you guys. Cross the kill off.
In the queue.
No one won.
Bro.
One on 5. Horizon dead.
I did negative damage.
Two dead.
Dropping on you.
Fucking slammed, man. TSM, you're bad. You're terrible. You are fucking bad. Take my fucking armor.
Why did you leave the roof, man? Why did you leave the roof? Why are you not horizon ulting? Where's the horizon ult?
I did horizon at the front door, but it was bad horizon.
I mean, that's just useless. Yeah, don't do that.
Oh my god.
We want to take that roof.
Bottom floor with you. That's why.
Why, man? Like, they just take the roof and then we're fucked. Like, what? Land on top.
I'm landing him. Landed him up here.
I'm gonna scan straight down.
I'm stuck our back.
I scan straight down. Look, oh, no, pop it ult.
I've been shooting down.
Yeah, can you guys come to me?
They're landing on them.
I scan straight down.
Pop it. I bang ulted.
Plus 6 there.
Take one.
Pop it back.
No, they landed above. Next to me.
They're gonna swing.
There they are. We need. Oh,
You suck.
No, I can't.
Kind of back.
I bang ulted.
Plus 6 there.
Bang one. Both one. Two dead.
Pop it back.
One dead. Two dead.
I pop it back.
I'm gonna bat as well.
I killed them all. I got all 3. I'm batting.
Come me.
Batting.
Shoot.
I'm dead here. Fuck, man.
I know.
Full fighting.
In the building? Across.
Yeah, outside.
Caustic 1, man.
That guy's one.
Caustic 1. No.
Sit right here for a second. Wait for the third. And then we swing through over here. We swing through over here on the right. Come. Go inside and fight.
Come in. Hi, then.
Batting.
Who needs it?
I got behind us. Oh my god.
Back on. Nade in the back. Crack two. Nades. Big nades.
Hi, then.
Batting.
Batting. Heard. I'm batting.
Dodging nades.
Nah, good.
Really?
Fucking smoked his feet, man. Fuck.
Killed one.
2-1.
Nice. Stopping.
Another team.
ファイト目こいつら真下裏入ってる俺ツイロめっちゃブラハめっちゃバンガも肉まあ待って右ピークされて死んだわ多分大丈夫起こせるよフリーで起こせるよ
Okay.
I'm not pulling up there, Toss.
Look at my scan sauce.
Wait, I can't do anything. No. Chill. That's not good.
Well, take 50 up there. I'm not pulling up there, Toss. I
Pop bottle. I'm gonna slide up, scanning.
I'm running up for them. for you. I sweat for you.
120, close it.
Fuck, man.
右回り右回り右回りこれブラ入るとブラ入る右つ右つ右つ
I'm gonna slide up, scanning.
I'm running up for them. Bemo. I sweat for you. I sweat for you. Wait, I'm waiting. I stunned myself. I stunned myself. One is like 3-1. One is 3-1. I killed one. I'm done to win, man. I died. I'm done to win, man. I died. There's one guy under and two people on top. Naughty.
Crack one.
Two people on top. I'm stunned. Hold on.
He's dead.
Batty.
うわそれそこさ直で登れんだっけ俺ホラ級上がりで来ると思ったから一歩バンガウルト遅らせたんだけど
Scanning now?
Yeah.
Bro, fucking kids. Good shit.
Step out of the car. Get on the ground. Get on the ground.
See, be real. How you got 10K? No idea. We gotta find something to put on. Bro, I didn't cry. Bro, my feed's just murder in Apex now.
Shit, I was trying to watch it. You stepped in my way. No. This little crawling thing, though.
No, she's the baby child.
Alright, let me...
Right, yeah. Stupidest insurance scam. I don't know. There's been a lot of them.
Today, we're taking a look at 5 unpredictable cases filled with twists. The final case we're covering just might be the most baffling of all. Scott Ponder opened up a motorcycle and power sports dealership in 2001 in South Carolina that he called Superbike Motorsports. The business thrived, and he was soon able to hire his close friend, Brian Lucas, to work as the service manager. Everything seemed to be going great for Scott.
I think we've seen this.
Mostly on dovetail and napping.
Yeah.
Got into an argument.
Fuck, we've seen this one. Oh my goodness. When you watch all the true crime on fucking YouTube chat. RIP. We need a new genre to go into.
Bucks were looking to bounce back after their loss to the Wizards on the road Tuesday, but with Dame Middleton and Pat Bev sidelined, took another disappointing loss, this time to the Grizzlies at home Wednesday night. Grizzlies are last in the league in paint scoring, but managed to score 76 points in the paint against the Bucks.
Wow.
They lost to the Grizzlies. They're now 1-4 in their last 5 games. They're also 1-7.
Fucking Giannis and Brook Lopez
there in the lineup. So,
hey, they rank where in paint?
The Grizzlies were last in the league in paint.
Last in the league in paint scoring.
Scored 76 points on the Bucks last night. Just extremely high number. Bucks were 30-13 with Adrian Griffin. They are currently 15-15 with Doc Rivers running the show.
What's the record?
They were 30-13.
I just need you to make sure you stay. Like, I just want to know when Adrian Griffin was going through that 30-13 and everybody saying how bad their defense is, right? You remember that was the narrative they was pushing? Where was his, Mike Musan, what's his name? Mike Miller? No, Mike Greeny.
Mike Greenberg.
Yeah, Greenberg. Berg. Where is he at? I remember him saying, where is he at now? Where's the defensive talk on? Because I know he was one of you guys. He was one of you guys announcers and shit like that. Where are you guys at now with the defense? Where's the defense talk today about the Bucks?
45 G's he's going in.
From when y'all
well, have a great night, Mr. Yo, Gamer. You have a good one as well. Sorry, buddy. I didn't see that.
Where's the defense? Is the defense ranked high, or is it still?
Defense currently 16th defensive rating in the National Basketball Association.
It's 16th. It was 19th before he got there, but their offense was ranked 2. Right. So his offense is ranked what now?
Let me pull it up. Hold on.
I guarantee it won't be 2. You know, because if it's 2, then the defense got better. If the offense suffered for the defense to look better, I don't do fool's gold.
Offense currently 5th in the league.
Not that bad.
No, not that bad.
Under 18.
It's not that bad. We're all right.
Yeah, y'all all right. Y'all 15-15 since he got there. That's amazing.
I mean, we've been
50%.
hurt. I mean, last 2 games, both our star players wasn't playing.
Oh, my God.
So,
oh, my God. oh, my. The star player wasn't playing against who again?
Washington Wizards and the Memphis Grizzlies.
Because the Grizzlies got who as the star player? Who's the star player over there?
I don't know. We missed
Jaren Jackson
3 people.
Y'all was missing 3?
Yeah.
How many players the Grizzlies missing? I don't even think they have
They got the most players in NBA history on their roster this year.
Injured.
It was a 30, right?
Yeah, there's 35 motherfuckers.
Like that. 35. I mean, they ain't playing for nothing, so you know they're going to go hard.
45, 47.
What I'm saying is if 2 more people get injured, we all on the team. That's how bad that roster is, and y'all lost.
We're just losing right now.
Okie doke? Is it okay? It's a little rope-a-dope. A little rope-a-dope.
You know, I think it's just an okie doke, and then.
So like I said, Bucks are 1-7 without Dame. Should Dame be more aggressive now when he does come back, knowing that he may need to help Giannis take some of that workload off of him?
No, he definitely have to be aggressive for them to win.
No clue.
Definitely more aggressive, especially when the playoff comes. I think it's just, to me, I'm playing go to hell ball. I mean, you guys keep saying our coach can't make adjustments, and no, I'm playing go to hell ball if I'm Dame.
You go to what?
Go to hell ball. I'm playing go to hell, like just
straight to it.
Straight to it. Like go to hell. I'm playing go to hell ball. Like
get to it.
I mean, I think that's the best bet.
Yeah, I think you gotta be more aggressive, for sure. You gotta put up like 22, 23 shots a game. Get himself going instead of looking for everybody else.
25.
Because that's what they brought him in for. They brought him in there to hoop, not to, you know what I'm saying, set everybody else up. So.
Need to be more efficient, more aggressive. For them to have a chance, Giannis got to do what he do. Dame got to have that 24 ain't gonna cut it. 23, 24 ain't gonna cut it. That need to be 27, 28 in the playoff series in order for them to have a chance with Giannis doing what he's doing. Sprinkle in some Chris Middleton here and there. Bobby Portis gonna always play solid.
Yep.
So
you go hard. Dame gotta play defense too. You gotta play defense.
Is it still Bucks and
Dame ain't playing no fucking defense. You kidding me?
Just Bucks. Just win.
just
however
many it
Just
takes.
gotta win now.
Damn, if this could, I mean, shit, this could happen too.
Pat Bev playing still hurt.
The 7-8, they play one game, right?
7-8 play one game for the 7th spot. 9-10 play to try to get to that 8th spot. Loser of 7-8.
Damn, with Embiid back and they play.
Oh
Indiana,
my god.
Or
Missed
Miami,
the
they can
vegetables.
get Milwaukee first round.
That'll be a Doc first round revenge series facing his.
Oh, he gonna lose that. Oh
So,
my God.
so you support
Against who?
Embiid?
Against
Oh
who?
my God.
Against who?
Against his old team?
The Sixers?
What?
No, we're not losing against the Sixers.
What do you mean?
Sean, you lost. No way.
There's two teams going on. There's Doc and his team, and then there's the Bucks. the Bucks, and then it's Doc, and whatever goes on up there.
And the Bucks need to be the Bucks.
You were sent straight to the Davy Jones locker, Holmes.
Milwaukee.
Ripperino.
They mad at me. Because they want to say,
Fuck you, Gil.
Yeah, they want to say something, but they can't because
right.
Every day.
Every day you can't wait. Every day you can't wait. Every day you can't wait.
They can't, like, it's over. Like, I don't need to do nothing else. 15 and 15, that's it.
There's no coming back.
There's no coming back. I'm sorry.
I mean, it's just bad to be playing like this towards the end of the season, too. So, like,
The end of the season, they was playing like this when he got there.
I'm saying, especially when they started 30.
Well, I mean,
13. Like, now you're looking at 15 and 15. It's kind of crazy. Only one change.
I mean, anybody who knows
Is
basketball.
any other changes besides
Just the coach.
there's no trades and nothing like?
They got Pat.
Yeah, we got Pat Bev.
Nah, Pat Bev, you know, bringing that,
He got ass,
bring the
yeah.
defense. You know what I'm saying? He you know what I mean, Bobby Portis to him, then forces. So
Yeah.
I mean, Pat Bev, energy, and Bobby can win us some games in the playoffs. That's the help that we have as far as that. Like, we lost Drew, so we lost our defensive, our main defensive player.
Drew.
So now you asking what Malik Beasley? How tall is he? He's kind of right. He got a guard.
No, you know what really exposed this year? It exposed
Like Tatum.
It exposed Lopez and Giannis' actual defense. Right? You remember these guys were first team all defense, right? And Giannis actually got mad that he didn't make the team, right?
Last year.
Yeah, he didn't make the team last year, and Lopez was first team, right? So when you got guys that's high-level defense like that, and you're telling me what's changed, the only thing that's changed is some guy was covering up all y'all bad mistakes. Now that you don't have a guy covering up, so when you get beat, he's there, right? Your guy getting ready to drive, and he's sitting at the nail, like, nah, you're not coming by here, right? So the fact that you don't have that anymore, now you're getting beat off the dribble. Lopez slow ass can't get there.
yeah.
So now y'all not the real defensive players. It just looked great because someone was covering up all y'all flaws.
And then Drew was definitely, he was guarding different players. He
Yeah,
wasn't just
that's what I'm
guarding
saying.
guards.
He was just
guarding
guarding
forwards.
Forwards, everything.
I'm like,
1 through 4.
yeah, he's guarding everybody for real.
Yeah.
So that does make sense.
Like I was seeing shit, like I was catching shit that it's not even his responsibility on what he was doing. Like he'd do a switch, and then a guy's driving, right? He'd cut him off all the way over here. He'd come back, get a stick. He left his man. He ain't even take the actual switch. He switched, boom, and he just chased. All right, I'm gonna go here, snap back here. He getting a steal all the way over here, which makes everybody else look good. Now no one has those intuitions on that team. So it kind of makes like Dame don't play defense. No, the other man was just fucking Superman damn near defensively.
So if you're the Bucks, knowing what you know now, knowing that Drew would end up with the Celtics, would you still make the Dame trade?
Knowing what I know, I mean, no. No, if when I say no, they wanted offense, right?
Yeah.
They wanted offense. That was their thing. They thought defensively we're okay enough to bring in more offense. I probably would have still made the trade, knowing that, hey, this is what Drew did that actually helped us. but I would have never hired Doc. Not me personally. I know, not even though I don't like him. The fact that we're 30-13, how are we justifying this? Because he's holding y'all accountable. He's making y'all do things that y'all don't want to do, but it's winning. It's leading to success, right? It's the whole thing with Michael Jordan and Jerry Krause. Michael Jordan hated Jerry, but at the end of the day, you're winning.
Yeah.
He's bringing players like, he's not drafting the players you want, right? You want chicken, he's selling, we're going to give you some salmon, right? And that salmon is helping you win championships. So, you know what I mean? Get out your own way sometimes. Let other people do their job.
Rip to the stream for a second.
If you don't like him personally, we're winning right now. At the end of the year, we'll see what happens, then we can move him in, but I would have never moved him in the middle of the season.
And I'm asking who moved him? Who was like the main part? Was like, yo, yeah, let's make this trade. He had to go through certain people that maybe don't pay attention to stuff like that. I'm not saying Giannis don't pay attention to, little defensive things that he was bringing, that he brought to the team, but maybe he wanted that trade and was like, yo, listen, go ahead and stamp that. Bring Dame over.
We've been there before where we don't really value everything someone does, right? We're only looking at one side. Like, man, Kmart, man, he ain't hitting this shot. I can't get down the lane, right? We got to move, and then we move him, and then now defensively, I'm getting killed. Like, what the hell's going on? Yeah, Kmart gone. Like, oh, shit.
Our biggest getting bullied.
Push him over here. I got it. Snap back. I got this. We only think how it can help us in our thing. And that's why when we talk about winning spirit sometimes, it's kind of like this flawed thing because most winners are selfish for themselves. Right? It's them that's selfish, right? They only thinking about themselves. Someone has to be smarter than them to put winners around, right? Because if it's me, I'm only thinking about the offensive part of it. Like, yo, I don't like this guy. You need to bring in someone who can lift, keep the floor spread, but we're not thinking about the whole other side of the court, right? And that's what ends up happening with players. And Giannis is thinking about the offensive part, not thinking about the defensive part.
Yeah. He's already thinking, I'm the defensive player. I got Brooke Lopez behind me.
Bobby.
We can probably,
Bobby, Middleton,
Yeah, we can move him and, bring in Dame, give us 20 extra points or 15 extra points. But it's not thinking about the whole thing.
Yeah.
So when the Bucks were 30-13, I'm sure Giannis felt like they were underachieving from where they should have been, adding Dame to the roster. Now they're 15-15 with Doc.
Has anybody asked them, I'm pretty sure they're not going to do it, but has any of the media asked, do you think signing Doc was a smart move knowing what we know now? And I just want to see how long he pauses before he answers. That's it. That's all I'm looking for. We know what answer he's going to give. I just want to see how long he pauses. He got to really think about it.
The pause length will tell you
what he really feels. No. This is a great...
That's the type of question you're going to tell him before, be like, yo, have your answer ready. Because he's going to just let spring that on him. Why, yo, just make sure you...
Because whoever spring that out, you
Am
ain't
I
getting no
supposed to
more
go up on the
interviews.
stage?
People don't... They don't know that happens. Like, they're going to ask you this question, so have you like, all right.
Yeah, make sure you get this right. Just make sure
they definitely asked me before I asked them. They was like, what question Gil want to ask?
Yeah.
They definitely asked me.
People like you told them the truth, or did you?
Yeah, I told them.
See, now you got to lie.
I had to.
You got to lie in those situations, then still ask the question you want to ask. So we asked the chat, and the votes are still coming in, so I'm going to read it very slowly. Do you think signing Doc was a good idea? 93%.
Damn!
Said what, yeah?
Said no.
Wait, 93?
Yep.
93% said.
Still holding strong, almost 700 voters deep. Still going. Chat, get your votes in now.
So it's not the brightest idea.
But how much of this is on Giannis then? I mean, Giannis seems to have exerted a lot of control, obviously, being franchise player, getting Budenholzer out of there, getting Adrian Griffin in there, getting Adrian Griffin out of there, getting Doc in there.
I don't know if it's just Giannis. I mean, I don't think it's just Giannis, though. Like, get all the blame for it.
I'm not even saying give him all the blame, but the Bucks obviously are consulting him. Hey, here's what we're thinking about hiring. Cool, roll with him.
It's the general manager. You got to put the responsibility on the general manager, right? And
that's The whole thing was just a weird situation. Wasn't Doc the mentor for Adrian?
He was consulting.
Consulting what? He's a gym.
That's it.
I'm just saying he got him. I don't know. It's a tough position to bring him in after he's supposed to be consulting. So they had conversations about this internally with Doc about his. I don't know. It's weird to me, but
No, but who makes that decision?
you'll never get the bottom
to make the things go through though.
The general manager. But you know what? And that's like, if you ever listen, when Jerry Krause's wife was booed basically because they put his face up there and there's booing. I went and watched the history on what the problem was, and the problem really was Michael Jordan wanted certain things. Krause wanted certain things, right? So basically, Krause pulled one of these. Whatever Michael Jordan says, I'm just going to do the opposite, right? He's thinking with emotions, I'm going to go think logical, right? That's the same thing with every superstar. Most of the times our decision making is emotional. You know, it's who we are. Like, that's what makes us great. That's what makes us bad sometimes. So, the general manager has to be sitting there mindful, thinking, is what he's saying logical or is it from his emotions? And then go from there. So, if we 30-13 and he's sitting there, I want this motherfucker out. And they're like, okay, why? Well, he ain't let me get my triple-double. Yeah, motherfucker, sit your ass down. Get out my... Like, there has to be a stance where you are the professional mind that's supposed to oversee and make the smartest decisions. The player at that point is damn near the janitor. Right? You know what I mean? The player is the janitor compared to everybody. No one listens to the fucking janitor. Unless he's asking,
Let's take a long way.
Fucking with him like that. No matter what the success is.
I haven't seen too many GMs get fired, but definitely coaches got fired because them and the player have been going head to head. But
Yeah, you think that's
my
why
own
it's
GMs
karma?
got fired too?
Being a bad GM, how they treat it.
I'm not that deep in it.
Oh no! If you're the GM, I'm gonna fire the coach before I fire myself.
Ever go put the blame on me?
Hey, Kmart, I know I drafted him, my bad, but
like that football shit. Like football is normally the coach and the GM, they tied together.
Oh, yeah.
Like
Get rid of both.
basketball, there's no loyalty with them motherfuckers.
but most owners in football, do they really actually?
They're involved.
They're involved. See, the NBA wasn't involved then. Right, so they're just gonna. The GM is basically the GM and the president. Do you?
No fuck.
And they're out there just making these horrible
decisions.
So we will continue to monitor. We'll continue to monitor the situation.
We're not nobody monitors.
We are monitoring.
Nobody give a fuck about them.
Doc, there's still time to call Gil and apologize for the All-Star snub.
Send this nigga a fruit basket, dog.
Said he sent you a fruit basket.
Send a nice little fruit basket. 2 years straight, man. 2 years straight. See that?
Let's start with Zach Edey on a legendary run this tournament. Sunday put
I wish I could watch like baseball highlights without getting copyrighted. Time is it? 9:30. It's still pretty early. Damn, man. Damn. Bro, this is crazy. Save some of those for a different day. Oh shit, Sean. Let's go, baby. Breaking Bad? I'm always down for a good Breaking Bad video. You good? I'm chilling, bro.
If I asked you to describe Breaking Bad's Walter White, a whole host of words would spring to mind. Ambitious, intelligent, logical, emotional, selfish, sick, brave, ruthless, relatable. But if I had to sum up the essence of the character in one word, it would be manipulative. Although we see his humanity and understand his rationale,
What are you
there's
saying?
no one more dishonest, desperate, or despicable than Walter White. There's almost no low he will not stoop to, always putting his own ambitions above everyone else. Writer Vince Gilligan was tasked with somehow keeping the audience on Walt's side as he transforms into the most effective but least moral version of himself. Realistically, how could such a physically weak, dying man credibly become the leader of a criminal underworld without being a master of manipulation? Knowing which emotional lever to pull and when, with an intuitive grasp of how to play the opponent in front of him to get the results he wants. So let's examine how Walter White lies and manipulates everyone over the course of 5 seasons of Breaking Bad. If we start with his home life, there are several manipulative tools Walt uses to get what he wants. The first is basic, keeping secrets. This is something we all do to some degree. We all have secrets
Let's
that we
go,
either
boys.
keep entirely to ourselves or that we only share with those closest to us. It's a defensive instinct, as on some level we understand that certain sensitive information can be weaponized against us. Information is a precious resource, and by withholding it, Walt always gives himself the upper hand. The first person Walt starts keeping secrets
just
from
fuck
is
right
his
in the
wife,
fridge.
Skylar, by
Yes,
not
sir.
telling her that he's been diagnosed with lung cancer. Although you could say he keeps the secret so he has time to process this life-changing news, the scene directly after his diagnosis highlights an ulterior motivation.
Did you use the MasterCard last month, 1588 at Staples? Walt, the MasterCard's the one we don't use.
The simple act of nagging him for using the wrong credit card suggests that Skylar is locked into her way of doing things, and subtly controls everyone in the house to obey her system of rules. But by withholding information, Walt is giving himself more freedom and space to figure out what he wants to do, without anyone else's opinion influencing him. Then when he goes on a ride-along with Hank, he spots Jesse as the suspect they're looking for, but chooses not to tell his brother-in-law, as this opens up the opportunity to partner with Jesse. So right from the beginning, the writers establish that every time Walt doesn't tell everyone the truth right away, he only strengthens his position, and becomes more empowered to make decisions for himself. But of course, withholding information can only get you so far. Sooner or later, if you want to keep your secrets, you're going to have to start making up lies, which is the next step on the sinister ladder of manipulation. Walter White is an exceptional liar because he understands that the best lies are based on the truth. If all the details of a story are questionable or unprovable, then the lie can easily fall apart. But if large parts of it resemble provable reality, then the missing link in the story is harder to disprove. For instance, in the second episode, when Skylar suspiciously asks Walt who Jesse Pinkman is, he's initially weak and starts trying to pretend he doesn't remember him. Then once she shows her hand that she already knows he called this morning and even labels him a druggy burnout, he has to come up with a story on the spot. Now he could manufacture something from scratch, but instead, Walt uses the information she already has to piece together a simpler lie.
He sells me pot.
The reason the lie works so well is that he's playing into Skylar's expectations. She wants to scold him for something, so he gives her what she desires by confessing to something much smaller than the actual crime being committed. Her negative reaction then justifies why he kept it a secret in the first place, solidifying the false narrative as the truth in Skylar's mind. It's also drug-related, which is in line with the limited information she has of Jesse, and can explain away any of Walt's future odd behavior. Now Skylar can think her husband is technically involved with drugs, as a user of something as petty as pot, which keeps her mind far away from the idea that he's a manufacturer or dealer of something as ominous as meth. To seal the deal, he further cements the lie by never retreating on the back foot, but instead going on the offensive. He geniusly closes this alleged confession by turning it back on Skylar.
Will you please, just once, get off my ass?
I'm fucking confused.
By making it seem like she's the one in the wrong for even complaining about his minor infraction, it makes his lie more believable and causes her to be less likely to complain the next time she's suspicious. And Walt knows there will be a next time. So once he's cornered and can't deny it, he creates a lie that's based on the truth, confesses to a lower level crime than he's guilty of, and turns the tables on the interrogator so that they feel ashamed for even asking. Another example of Walt using the truth to bolster a lie is when he pretends to be going to see his mother for a weekend to tell her about his cancer diagnosis in person, when in reality he's going to the desert to cook up a huge batch with Jesse. In this situation, the truth is he should be going to spend one-on-one time with his mother, even though he isn't. So he's sort of preying on Skylar's humanity, as there's no way she can possibly say no to a terminally ill man wanting to spend time with his mother. So Walt identifies what the right thing to do is and uses it to shield him from doing the wrong thing. Like how Walt tells Skylar that Gretchen and Elliot are the ones paying for his cancer treatment, because she already knows they offered to, and if we're being honest, he realistically should have let them. Show over. He always keeps track of the information his opponent has so he can weaponize it against them. Then when he gets busted and has a bitter argument with Gretchen over involving her in his lie, here's how Walt handles the fallout. Skylar tells him that Gretchen called, and he says nothing. He withholds information as he's waiting to see what she knows. He never shows his hand. And he's lucky he didn't, as it turns out Gretchen only told Skylar they're no longer going to pay for his medical bills, but she didn't rat him out and reveal they never had in the first place. Naturally, Skylar is suspicious and asks what happened earlier, so Walt now has to come up with a reason that Gretchen is cutting off funding after their private conversation together. Rather than making it something personal that Skylar might want to follow up on, Walt claims that Gretchen and Elliot are secretly broke, and that Gretchen simply had too much pride to admit it to Skylar's face. That's a plausible lie, as Walt knows that people do behave this way, given he had too much pride to ever take their money in the first place. So he transfers his truth onto someone else and stamps the narrative. Another example is how Walt preys on his victims' fears to misdirect them. When he accidentally lets it slip that he has a second cell phone, he of course denies it, assuming that's all the information that Skylar has. But on the night he disappeared before his fugue state, she saw him look worried, receive a call, and leave the house. When she checks his phone,
yeah, I have a clue what he's talking about. You never watched Breaking Bad, bro?
That's enough to convince her that Walt is lying about his second cell phone. So how does Walt try to manipulate her out of the
damn Breaking Bad's great
for her suspicions?
And I think what you heard was my cell phone alarm going off.
He continues to deny it, constructing a plausible lie that his phone alarm that he's been using for his medication sounds similar to his ringtone. This is a smart initial strategy, as if she's not that invested in her initial suspicions, then he's offering her an easy excuse to believe. But when she's still not buying it, he then diverts her attention away from his deception by validating her earlier suggestion that he should go back to the cancer support group meetings.
You know, for what it's worth, I was thinking about going back to those meetings, the cancer support group. You were right on the money about that.
Northeast.
So he's using the truth to build a new narrative, as these cancer support group meetings do exist. But notice how he's manipulatively rewarding her
Damn,
for
bro.
her
You gotta watch
recommendation,
it. It's a
so
good
she
show.
can't say no. When really he's just creating more opportunities to lie about where he's been, as now he can always claim he was at one of her suggested support meetings. When Skylar remains cold, still not buying his lies, he tries a new approach to emotionally unlock her. A showcase of vulnerability. He apologizes for being so private and unavailable, saying what he thinks she wants to hear.
I love you. And I love this family.
And although that successfully pulls Skylar in, she's still not quite convinced, so he turns the tables and plays the victim.
God, how long are you gonna do this?
Do what?
This. Not talking to me.
Bro, what?
Imagine being on the receiving end of this. He's giving you so many social cues you would normally follow. He's ticking the boxes of taking responsibility. He's technically being vulnerable. He's creating new narratives that you'd prefer to exist in. And when you don't give it to him, you begin to doubt if you're the bad guy.
What?
This is all gaslighting.
Am I playing, brother?
Hi, and welcome to my guide. Today we will be completing the quest of Reminic Trials. Since the area where you can find them is smaller south of the river than north, I suggest you to hop worlds until you find a world wherein the talisman will guide you south of the bridge. Once you found that world, let the talisman guide you until Dragon spawns and then defeat him. Defeat our combat 69. He shouldn't be really too difficult to defeat. He's also undead.
He's making you doubt if you're the problem in a toxic scenario that he's actively creating. When she still doesn't break, he reaches even deeper, finding a new fake narrative to mislead her down the wrong path.
I have no idea, Skylar. What, that I'm having an affair? Is that it? Is that what you think? Is that why you asked me about some other phone?
There's a stroke of genius to this manipulation, as he's now putting the focus on a crime he's not guilty of that he knows he can disprove. It's also the crime he's statistically most likely to be committing. But when she refuses to play into his false reality and insists he tells her the truth, no matter what it is, he gaslights her again by holding the line.
Nice dub.
Tell you what.
Sean, rip.
This puts the pressure back on her. If she has any lingering doubt whatsoever about her position, then she's very likely to turn on herself. Everything Walt is doing here to his own wife is the most sinister form of emotional abuse imaginable. Which leads directly onto the next step on the dark ladder of manipulation: close the loop. A big part of deceit is storytelling, and Walt knows that a good story always needs a resolution. When someone comes to him with a problem, a concern that's flaring up in his face, their mind is panicked and in need of certainty. So Walt always makes sure he creates a narrative that has a positive resolution, so that way the loop in their mind can close. For example, when Hank shows Walt Gale's lab book in Season 4, Hank identifies a clue, the initials WW, that could cause him to speculate whether it's Walter White. So Walt closes the loop by finding a quote from Walt Whitman's poetry on another page and cementing the idea that he is the WW in question. Hank was living with this burning question mark in his mind, and Walt intelligently
Donnie,
extinguished
that's a
those
ripper, you
questions
know.
with a solid answer that directs the attention away from him. Another example in Season 4 is when Skylar calls in to discuss the car wash. Walt says he doesn't want to talk about it, concealing his black eye. Once she sees it, she naturally worries for his safety and wants to go to the authorities. So Walt reassures her that he was just in a small bar fight with a coworker, but that the fight was actually the best thing that could have happened.
May have been a good thing, actually, because we were able to clear the air and, you know, mutual respect.
So after reframing his black eye as a positive, when Skylar asks him to promise that if things do get dangerous, he will go to the authorities, he agrees as a way to silence her concerns and then deflects back to her topic of choice.
So, car wash.
So he ends the conversation on a high, rewarding her for believing his story by giving her the car wash discussion he originally denied her. Like a magician, he's putting her attention back where he wants it, and now that she gets to discuss this topic at length, she'll forget all about her original concerns as he closed that loop and redirected her mind back onto her topic of preference. All of these techniques allow Walt to be in complete control, so that when the time does inevitably come that he has to tell the truth, rather than giving the full story, he can trade them an old piece of information to get them off his back. Hearing just part of the truth will feel like a revelation to the victim, but unbeknownst to them, it actually places them two steps
going
behind him.
northwest.
They're always
Jesus
chasing
Christ.
to catch up with what's really going on, as Walt is the only one with all the information. Let's take a look at some examples. In Season 1, when Walt gets busted by Skylar for lying about working late at the car wash, when in reality he quit his job days ago and has been cooking meth and even killed a man, that string of lies has run out of space to maneuver. He's going to have to tell her something to explain all of his strange behavior. But because Walt has been withholding information, he gets to choose what level of power
How
she
much
has
I
in the
got?
dynamic
24
by not giving her the full story.
Let's
So
go,
instead he tosses her
24K.
some old news, revealing that he has lung cancer, as that information is big enough to distract away from everything else. He even goes back to that well and pretends that he was in a fugue state to explain his disappearance. Think of each lie like a credit card that's racking up debt, and then once it maxes out, he pays it off with a new line of credit that an old piece of truth can pay for. Then in Season 4, now that the money is rolling in, Walt and Skylar have to come up with a compelling story to justify their newfound financial security to Hank and Marie. The narrative is that Walt learned how to count cards and has made a huge amount of money from secretly gambling. From Hank and Marie's perspective, they now have two big pieces of information, the cancer and the gambling problem, which can explain away most of Walt's suspicious behavior. If he shows up with bruises, he's back in trouble due to gambling, and if he's acting strange, it's the cancer again. By confessing to sinister but legal ways of making money, rather than selling a traditional clean success story, the listener is more likely to feel in the know and appreciate being confided in. We see this again in Season 5, when Marie is demanding to know the full truth as to why Skylar is acting so erratic. Walt could choose to continue the gambling narrative or the cancer narrative, but both of those narratives place the blame on him, where it realistically belongs. So instead, he selfishly trades some of Skylar's dirty secrets to undermine her reputation. He explains that Ted Beneke had an accident and may never walk again, and Skylar must be upset because she had an affair with Ted. Yet again, this slyly paints Walt as the victim of the situation, and although Marie came in expecting him to be the bad guy, he turns the tables, and she's now hugging the perpetrator of her sister's abuse, providing him the emotional support that Skylar desperately needs. This is Walt's signature strategy, always drop a bombshell of juicy information to deflect away from any wrongdoing. This way the victim of the lie, Marie, now feels like she's been confided in and is up to date, when in reality she's still 2 steps behind. But these manipulative tactics are mostly what Walt employs in his home life. When it comes to his work life, where he faces hardened criminals and balances on the edge of life and death, he plays it differently. Given Walt does not possess physical power or working knowledge of traditional weapons, he initially needs to make people believe he's more
I'm
dangerous
so
than he really
confused.
is, which is highlighted by his joyful description of the blowfish.
Okay, the blowfish puffs himself up 4 or 5 times larger than normal. And why? Why does he do that? So that the other scarier fish are scared off. You see, it's just all an illusion. It's nothing but air.
Being a blowfish is essentially bluffing. It's making others perceive you to have more in your arsenal than you really do. So once Jesse is perceived to have squashed a man's head with an ATM, Walt uses other criminals' perception of Jesse to justify expanding into new territory. When your opponent fears you and believes you're more capable of psychopathic behavior than they are, they're more likely to fold and give you what you want. We see this again in the final episode, where Walt manipulates Gretchen and Elliot into finding a legal way to give his drug money to his kids using nothing but laser pointers, as at that stage, the world's perception of Walt is that he's a hugely well-connected kingpin, when in reality he's acting alone, and his cancer is back, so this threat is completely hollow. But Walt isn't above using force via threats and intimidation. Given he felt as if he's been scared and out of control of his whole life, he now asserts control over everyone around him, coercing them to do what he says or have their life or reputation ruined. This happens in the very first episode. Despite how their relationship develops, Jesse never chose to cook with Walt on his own volition.
Either that, or I turn you in.
Tuco only does a deal with Walt because he threatens to kill everyone in the building, including himself. Saul Goodman only becomes their lawyer because Walt and Jesse take him out to the desert at gunpoint. When Saul wants to stop working with him because he poisoned Brock, Walt intimidates him into continuing their relationship. When Hank reveals he knows he's Heisenberg, Walt tries to threaten him into submission.
Maybe your best course would be to tread lightly.
And when that fails, he makes a fake confession video, alleging that Hank is the real corrupt mastermind behind his meth business. As always, this communicates "do as I say, or your life as you know it will be over." There's no clearer form of manipulation than threats and intimidation. And over the course of the series, as his crimes grow in scale and viciousness, his threats only become more credible. If he can't have what he wants, he'll take you down with him, making complicity the safest option and the path of least resistance. Another manipulative tool Walt uses is to turn your weakness against you. If he has something he knows about you, or knows he can do to prevent you from getting to the truth, or position you where he needs you to be, he will always act on it. We see this consistently with how he keeps Hank at bay throughout the series, always using his loyalty against him. When Hank is watching the bench so that Badger can sell to the fake Heisenberg, they need to block his vision, so Walt uses himself as the perfect distraction by parking next to Hank and acting oblivious as to what's going on. The reason this works is that Hank has always looked down on Walt and views him as out of place in criminal situations, so has been in a car accident and is in critical condition. When he needs to bug Hank's office, he uses his macho bravado against him by breaking down emotionally, trusting that Hank will be too uncomfortable at the sight of tears that he'll have to leave the room, giving Walt his opportunity. And when Hank asks Walt to drive him to the industrial laundry where his lab is hidden, in order to buy time, Walt uses Hank's trust against him and crashes the car, putting him in the hospital, knowing Hank will forgive him and dismiss this accident as a brain fart, or suffer a concussion and forget what even happened. In a way, he's punishing Hank for underestimating him, for thinking so little of him, for pitying him. He feeds into Hank's bias and exploits it time and time again for personal gain. Which leads on to the next step of Walter White's ladder of manipulation.
My guy,
leverage.
how am I supposed to do
By
it?
identifying who has what level of power in any given situation, based on both people's emotional needs and preferences, he puts himself in a prime position
First
to play
loss,
puppet
right?
master.
Show the very
We see examples of this peppered throughout Season 3, when he leverages Skylar after she kicked him out of his own home. He initially moves back in without her permission, causing her to call the cops. That's her big play, hoping seeing the men in blue will scare him off. But given the deeds are in his name, Walt legally can't be kicked out unless he's physically hurt her or is actively committing crimes. So she technically could spill the beans and win, if that's what mattered most to her. But it isn't. Walt knows that more than anything, Skylar doesn't want their family's life destroyed. So once she starts being pressured by her own son naively turning against her, she folds, and Walt is allowed back in temporarily. Then later in the season, she persuades Walt to buy the car wash to launder his money legally and hire her as his bookkeeper so that their story is consistent and inconspicuous. But by pressing Walt to do this, she's yet again showing her hand. He can see that Skylar is clearly willing to incriminate herself to keep the family safe. She's already lied to Hank and Marie about how Walt got the money in the first place so that she could pay for Hank's rehab, so she's implicated no matter what. Therefore, Walt now leverages her guiding motivation against her to negotiate his way back into the house 4 days a week, as well as having his own key.
I am going to be a part of this family, and that is how we'll sell your little fiction.
She now needs him just as much as he needs her, so she's forced to negotiate. When it comes to the criminal underworld, the stakes are higher, but the same principles apply. By making himself the most valuable asset in the game, he's too necessary to lose, which gives him the power to negotiate and keep himself and Jesse alive.
He needs me.
And if he doesn't go, I don't go.
You kill me, you have nothing. You kill Jesse, you don't have me.
Walt will do anything to hold on to his leverage, even if that means killing someone else. When it comes to Gus Fring, Walt understands the pragmatism of the man in front of him, so always plays to those needs. Whereas Jesse has an unspoken leverage over Walt. Without him, he's alone in this game and can be easily manipulated. So when Jesse wants to wage war with Gus's men, knowing he risks getting killed, Walt intervenes and does it himself. When Gus is furious about this decision, Walt presents the only two options. You can kill me right here, right now, with ease, in the middle of nowhere, and cease manufacturing, or you can forgive this act, and let me keep making you money. Again, Walt uses the information he already has on Gus to manipulate him. He previously praised Gus for cornering the market and wiping out his enemies, but that means Gus needs to capitalize now. Everything he's worked for can be won or lost in these coming months. So his choices are only to pragmatically keep Walt alive or squander everything out of revenge.
Package chips, some chocolate bars, and a protein bar. That's hilarious.
Walt's leverage is in jeopardy. In time, Gale will be able to replace him, and therefore Gus will have no need for him and kill him. So Walt and Jesse plot to murder Gale, so that now they're the only two cooks that can keep Gus's business running. Walt didn't just have this leverage, he created it. He forced it into being so that he can manipulate the only other person with more power than him.
It feels like he didn't even eat. Amen. Temptation will hurt you, patience
Walt and
is a
Jesse
virtue.
have one of the most fascinating relationships in television history. A father-son, teacher-student dynamic in which they save each other's lives, hate each other, and get rich together, while constantly flipping between rivals and teammates. But there is no greater victim of Walt's manipulation than Jesse Pinkman. Let's take a look at the different mind games, emotional abuse, and coercive control that Walt exercises over his apprentice to keep him in line. After learning from Gus that he can never trust a junkie, Walt makes it his business to get Jesse clean. So after their biggest payout to date, Walt refuses to give Jesse his cut until he stops using drugs, as he believes that if he's in possession of this much money, he would be dead by the end of the week. But after Jane blackmails Walt, he loses his leverage and is forced to give Jesse his money or risk being ratted out to the authorities. This places Walt out of control of his own fate, a position he cannot bear to be in. So much so that when Walt sneaks into Jesse's home later that night to talk, and accidentally tips Jane over, causing her to choke on her own vomit, he could have saved her. He could have let Jesse choose whether he wanted to be with her or not, whether he wanted to get clean or not, whether he wanted to be partners or not. But instead, Walt strips Jesse of his agency by letting Jane die. Whether his intentions were good or not, as you could argue Jane was leading Jesse down a destructive path too, Walt is being manipulative, as by not saving Jane, he's eliminating a personal threat to him, and putting himself in the strongest position to control Jesse. After finding her
14
body,
inches?
Walt
Yes,
is the
sir.
first person Jesse calls, as he's the only person he can turn to for help, and that sucks him right back into Walt's
Surprises him every
manipulative
time.
arms. When Jesse wants to kill two of Gus's men for using kids, Walt again tries to control him by asking Saul to get Jesse arrested for something petty so that he can be off the streets for a few days until tempers cool. And when that doesn't feel plausible, he rats him out to Gus so that Jesse is forced into a situation where he has to either make peace or die. This conveniently creates a situation where Walt simultaneously scores points with Gus and reinforces to Jesse that the only reason he's even alive is because of Walt's leverage.
If it wasn't for this man and the respect I have for him, I would be dealing with this in a very different way.
Walt then gets Jesse to kill Gale as a form of reciprocity for him killing two of Gus's men on his behalf. Walt utilizes a fairness frame to guilt his apprentice into compliance by saying, "I saved your life, Jesse. Are you going to save mine?" Walt initially makes a deal with Jesse that all he needs to do is get him Gale's address and he'll do the rest. But that's not how it plays out. In the end, he's forced to pretend he's about to give Jesse up to Mike, so he can manipulate him into letting him make the call, and then barks the order at Jesse to do it over and over, leveraging Jesse's loyalty to him to make him commit murder on his behalf. This scene right here is one of the most manipulative moments in the entire series. When Walt wants Jesse to help him kill Gus, he initially doesn't seem interested, as Gus has been treating Jesse particularly well and even rewarded him with the compliment.
Not going in on it this time. I don't gotta get you
Realizing he's
on.
losing his leverage, Walt
Still gotta
begins
get
a
you on.
relentless, manipulative tirade. He starts off by increasing Jesse's doubt, reminding him that a month ago Gus was trying to kill both of them. He then quotes Jesse's words back to him. He says he sees something in you. What kind of game is he playing? Notice how he's framing everything Gus is doing as manipulative rather than him, deflecting away from his game by phrasing everything through Gus's perspective. The language of manipulation is so important. If Walt had just said, "I think Gus is playing a game, we shouldn't trust him after everything he's done. He tried to kill us a month ago," that would be honest and not manipulative, as he would be sharing his view with Jesse and giving him the choice to respond. But instead, Walt
Is it
spins
also
it
a thing,
using
yes, sir?
antagonistic language. Does he really think you're that naive? This makes Jesse have to question if he's being played by Gus. He then frames each sentence as if it's an attack on Jesse's intelligence for him to think any other way, which also taps into their teacher-student dynamic. He can't truly think that you'd forget, let alone Gale, let alone Victor, and all the horror that goes along with that. So see how he's now upping the ante, slithering in under Jesse's skin as he starts tapping on all the trauma Jesse has been through, topics that are guaranteed to make him emotional. He then takes it a step further, twisting that trauma into anger, reminding Jesse of all the other times he wanted to kill. What about this girlfriend of yours? And her little brother? I mean, the man looked you
Ooh,
straight in
we
the
up,
eye and told
baby.
you no more children. But that very night, that little boy, he winds up. Then he lets Jesse's mind fill in the blanks. Dead. He winds up dead. So he's reminding Jesse of Gus's broken promises. Then he continues berating Jesse's intelligence. I mean, Gus can't possibly think that you'll forget that. All I'm saying is it possible that he would think you're so weak-willed?
Drop the sales pitch. I'll do it.
And then Jesse breaks. He poked and prodded until he got what he wanted. Rather than saying, remember what Gus did, he frames it as, Gus must think you're stupid for forgetting he did all of this, which is really a way for Walt to call Jesse stupid if he doesn't go along with what he wants. Here's another prime example in Season 5. When Jesse wants to sell his share of the business for $5 million and get out, Walt throws every manipulative tactic at him to coerce him to stay. Firstly, he taps into his lack of ambition, trying to make him fearful by reminding him that being the best at something is a very rare thing. You don't just toss something like that away. This again feeds into the teacher-student
fucking
dynamic,
confused,
framing it as
dude.
if
Oh my
Jesse
God.
leaves, he's squandering his potential. Walt now shifts to do what? Condescendingly suggesting Jesse will probably just play video games and go-karts as a way to demean any other choice Jesse might want to make for himself as a loser decision. By mentioning video games and go-karts, he's also tapping on Jesse's youth, framing it as if he's being childish to not want to do what he wants, that continuing their illegal work is the grown-up choice. As always, he now goes on the offensive, trying to wear Jesse down in the hopes that once his self-esteem is low enough, he'll break and concede. He reminds Jesse he has nothing and nobody in his life, and then stoops even lower. If you don't keep working with me like I want you to, how soon until you start using again? This is outright mental warfare now. Before, he presented it as, do you want to be a child or an adult? Now it's, do you want to be a junkie? Then after stooping so low, he takes a sharp, surprising turn and tries to reclaim the moral high ground. He alleges he's just as upset as Jesse is about Todd killing that boy in the train heist. When Jesse questions that statement, Walt turns the tables like he always does, trying to put him on the back foot. How can you say that to me? Jesus, I'm the one who's the father here. Again, using the truth to bolster his lie. Unlike Jesse, he is a father, but that doesn't necessarily mean he cares more. He then subtly uses his defense as another way to attack Jesse for being weak.
Facts.
What, do I have to curl up in a ball in tears in front of you? Do I have to lock myself in a room and get
Bro, I'm
high
fucking
to prove it
confused
to you?
as to what I'm
happened to that
doing
boy
here.
is a tragedy, and it tears me up inside. Notice how he's consistently attacking Jesse's character, suggesting his way of responding to situations is wrong. Then he tries a new approach, reminding Jesse of all the terrible things they've done together, even mentioning Gail's name just to twist the knife. All of this is in service of undermining Jesse's desire to do the right thing, making that instinct seem futile by reinforcing the idea that they're already going to any hell that exists. But I'm not going to lie down until I get there. This gets a reaction out of Jesse. What, just because I don't want to cook meth anymore, I'm lying down? How many more people are going to die because of us? In this line, Jesse has shown his hand. Maybe he just needs to hear that the future is bright. So Walt seizes the opportunity to again gain the moral high ground and reframe him being in control as a positive to close the loop. No one, none. Now that we're in control, no one else gets hurt. But Jesse sees through his lies. He just wants his money and he's done. You'd think that's it. He fought hard, but Walt has lost. There's nowhere else to go. But Walt then reaches for a new manipulative tool. He turns the tables again and
I'm so
questions Jesse's moral
confused.
integrity for even wanting the money. If he's truly so torn up inside about what they've done, why does he still want the filthy drug money? Walt won't allow Jesse this moral inconsistency. This strategy is truly dark, but admittedly kind of genius, because by taking this sinister approach and essentially robbing Jesse, he's activating the part of Jesse's brain that wants money, that's thinking about all he went through to earn it. This emotionally makes Jesse want to fight for the money, internally coming up with arguments for why he deserves it. And then after lighting that fire, Walt, like the devil himself, turns around for one last attempt to seduce him back to the dark side.
You want it. You want it just as much as I want it. And it's not wrong to want it.
Somehow, Jesse holds strong and leaves, but he's forced to leave empty-handed. Towards the end of the series, after killing Mike and wiping out all his guys in prison, Walt's words always have an undercurrent of intimidation. How could they not? He's proven he's willing to do anything. He's not just a blowfish anymore. When he calls into Jesse to change his mind about keeping the money, Jesse bravely tells Walt that he suspects he killed Mike, otherwise he wouldn't ever feel safe after offing Mike's guys. Walt, of course, flatly denies
what's up?
this
What are you
and launches into
sorry
storytelling
for?
mode
Patience?
about the last time he saw Mike and how he might come back one day. But realizing Jesse won't look at him, Walt states repeatedly, "Jesse, I need you to believe me." This assertion is subtly coercive, as what choice does Jesse really have? If Walt is telling the truth, then Jesse has nothing to fear, in which case he can safely say he believes him. But if Walt is lying, which he is, then by insisting he needs Jesse to believe this, Jesse has little choice but to parrot the words Walt wants to hear. Otherwise he risks crossing a serial murderer and his life could be in danger. So Walt is leveraging his reputation to intimidate Jesse into submission. We see a similar undercurrent when Walt needs Jesse to leave town, but rather than just telling him he needs his help because Hank wants Jesse to act as an informant, Walt treats Jesse like a fool and starts the manipulation process to make him believe this decision is actually best for him, regardless of Hank's actions. Walt innocently proposes maybe it's
Breaking
time
Bad
for a
just
change,
does everything.
but he doesn't mean a personal change that he can make. He means a fresh start for
Of his
Jesse
own volition.
somewhere else, suggesting he gets out of town and doesn't look back. He starts painting a beautiful picture of a whole new life. He could get a job, something legitimate that he likes. He could meet a girl and start a family. Because Walt knows Jesse wanted all these things long before he got his hooks in him. He even tries to reframe Jesse having to abandon his hometown as an enviable position, claiming he would happily trade places to have his whole life ahead of him and a reset button, trying to present this as an enviable opportunity rather than a terrifying necessity. But Jesse is wise to
Bro,
Walt's
I'm
mind
so
games. He's seen him do
confused.
this again and again and again, always putting words in his mouth. And although he will give him what he wants, perhaps out of loyalty, perhaps out of fear, he calls out Walt's lies and coercive controlling behavior.
It's either this, or you'll kill me the same way you killed Mike. I mean, isn't that what this is all about? Us meeting way the hell out of here, in case I say no?
But by far the most sinister and layered act of
I don't
manipulation
fucking
Walter
understand
White
what's
ever
going
commits
on.
is poisoning Brock. With nothing left to lose, Walt has to turn
In this
Jesse
quest,
back on
bro.
side to team up to kill Gus. So he has Saul's bodyguard steal the rice and cigarette from his pocket so that Jesse will suspect him, as Walt is the only other person who knew the ricin even existed. Then when Jesse calls to his house to accuse him and perhaps even kill him, Walt can turn the tables and make him think it was Gus. How? Well, as we've established, the best lies are based on the truth. Unlike Walt, Gus has killed a child before. That's a low only one of them has ever stooped to. When Jesse arrives,
Like the
Walt
Kool-Aid
appears
man? What the
paranoid
fuck you mean?
and powerless, so he looks unsuspecting and vulnerable. If he showed any line of defense, it would make him look more suspicious. But he intentionally makes it easy so he can put Jesse exactly where he wants him. This manipulation is so high risk and layered because Walt essentially wants Jesse to suspect him. He wants him to want revenge so that he can take that murderous instinct and redirect it at Gus by creating a new false narrative for Jesse to live in.
Bro, I have no fucking clue what
He
I'm
lays
doing
out the
right
whole
here.
plan and acts like he's lost his mind at the brilliance of Gus's work, which is
I have
really him
no clue
openly
what the fuck I'm
complimenting
doing
himself
here.
get ready for a quick quest guide for the Fremenic Trials quest, in which the main rewards for completing are access to the islands of Miscellanea, Etsertia, Neatisnot, and Jatizo, as well as the ability to use many facilities in Relica. Additionally, you'll unlock the ability to wear the Fremenic Warrior, Berserker, Archer, and Farseer helms, and the ability to have Fossa Gryman create you an imbued enchanted lyre. On top of this, you will absolutely lose. Lanzig. For this, you'll want to make... This next part is just for those who are crafting the lyre, so skip ahead to the next section of building and running northwest. If you're not yet in Sears, then you'll want to teleport to Camelot and run west. After you arrive at the pub, then chat to the poison salesman in orange and select talk about the Fremenic trials. And
no, I'm not on any more
a
history.
lot of chatter about his beer that isn't beer. And eventually you'll want to select the of the fairy ring near the Fremenic Slayer dungeon. And know that you can use the fire in the middle of the room to safe spot him if needed. Next, use a Relica teleport and run a bit south to the bridge. Or if you don't have a Relica teleport, then just run south all the way to it. After you arrive, look for a council workman who is hanging out just south of the bridge and use your beer tank card on him. And in return for the beer, he will hand you a strange object. Afterwards, you'll want to turn your attention to the Hunter Talisman and select Locate on it, which will guide you in the direction of the Dragon. Follow this direction to track it down, but note that if you get a chat box message that says the Dragon has moved elsewhere, then you might have to quickly switch up where you're searching because he'll often have moved a fair distance. Once you locate and are standing on the correct tile, then using Locate with the talisman will see the Dragon jump out and attack you. All you need to do is defeat the Dragon, and once you've done this, then you'll absorb the Dragon's essence into your talisman. This next part is just for those who are crafting the lyre, so skip ahead to the next section of the guide using the time codes if you already have yours from killing Lanzig. For this, you'll want to make your way a little bit northwest of the fairy ring near the Fremenic Slayer dungeon. With any luck, the Dragon will have brought you close, but if not, then you can teleport to Relica and run east, or alternatively use the fairy ring code AJR to teleport very close. Here you will find a troll called Lally, and after a bit of chatter ask, "Other human?" and then skip through the chat. Now run a tiny bit northwest until you see a swaying tree and choose to cut a branch from it. Afterwards, use your knife on the branch to create an
Dominic Tanner, what's up, Brian?
Run or teleport back to Relica.
You have clicked the talisman thing and see where it takes you. Go that direction and click it again.
You'll find Askeladdin.
Northeast.
And after you're done, he'll hand you a pet rock. Next, run a little southeast and go through a building until you land in a small vegetable garden. Pick 1 cabbage, 1 potato, and 1 onion.
Oh,
and
shut up.
after you have them...
Shut up. Shut up. Chillin', bro. How are you? Jay, what's up? Southie? Northeast? South. Bro, I'm fucking retarded. I'm going... Dude, I'm going west. I'm going fucking west. Oh my god. I'm going fucking west. Oh. Smoking those moon rocks, that's what's up. Oh my fucking lord. Sophie. $40K. Let's go. No, I see. This fucking gayest quest I've ever done in my fucking life. Oh my god. I'm fucking confused, man. I can't deal with this shit right now. Jesus Christ. I fucking can't deal with that shit right now, man. That shit is too mind-numbing. That shit is too fucking mind-numbing for this kid, man. Holy fuck, that is the dumbest shit. That is the dumbest fucking shit I think I've ever seen in my life. I'm going back and doing it, though. Because, yeah. Oh my god, that shit is fucking foul, though. Jesus. Northeast. Fuck. Northeast. I'm on like the most. I guess I could go over there. Bro, I swear to fuck. Dog, he's all the way. Oh my god. I'm not playing this shit. No. I made up my mind. Fuck that. We're going to go play Apex. That is just wild, bro. I can't deal with that shit right now. I can't deal with that shit. We're gonna go play some packs. Some gay packs, yeah. Fuck that quest, bro. Oh my god, that shit sucks. Maybe I just suck, but probably a little bit of both, actually. Probably a little bit of both. What's everyone saying? Fuck! All that ranked earlier, Jay, for nothing. Can you believe that bullshit, Jay? Oh my god. That's fucking ignorant. Earlier, I was grinding my ass off to get into Diamond. I was like fucking 200 RP away from getting into Diamond. And now I'm in Gold. Oh my god. Just ignorant game. Ignorant. Gold 3. So. Yeah, you have a good night as well. Paul, looks like you guys won. Gamer lost is 4K. This one got 4K. Or 5K for gamer. Sheesh.
Being stranded in space for a spell certainly brings out the fight in a lassie. We're winning this for the core. This force can light up the galaxy.
This is your champion.
My electric fences will hurt you, like cattle.
Get ready, moving up.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Spotted. Taking fire. Firing.
Need a weapon. What a bother. Me and you are down.
Come on, say hello. a recharge.
Sick, Landon. Jay, look. It was a fucking W game. Yeah, it was a sick Landon. Finally give me the reset, bud. I don't know what to say. Finally give me the reset. This chocolate bar here that I have is fucking 500 milligrams, chat. Yeah, it's got D rank. Nah, they just gave me the reset today. It was 200 off a diamond, bro. It's ignorant.
Been ready for this from the moment I tasted sky. Clips are what cities
Come
use
on,
in their
we've
hair.
got work to do.
This is called a magazine.
This is your champion.
When you see me, you'll know it's the end. Or a new beginning. That's all relative, really.
I'm the jump master. Follow me. Enough lambing around. We're dropping. Want to explore over there?
Found extra supplies here. Arm up. Shotgun ammo here. Gotta hop up here. Disruptor.
Round 1. Beginning ring countdown.
Peacekeeper here.
I need it.
I could use that. Flatline here.
Rings nearby. 1 minute till close.
First blood.
First blood? Man, imagine passing out before even taking a sip.
45 seconds. Rings just up ahead.
Who loves you, baby?
I need a shotgun bolt.
Thirty seconds. Rings close.
I'm looking for marksman optics. I'll bag that.
Optics here. Sniper.
Oh. My bad. I just realized you're using a fucking marksman, not a sniper.
R301 here. Evo harvester spotted near me.
Warning. Ring closing.
Ring's moving. Hustle up.
Ultimate accelerant here. Gotta hop up
Contact
here.
with I-Star.
Disruptor.
Target over there. I leveled up. Now let's get an upgrade. Now that's an up. Hostile over there.
I'm in, bro.
Cracked shield. Let's check that place out. Bogey over there. Reloading.
Reload. Listen up. I'm getting shot at.
I'm kind of
Charging up my shield.
Let's relocate there.
Push it now.
Contact with hostile.
Bang, there's a bullet. Bang's a bullet, bro. Bang's a bullet.
Smoke out.
No, you just smoke them off. They're gonna go for us.
Let's explore this way.
Hard out my fire. Firing suspect. Smoke out.
I got one. Yo,
Broke one.
fight this. Fight this. I got one.
I broke one. Yeah, we fighting this. Fighting this. We're not running. I broke one up there.
Reloading.
Probably went inside.
Bogey there.
One's on the inside then.
Tango near me. Arc start up.
Revenant cracked. Other horizon's cracked. You guys not even like fucking hitting bullets. Like fuck, man. Like what the fuck is? What is my team doing, bro? Like the whole time I was fighting by myself. Like. What the dude, like what the fuck was it? Those kids were fucking goobers. I'm gonna grab a glass of water and then we're gonna play some more Apex. Holy fuck, those kids were goobers. Jeez Christ. Those kids were fucking goobers. Son, have a good night, brother. Fuck the evac tower, dude. I don't fucking care about an evac tower. I did almost 500 damage to those kids. Like, I'm not here to fucking run away the whole fucking game. I'm here to fucking kill these kids. Fuck the evac. Evac can suck my left nut. We have no reason to fucking evac. Like, we evac after we kill him. Hi, Rocky. Okay, big boy. Hi. My dog drank like a whole bowl of water and ate his food earlier. And ever since, it's like doubled in size. He just looks like he's in pain.
Big things are coming for us.
Argue with programming. Conduct the experiment.
I am with you, and you are with me. And today, we fight.
Introducing your champion.
Yeah, you better run. Make it interesting. This might be a good place to land. Forget that. I will choose our location for battle.
I'm the jump master. I want to land on someone's neck.
I passed it for a reason, bro.
I will guide us to victory below.
I'm jump master. Better follow me if you want to die last.
For fuck's sake. Let's go here.
Time to kill.
I'm ripping a fucking dope.
Attention. First blood.
Let's do it. Team going height.
Take middle and
Two
back.
teams. Two teams.
Yeah, I'm taking mid. I'm gonna take him mid. I'm taking mid.
We're at. Thing.
Right here.
Yeah. One's mid. I'm going mid.
One's
going
not.
mid. Loving mid.
One's far back.
Dead.
Nice.
Just don't die. Don't die.
Where's that dude? Do not.
He's dead.
Last one's over here.
Scanning. There's that kid down right there. You heard?
Yep.
Alright, good man. I'm going to Twitch. I guess over Twitch I'm going to Wick. One second to scan. Scanning.
He's right here.
Scanning. All you, get him. Ape him. Dead.
And we got the other team shooting at us from distance with their ass.
There's yeah, they do. They do kind of stuff.
Rings around the corner. 10 left.
Looking for a PK.
Okay. Oh my god, good teammates. Bro, you should've seen these little dude. I did 500 damage in the last game I was playing, and my team still fucking didn't kill them. That's, oh my god, dude.
I'm ass, so don't expect much.
Nah, don't say that.
I'm just being real, I got 146 damage, bro.
No, you
Shit.
good, you good. Well,
It's still
like,
top dog.
but like, I did 500 damage to one team, and we still couldn't kill them. I was just like...
It happens.
I guess. Shouldn't though.
It shouldn't, it really shouldn't.
It shouldn't though. You have.
Care package over there. Care package over there.
That was a good fight. Good show. We hunted those little fuckers down.
Enemy over there.
Right there. Alright, bitch.
Taking fire. Hang on, I'm crafting.
Marking our surroundings.
18 flash!
Recharging my shield. Reloading.
Oh bro, what kind of slider was that?
One moment, I must.
Broke their shield now.
Right, Rever.
Reloading.
Good shot down. Oh, they're trying to 8.
Yeah. Almost cracked one. Quick, rev, dead. One swinging around.
Dumbass.
Swinging around. Got him. Bitch ass motherfucker. Oh. If I get those disruptors, I'll suck your left nut.
Already have some, so you're good.
Shields are low. Recharging.
Sorry.
There was one in there. I already had it.
Someone took it. It's alright. No nut sucking tonight.
Just giving my shields a recharge.
Oh, is the other team, man? Yeah, I'm gonna go hit that.
Alright.
Disruptors? Still my bird like that. I see you.
Did I do that?
I know I hit the player scan because I'm pretty close to getting my thing.
I will not be long. Locate the enemy's positions. Look to your map.
Oh, bro, we're pretty free.
See the circle's gonna blend out, and then we can just rotate that one. I'm gonna get that bent.
Yeah, do you think I'm like fucking 30 seconds behind you guys? Keep that in mind.
Only team closest is the shuttle station.
Yeah, I'm just letting you know. Shield battery. I'll take one of them, brother.
Round 2. Beginning ring countdown.
New ring is distant.
Attention. Delivering replicator.
I'm the kill. I'm the kill leader.
Marking our surroundings.
Black line package right in front of us. Oh!
There are Unscotty to be found in this direction.
I'm ready when you are, sir.
New kill leader appointed.
Could be fresh blood over there. Forget it. Let's defend.
Going this way, yeah.
Wake up. Keep in mind, making contact with enemy.
Oh, red for right here.
Target. I've looked marking our surroundings.
You hit it.
They use that as bait. They got shit aim. They got shit aim.
I need to come back to you guys. I need you guys to cover me.
Gotta reload. Come on.
No, I'm dead.
We got no. So.
I gotcha.
Scanning.
Marking our surroundings.
He's burning.
Guns, one more. Bloodhound's dead.
I'm batting.
I cracked an Unscotty.
Bloodhound's gonna gold rose. One swing at this left side. Left arm was cracked.
On the top. Lagging again.
Took out a hostile.
Behind you.
Scanning. Go up top, right now.
Good job.
Fight along, die. Last of that enemy squad has perished.
Deploying health drone.
Thought I had one of them earlier. Good job, yo. I'm still looking for not disruptors.
Alright, let's see.
Turbo charger. That's all. That's the last thing I need.
The turb skis.
And a jam if you see him.
Care package over there. I have a mobile respawn beacon. Replicator there.
They're resing right here.
Okay.
Go right, go right, go right, go right.
Following you guys.
Come on behind him.
You can't escape.
We win this game, baby. Let's go.
Right here. Crafting.
Scanning. This is dropping. Bitches. Watch the side.
Yeah, I need ammo. I'm crafting ammo.
Yo, homeboy drop. He didn't say
Why would you
anything.
drop? That was a really dumb move.
You can craft him there, and I'll res him. I can't even res him here. Fuck.
No, we gotta go. I already crafted. You have to craft it. Gotta go, man. Getting too greedy.
Oh no, man. Oh, bro.
Let's explore that way.
There's only one spot I can res you, and that's that wall.
Yeah, don't even worry about it, bro. Just play life. Get some placement, if anything. We got more than enough KP. It's kind of fucking ass, man. That fucking sucks ass shot.
I'm at max level.
Like,
Now
really,
we
that was
know
such
who's
an
the
easy
baddest.
win game. We have an evac tower, we just... It's kind of shit. It's kind of shit.
Warning. Ring movement in progress.
Looks like I'm inside the ring.
Attention. Delivering care package.
Stay still, brother. Stay still, brother. Hey.
New kill leader appointed.
Stay still, brother. Oh no, he can't hear me. What the fuck? What the fuck? That's wild.
Round 4. Beginning ring countdown.
Chillin', Eric. What are you saying, buddy?
Attention. Delivering replicator.
Got a replicator coming down.
How are you? How are you, good sir? Was there a Moby in there? Was there a Moby res in there?
No. Actually, I didn't look.
Should look for that.
I'm not have time for that right now because I don't know if it's a team right over to my right. Can you handle your 1v1? You cannot.
Jay, for
Damn, y'all niggas are ass. I'm running in a straight line, bro.
yeah, they are pretty ass.
Let's explore this way.
No way, they let me live, bro. That's pretty diabolical.
Yeah, those kids are shit. Those kids are
Like, Nick.
shit.
Whoa, whoa! Terrible, terrible, terrible.
Those kids are shit. Those kids are shit. God damn. She does look pretty delicious. Eaten by cannibals. She does look pretty delicious.
This is me at the beginning of this video. Hi, and this is me after tons of gameplay at the end of this video. I just started playing Star Wars The Old Republic for the very first time about 10 days ago. Let me take you through this MMO, show you my journey, and give you some of my first impressions of this 12-year-old galactic adventure game. First, what is Star Wars The Old Republic? Not to be confused with Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, which is an RPG set in the same universe. Star Wars The Old Republic is a free-to-play, with optional subscription, story-driven, tab-target MMORPG developed by BioWare, which was released in 2011. Since its release, the game has received 8 content expansions, taking the original level cap from 50 all the way up to 80, with many different new areas and storylines. Unfortunately, for free-to-play players, the level cap is 60, and if you want to progress further, you will have to purchase the subscription. But we'll get into more on that.
$20.
Players join as members of either of the two main factions,
Sith.
the Galactic Republic and the Sith Empire. Although each faction might be considered good or evil, every player is in control of their own morality through a point system that caters to the light or dark side. The game focuses very heavily on storyline, offering a vast amount of differing options from the species and class you choose all the way to the individual choices that you make in side quests. Each of these decisions actually impacting the storyline that you create for your character. I've seen this done in many RPGs before. Of course, it's quite reminiscent of the Fable Purity system. However, I've never actually seen this system utilized in an MMO before, and it's done quite well. The Old Republic also features the ability to fly your own ships and participate in space combat. 4 different modes for PvP, one that even includes the ability to PvP while being in your own ship for some serious galactic warfare, as well as war zones, a team-based domination game, and of course, arenas. Generally, in my limited experience, many games that I have played in the past which are based on an already successful franchise tend to cheap out on some of the important aspects of what can make them a good product. Whether that be a spin-off, a comic, a sequel, or in this case, a video game, because they can find success just through thriving on the franchise's already active fanbase. I've never really enjoyed too many Star Wars games in the past, as I've generally been much more of a fan of fantasy rather than sci-fi. Give me shields and swords and magic and throw in a dragon or two, and that's usually my happy place. But I was excited to step a bit out of my comfort zone in this case, and I'm hoping that some of that franchisal regression doesn't affect this game or my experience in enjoying it as an MMO. Upon opening the game and creating a character, I was asked if I would like to boost that character to level 70. At this point, I had not even purchased the subscription, so I don't think this was actually available to me, but afterwards I had to choose between joining the Republic or the Sith faction. Generally, in video games, I tend to go towards the lighter side, if you will. I always played Alliance in WoW. I always tried to be the good guy, the hero, so I decided to change that up a bit and join
the let's go, baby. That's what I'm
Each
talking
faction
about.
has 4 different completable origin stories which will dictate how
Sith
the story
warrior.
in the game progresses for you. And each of these origin stories have a different set of classes or combat styles, as they're called, that it can play. There are 8 different combat styles for each faction, although many of them are considered to be a
that's so
mirror
sick.
class, so they generally have the same skill set and gameplay as a class from the other faction, just with different names and narrative direction. For example, an
Okay.
assassin on the Sith side would have a mirror class known as a Shadow on the Republic side. I was thoroughly impressed with how streamlined the character customization felt, from class descriptions to
That's pretty
animations
cool.
to how much you can actually customize your character. I think it's important for games to focus on this, as it's usually the first interface that your new players interact with, and when it's done properly and it feels good while giving players enough choice in terms of customization, but not too much so that they might feel overwhelmed, it can actually result in players spending a lot more time in the game than they might otherwise. Anyways, I ended up choosing the Sith Inquisitor origin story, and went with the combat style of Marauder, a sort of evilish dual-wielding rogue warrior hybrid. It sounded super cool to me, and I was excited to pave my journey as a Sith and to get into some double lightsaber combat. The graphical style of the game immediately stood out to me as stylistic and somehow had a very Star Wars feel, if that makes any sense. A lot of the different zones in this game look absolutely fantastic, and I'll get more into that later, but after a quick introduction to my character's storyline, I am a slave. Great. I was then greeted with this user interface. How do I explain this? At first, I hated it. I'm not gonna lie, I did not like the user interface, I didn't like the color scheme, the futuristic vibe made it feel more complicated than it is, a giant map in the middle of the screen, the wall of text and activities on the left-hand side, and it was immediately off-putting to me. However, it's really quite simple, and this was a very temporary gripe for me, especially later on as I learned some more of the customization that I was able to do. Someone immediately invited me to a guild named Vengeance, which I thought was a cool name, and I joined up. I was surprised to see quite a few other players around me, as generally MMOs of this age don't have too many players still active in the starting areas. However, as I would later come to realize, alts are an important part of journeying through this game, as people like to play through all of the different storylines that are available. Compared to most MMOs where you might create an alt character to somehow benefit your main or just to try an entirely different playstyle, in Star Wars The Old Republic, the game actually has massive replayable appeal. By getting access to different parts of the storyline and creating a new character with different choices and ideas, you can even unlock different cutscenes and voice lines. The Old Republic has over 5,500 playable quests or missions, and the vast majority of those are voice acted. I'm not kidding. Even your player character has their own voice acting.
Draw your lightsaber. Show me how powerful you really are.
This is massively impressive, especially when considering that each voice has to be done in both genders and a multitude of different languages as well. Initially, I thought I was just in a sort of tutorial stage where they tend to up the quality of questing and the story for the first bit, but no. As I continued through the game, I was continuously blown away at the sheer quantity of good voice acting that persisted, even in simple side missions that are easily missed or avoidable. Sure, lots of other MMOs have voice acting,
He's off
but
TikTok
not to
and
the
chill for a
extent that
bit.
you'll
Weird.
find in this
I'm just
game.
checking
It's
out this
actually
game.
fantastic, and as somebody
Looks
who
cool.
generally loves the stories of MMOs but can't be bothered to read paragraph after paragraph, this was perfect for me. My first impressions of combat were pretty standard. Abilities felt smooth and streamlined. I was able to take on multiple mobs at once, and generally, most things fell over pretty quickly. I'll have lots to say about the combat later after I've gotten more abilities and tried things, but overall the first impression was standard tab target, decent. The missions were very concise and clear about what you needed to do, with an easy-to-read quest tracker as well as many markers on the minimap utilizing different symbols depending on what you needed to do, whether that's a turn-in, an action that needs completed in a portion of the map, or a different area that you need to access. I quickly realized the majority of my experience was coming from actually turning in missions rather than participating in combat, though that gave a sizable chunk of experience as well. There is something here that I really want to emphasize, as it was a pretty unique thing for myself personally. I've never really experienced this before. When I first logged in and saw the user interface, and with the previous expectations of franchise games being a little gimmicky, I think I actually gave myself a negative first perspective of the game. But within one single hour of playtime, I was having an absolute blast, and things that I was first noticing as dislikes about the game, for example the UI, the color scheme, and the readability, was becoming less and less of a problem. I was having so much fun and getting completely caught up in my character's story. I just wanted to point that out because first impressions are so integral to the beginning of any new game or story or MMO. And even though my first impressions were on the more negative side with this game, after just a mere 1 hour of gameplay, I was already changing my mind. This just goes to show that you can never really judge a book by its cover, and I was super excited to continue my journey. At this point, I began to interact with the quick travel system. Essentially, you can quick travel to anywhere on the map that has this little indicator. Your quick travel costs a very trivial amount of money, but it has a cooldown of 6 minutes, which can eventually be upgraded to have no cooldown at all. There's also a galaxy map that features 33 different planets or worlds that you can travel to, each varying in size and generally acting as a new zone. Some of these are massive explorable places with vast open areas,
Good luck,
and others
Paul.
are akin to a giant spaceship that acts as a player hub. If your quick travel is currently on cooldown, you can also use the transport system that's available in almost every zone, each with its own unique way of getting around the map, usually involving a flying ship or a speeder, but sometimes taking a train or riding a giant flying manta ray. At this point, I was level 6, still just starting out, but I was beginning to question how and why I had never tried this game before. I have some very early memories of playing another Star Wars MMO known as Star Wars Galaxies, but how had the Old Republic evaded me for so long? I was having a blast, and the honeymoon stage had surely set in at this point. The world was fascinating. My character's story was compelling, my decisions were
Got the
impactful, combat was
50K,
feeling good, as I
damn,
was
Paul.
beginning to acquire more abilities, and this is what I would like to call the first stage of addiction. At this point, I played around a bit with the UI, and I was able to get the map off of the center of my screen and into a corner, more akin to a mini-map that you might find in other games. I also added some more action bars. You'll notice throughout this video that my interface might change here and there, as it took me a while to really find the customization that I liked best. At level 7, I fought my first elite mob after summoning the creature from a pool of blood, and my character was also beginning to form a bit of a personality. Like I mentioned, I generally play heroic, good guy characters in games, so I decided moving forward that I would be the most sarcastic asshole of all time. If there was a sarcastic chat option, that's what I chose. If I could make a joke in a very serious situation that disregarded everyone's feelings, that's what I did. Being a Sith Inquisitor constantly gave me the option to exact physical violence on the people that I was chatting with through shocking them, which I also did. Constantly. Around level 12 is when I finally acquired my first companion, Chem Val. Interestingly enough, I just recently played EverQuest 2 and praised the game on its excellent mercenary system, essentially giving you a group member to travel the world with and participate in what might have once been group content, but solo. So I was quite surprised to see a similar system here. Essentially, as you progress through the story, you'll find different notable characters who can act as your companion, Each of them have their own storyline and an influence system which you can level up as you increase your relationship with each of these characters. And I mean, these relationships are no joke. You can even get romantically involved. Your companions are always the same level as you and can participate in a few different roles, though I generally kept my companion on the healer role, as constantly getting healed the whole time made everything a lot easier. Finally, it was time to progress within the story, and the game prompted me to travel to some new places. First of all, I was introduced to the Imperial Fleet, which is essentially a player hub. I noticed this guy was levitating, and I thought, hey, I want to levitate. But I quickly moved on to Dromund Kaas, a more forested area with an interesting diverse set of mobs. And it was here that I realized I had story quests for my class, but also story quests for each world. This is also where I noticed that level scaling began to take effect. Essentially, while leveling, you might notice that your level will be scaled down when you're in a certain zone so that you don't completely destroy everything in your path. No matter your actual level, completing the missions in that zone will still give you the same or sizable chunk of XP scaled to your level, which allows you to pick and choose and have more options in the actual worlds or areas or zones that you might want to level your character in. At this point, I was doing enough traveling that I really wanted a mount. However, as a free-to-play player, you don't get access to mounts until level 20, versus level 10 as a subscribed player. Questing around Dromund took me to level 17, and I even got this new set of gear. I was beginning to feel like a badass, though looking back on this now as someone who has much more playtime, I still looked like a complete noob. One small annoyance I was beginning to notice is that oftentimes when initiating a quest with a cutscene, which is the majority of quests, it can actually take a second to load. Usually this wasn't an issue, but I had a few times while playing where this took upwards of 10 to 15 seconds to load in the cutscene. It's a small thing, pretty inconsequential, but it's just something I noticed. I finally got to level 20 where I was greeted with a notification detailing to me the importance of subscribing, as I would be getting reduced experience rates from this point forward. Apparently, if you don't subscribe, it reduces your experience by about 25%. However, so far the leveling was so fast, and even after this moment, I hardly noticed a reduction in my leveling speed, if I'm being completely honest. I also went and trained my speeder piloting, which is your mount skill, and I found out after a bit of research online that I wanted to access the GTN, or the Galactic Trade Network, in order to purchase myself a speeder. One problem. Other players set the prices on the Galactic Trade Network, and the cheapest speeder on there was 40k. Okay, a bit more research later, and I found out that there are vendors which sell these mounts for much cheaper, only 8,000. But then I found out the real loophole, the real cheat code, if you will. NY Cantina 16. A free mount for any player. There are a few other codes for other mounts and pets that I'm assuming was released as some promotional item for some event, presumably in the year 2016. Either way, I'll take it. I was officially
go big or go
cruising,
home.
though I will admit this mount was rather big. Some more questing later, and I was level 23. This time, I actually was starting to look a little bit more badass. I was quickly directed to the zone of Nar Shaddaa. I think that's how you pronounce it.
This
but
game
I
looks
was
cool.
completely blown away. The entire zone and planet is really a massive crawling cityscape that's been dominated by buildings and industrialization for millennia. One thing the Old Republic does so well is its color design within zones. No 1-2 places in the game feels exactly the same. Each planet has drastically different colors, designs, and areas, and allows each one to feel completely unique. Nar Shaddaa was truly a jaw-drop moment for me when I entered. Even this golden statue of not Jabba, as I learned, and these hologram trees, I was completely blown away. While questing around here, I got up to level 28, and I was beginning to notice that I hadn't received any new abilities in quite some time. Actually, each combat style has its own set of abilities that you will automatically get at certain level thresholds, sometimes with quite a bit of space between
yeah.
There doesn't seem to be any particular rhyme or reason to when you actually attain these new abilities. For example, most of my character's new abilities would happen only on even levels, but then randomly at level 51, I got the ability Dual Saber Throw. Either way, I was beginning to really enjoy the combat in this game, much more than I was originally. It's actually quite a bit more in depth than just your standard tab target. I had buffs that had to be reapplied every few moments. I had combos of skills that would enhance my other abilities depending on which ones I used first. But the absolute coolest part is the movement. I have an ability that would launch me towards whatever I was targeting, landing with a smash, dealing a decent amount of damage. This was so much fun to use, constantly just jumping into an entire group of enemies and starting to lay down some AoE. It was genuinely so satisfying. You can even activate the ability in midair. Sometimes I wasn't able to see an enemy to use the ability, but if I jumped and I acquired line of sight, then my character would fly towards them. It's seriously addicting, and because so much of the game and questing revolves around combat, allowing it to feel really fluid and fun just makes the entire
I
experience
don't
of
even
playing
know
the
what
game
that is,
even better.
William.
However, if I had one annoyance about the combat system, it's that the tab targeting didn't work as well as I noticed in other games. It's often difficult to see and keep track of which NPC that you're actually targeting due to all of the effects.
Just got home. Just got off work. We're thinking it's an animal, and he said, "No, my name's Robert." Oh, there's a dude in my room.
Shots fired. Shots fired. Definitely not how I wanted Father's Day to end.
On the night of June 18th, 2023,
Oh,
the
holy
Police
shit.
Department in Wisconsin received a strange series of 911 calls coming from a block of houses on Carpenter Avenue. Officers show up on scene to speak with witnesses, and what they reveal is completely bizarre.
What's going on?
Okay, so across the street, not. Okay, so we're facing that way.
50 or 29 on
There's
the
a
initial
duplex
caller. It's got
next to a small house. Okay, so upstairs somebody smashed out from the second floor, jumped onto the small roof, and ran.
Okay,
so
so
there might
on
be glass on the other side.
On
of
the
street.
south side
Yes, not this block.
of Kirkwood.
Yes,
Okay.
it's across the street.
Okay. You saw somebody smash glass and jump out of a window?
No. We heard the smashing glass, and then they jumped out of the window onto the roof. That's the shorter house. So they were on the second floor and jumped and ran that way.
Okay. Did you hear gunshots or anything?
Well, we've heard some freaking sketchy stuff.
50 to 09. Your caller observed a house on the south side of the block, heard glass smash, and saw a subject jump from the window onto the roof of another house.
Someone breaking through a window and running across rooftops like Spider-Man on a Father's Day evening in a quiet residential area is odd enough, but nothing can prepare the officers for what happens next.
See if you can find phone numbers, attempt to make contact with anybody inside those houses that can advise if they've had any houses broken into and or saw or heard anything suspicious. Shots fired. 9 desk. I don't know where the shots are coming from, but they're just to the east of us. Officers on scene, answer up. I need squad numbers. Make sure everybody's okay.
Within 10 minutes, another shot rings out. This time it's closer to a different pair of officers one street over from the first.
So you want to keep your gun up like this. And you can use the garage.
That chick's shit in her pants, dude.
Right there. Oh, that's okay.
I need squad numbers. Make sure everybody's okay. All right. Watch her back.
59's good. Let's retreat back on the other side of Kirkwood.
Come on. Keep an eye out.
66 and Barris from South Volunteer. Good. We just released our guys from traffic stop.
All right.
I want your help for this. I need everybody here. Call mutual aid for anybody that's got an officer available. I don't know where the shots are coming from, but that's the second shot that was just fired at us.
Oddly, this second shot happens almost immediately after the officer shines his flashlight beam on the detached garage in front of him, which in his report, he claimed was in the direction he thought he heard something. Officers are now advised to wait for the South Shore Joint Tactical Unit's armored vehicle to respond with heavy-duty protection gear for the officers, as it's clear someone is shooting, if not at the officers themselves, then very close to them. Before it can arrive, however, a third shot rings out.
It's got to be somebody that had a pretty damn good angle, because literally the shot fired right when I got out of my squad car, and then the second shot as soon as we started moving. Huh?
Did the shot whistle past you?
I didn't hear it whistle past me. That's the thing. I don't know if they shot high, if he just shot quick. I have no idea, but the first gunshot was immediately. I literally walked around the front corner of my squad.
Cheers to that, eh?
Then I had my heart thumping out of my chest. I didn't start my goddamn camera like I should have. think I. Shit. 9 deaths. Shots fired. Shots fired. It's in front of us.
10-4, shots fired.
It's right in front of. It's right in front of us. I don't know where he's shooting from. Stay down.
A total of at least 3 shots have been fired in the span of an hour, though this third round marks the final shot officers will hear this evening. The tactical armored vehicle arrives, and officers, now fully suited up, begin to canvass the area. They start with the house that witnesses had identified as the one the suspect initially jumped from, a house further confirmed to be the source by a broken attic window, which was visible from the street. Glass shards littering the alleyways between this house and the neighboring house confirmed that the suspect indeed broke through the top floor window and leaped to the neighboring house's
it
roofs,
is, he
heading
says.
east before presumably climbing down somewhere. The house in question is a duplex, and officers manage to call the occupants and have them exit the home. They speak with the upstairs renter, Esmira Pendleton, first, as she is the occupant with access to the attic, the duplex being divided by floors with separate up and downstairs departments. Esmira states that members of the household had been asleep when officers had called and hadn't heard the attic window shatter, although she did notice the attic door was open when they were evacuating, which was unusual.
We talked to your neighbor that lives downstairs. She said it's fine for us to make sure everything's fine in her house. Can we make sure everything is fine in your house? Yes. Where we want to make sure nobody's hurt in there, nothing like that. So would you give us permission to just check? Because we're going to check the attic. We want to check yours, the lower and the basement, to make sure that nobody's hiding, so you guys can safely go back inside. Is that okay? All right.
Also living at this duplex with Esmira are her mother, Carrie Jackson, and 2 teenage sons, Travis and Travell. Travis spoke to police while the rest of his family waited for other officers to finish searching the home.
Were you sleeping or anything, or have you been up?
I heard a little loud sound.
Carrie Jackson, Esmira's mother, would later confirm to officers that Robert, who is her grandson, and her son Ronnie had indeed visited earlier that day and left before nightfall. Both she and Esmira confirmed to police that no one else should be in the home and that they had no idea who might have been in the attic, much less jump through the attic window onto the neighbor's roof. With this in mind, officers enter the house and begin searching, clearing the top and bottom floors before honing in on the attic.
Hey, police! Anybody in the attic, make yourself
On my way to
known!
50 weekend. That's what's up. Are you trying to get to Winter Toted?
Come hey, police! Anybody in the attic, make yourself known!
Second floor complete. Moving to attic.
After several hours of searching, officers are forced to call off the search, as the glass in the alley remains the only trace of the mysterious roof-jumping shooter. Esmira and her family, as well as the elderly tenant downstairs, are allowed back in their homes and police leave the area. Little do they know that they will soon be back, in response to yet another bizarre 911 call from this neighborhood.
Came home from work and you could tell somebody was in our attic. We found him in there.
How do I get up?
Carlos, do that door.
Who's up there with him?
My boyfriend.
I'm ranked 100,000th in the world. 177,000.
Mere hours after police had called
177,000.
criminal attic dweller.
Lol.
All right, well, don't use it.
29,000 of
It's that door right there. Carlos, you stay.
Profita.
36. He's on the porch with another individual. I'm gonna be heading up there.
Go fighting.
Hey, I put my firearm. Put your way. Turn around.
I just told him, come in here.
Turn around.
I'm trying to come in.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Suspect up here. Come in through the back over here. Other individual has a firearm. He has a
Able to save you.
We'll put it up as soon as I can get past. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back. Put your hand behind your back.
I didn't talk to you. I'm take I laid on the porch.
What's your name?
I'm Robert Turner, man.
Who's the who now?
Robert Turner, man.
Robert Turner, man? Or Robert Turner?
Man, my leg is broke.
All right, well, we're going to get you out downstairs, okay? He's got a firearm right here. He's the
Bottom line is, yeah, I feel that. I feel
This
that.
individual's got to come downstairs. Yeah, we'll get you downstairs. He's on the porch behind me. This one right here. Hey, this way, downstairs. He's just going to have to hop. Just hop, dude. Hop down.
Come on, man.
Let me get in front of him.
I got it. I can hop down.
No, I don't trust is out the window here.
Huh?
He's fine. He's fine.
No, I'm not.
We got some, see that? Maybe upstairs. Might be an idea. 36 deaths. We have one in custody. Says his name is Robert Turner. Requesting an ambulance for a possible broken leg.
Do a search?
No, I have not. Stop. Just hold still. You got anything on you we need to know about?
No, sir. Look at my leg.
You got any weapons or anything?
No, sir.
You got any weapons up in that attic?
No, sir.
Huh?
No, sir.
Where do you live? Huh?
Carpenter?
You live on Carpenter?
Here. Did you hurt your leg jumping out a window?
Were you jumping out of a window or jumping across roofs last night?
I had my leg come across here yesterday.
What's that?
I'm on my you see my grandmother. I had my leg.
What's your first name? Robert?
Yeah.
And your last name is Turner?
Yes, sir.
What's your middle initial?
Can you please take these?
Hang on, what's your middle initial?
Women, talk about rolling. I'm slacking you to make one. I'll rolling up the
Be
gym.
honest with us.
Huh? Yeah, oh my God.
Bro, you gotta chill because guess what?
What's your address? Where you stay at? Where you stay at, bro? Huh?
Across the way.
Yeah, what does across the way mean?
Oh, that's Carpenter right there.
You stay on Carpenter?
Yeah.
I think I've seen it before.
This house here? Were you running around last night on a rooftop?
No, I came across the thing.
It's clear by this point that the man is cousin Robert, who was mentioned previously by Travis and was over at the family home the prior day. Why he broke the window out of his grandmother's attic and ran across the rooftops is unknown. Also a mystery is why he decided to break into a neighbor's house to hide in yet another attic. Whether Esmira or Carrie knew Robert had been in the attic and hadn't left the home is unclear.
After you crawled out of the attic?
Yeah. No, don't grab. Don't grab.
To get up in that attic and check for a weapon.
Yeah. This would have been, I think I've seen him before.
I'm causing problems, sir.
I know.
There we go. Holy flying mother.
How'd you get up the leg,
We
bro?
did it, boys.
I see why you're doing that. Hold up here, hold up here.
What you got? What we got?
We got drugs up in here. Is it fentanyl or crack?
What you got?
No, I do them personal use.
Hey, is it? I don't care if it's personal. Is it fentanyl or crack?
I don't know. I think they actually.
Oh.
Now they're using that.
Yeah.
That's not ecstasy, bro.
It's not?
Maybe.
Well, we'll see.
Yeah, I use
The
it.
Canadian camera,
Every day.
You got a weapon on you?
No, sir.
Did you have a weapon
That
on
was
you?
funny.
36 to 106.
I don't think anybody's here that was here this morning.
Fucking God, bro. Dude, you... Oh my God.
In February of 2020, Gavin Smith and Ashton Riggs were both arrested for the murder of Trent Fort in Jacksonville, Florida. The suspects were put into separate interrogation rooms, and the detectives decide to interview Gavin first to see what he has to say.
I guess we're kind of just trying to piece together kind of what happened. And I'm going to tell you, like I told, we've interviewed 10 people so far. And we're just, everybody sees something different. Just like we tell everybody the same thing. And Dave and I, we go somewhere, and all three of us go somewhere, and something happens. What you see, what I see, what David sees, it's going to be a little bit similar, but we're going to have our own version of it, you know? So we're just trying to get...
Holy fuck, dude. That was like probably the most frustrating shit I think I might have done in this game. Look, I was going west that whole time. I was going west that whole time. Like, east? What the fuck? This isn't right.
It takes everybody collaborative effort to kind of get this big picture of what happened, what took place. And
Gavin begins to tell his side of the story. According to Gavin, Ashton picked him up in his car, and together they drove to Ashton's home. On the way, they came across Trent and a group of his friends.
I'm not exactly
On
sure how many
300K.
people, but there was a bunch of kids walking down the street. And it was like 3 big black kids, 3 or 4 big black kids, and like 2 white, and at least 2 white people. And then he
Got 100K over here, baby.
And then he came, and then he stopped, unlocked the door, and the big black kid came in, opened up the door, and punched me in the face right here.
or can you lift your hair up so I can see if you have any marks or anything?
My nose was bleeding earlier, and there's like crusty blood in my nose. It was like right here.
Okay.
Like, yeah, right there. And then.
So, which guy opened the door? Do you remember?
I don't know his name. Okay. I've never seen him before, like, ever.
Was he dark, light?
He was dark. Like not like super dark, but he was a little bit light skinned, like kind of dark. And
do you remember what he was wearing, or
no?
You remember about how tall he was?
He was pretty tall. But he opened the door, and as soon as he opened the door, he stuck me in the face. And when he stuck me in the face, I went like that. Like, there's like the center console, and it was like right here, like in his lap.
I thought you said Reese. Let's go. Donnie, me and you, baby.
And pulled the trigger. And as soon as I pulled the trigger, I dropped the gun, and they was like, okay.
I thought you said Reese.
Gavin confesses almost immediately to taking Trent's life. Gavin
No, he
claims
said,
that Trent was with a group of
I thought you said
Trent
Reese.
assaulted him first. At this point, the detectives
Dude, that's the funniest comment I think I've seen all night.
Was it in fact a robbery and Gavin was defending himself? Or is there more to this story?
What kind of gun was it?
It was black, and
That was funny.
it looked kind of like your gun, but it was like small, and it was.
We're talking about a pistol.
Yeah.
Okay.
It was smaller, and it was like less like square and rectangular.
You know the difference between a revolver and
Oh, that's fucking awesome.
Okay. So it's like a semi-automatic.
Alright. It's boring. Why, like, man, I wish I could just watch sports. How the Apex rounds go? I mean, we're playing this, aren't we? We're playing RuneScape, bud. That should say enough.
I don't know. What is it?
Wait, did I just...
20-year-old Lene and her 16-year-old sister Trish were looking forward
I
to the
just started the fucking
their family's cabin,
agility
a
course.
place they fondly referred to as TD's Tranquility. At the time, the TD
Tokes
family
shot,
viewed it
let's
as
go.
an escape from the world, but it would soon become a place of unimaginable horrors. Now, to say the cabin was isolated would be a total understatement. It was deep in the mountains, roughly 2.5 miles off the main road, and could only be accessed by snowmobiles in the winter. It was Christmas time in 1990, and according to Lene, her mother and grandmother had spared no detail when decorating their cabin for the holidays. My mom even had our Christmas stockings hung under the fireplace mantle, she remembered. On December 22nd, the TD family left the cabin and headed to Salt Lake City, where they planned to wrap up some last-minute shopping. Naturally, the thought of intruders breaking into the cabin while they were gone was far from their minds. But unbeknownst to anyone, 2 very dangerous men had done just that. As they made their way back, they were completely unaware that 2 ruthless killers were lying in wait and had even been videotaping themselves opening
Hey,
presents
who the fuck
under
is
the
this?
tree.
Oh, it's B-Dot. What the hell?
What is it?
Go East.
When they got back to the cabin first that afternoon with another K and grandmother.
That's my guy right there. Yo, he's even got the amulet with the ornament. I used to have the ornament, but I sold it. That is so funny.
Behind the refrigerator, and at first, she just thought it was one of the cousins they were expecting.
God bless.
However, Lene's blood ran cold when a
That's so
grizzly-headed
funny,
man
dude.
came out from behind the refrigerator, holding a gun. Then, as her mother and grandmother came into view, another man wearing her father's sweatshirt and thick
Kraken.
glasses
Nice.
emerged
You
from
still
a
laughing? Dude, that shit is so funny.
Assuming the motive was robbery, Kay briefly pleaded with the intruders to take whatever they wanted, but they responded by opening fire on the women. Lene watched in sheer terror as her mother fell to the floor, turning briefly only to see her grandmother get shot.
Funniest shit all day.
76-year-old Beth gasped for air one final time before the cabin went dead silent. As Lene begged the men to call paramedics, they ignored her and went about throwing her mother and grandmother's bodies off the balcony. Lene recalled one of them stopping to vomit in the bathroom and exclaiming, "This is sick, this is gross, this is disgusting." Lene's thoughts went instantly to her sister and father, Rolf, who would be returning any minute. She frantically tried to devise a plan to keep them safe, but just moments later, the sound of the snowmobiles could be heard, and one of the men grabbed her from behind, wrapping his arm around her neck and pressing the barrel of the gun to her back. Rolf and Trish pulled into the driveway and were immediately ambushed by the other man, who led them into the cabin at gunpoint. Once inside, Rolf saw that his eldest daughter was being held hostage, with Lene recalling, "My dad could see tears in my eyes, and it was an unspoken communication, and he knew at that point that something awful had happened to Mom and Grams." The intruders demanded money from Rolf, and he obliged, tossing whatever was in his pockets onto the floor. Then the man restraining Lene told the other to shoot him, but for reasons unknown, he refused. So the man with Lene took matters into his own hands. His weapon misfired twice, but the third shot struck Rolf directly in the face, and he fell to the floor. As the two young women watched on, the men began dousing the entire cabin in gasoline, which there was plenty of around the cabin for the snowmobiles. They then set the place on fire and demanded the girls load up the snowmobiles and get ready to leave. Doing as instructed, Lene and Trish each got onto a snowmobile with one of the attackers behind them, and they set off, leaving Rolf for dead in the fiery blaze. It seems likely that the man who refused to shoot Rolf could be the man who vomited earlier. Given the physical response to the first killings, as well as the refusal to shoot the father, it appears that one of the men may have been having at least some second thoughts. If this is true, there could be several reasons why he didn't just leave or try to stop the other man. He may have been afraid of repercussions from his partner, who appeared to be calling at least some of the shots. He may have felt that there wasn't a safe way for him to get out of the situation. By choosing to not shoot Rolf, perhaps he felt like he was not as responsible for what happened. Even if one of the assailants didn't want to kill anyone but just agreed to a burglary, under the law, both would still be charged with the murder. For a defendant to be guilty of a crime, it's not necessary that the defendant do all of the acts of the crime.
Good luck,
For example,
Paul.
if two people join in a common purpose to commit a crime, each of them is guilty of the crime and is also guilty of any other crime committed by the other in the pursuit to commit the crime. This is
That's
called
just so
acting in
dumb.
concert. So even if the two men agree to just burglarize the home, but in doing so, one assailant shot someone, that other assailant can also be charged with that shooting, as it's a natural or likely consequence of committing the burglary. From the back of the snowmobiles, the sisters were
Excuse me.
secretly
Oh, you got the 100K.
with Trish later saying
You went all in and it
had all
fucking
kinds
paid
of different
dividends.
plans of how to wreck the snowmobile, how to throw him off into a tree, how to get rid of him. But all I could think of is I couldn't leave my sister. There was no one to help us. There was nowhere to go. Then they passed by the girl's Uncle Randy, who at first simply assumed they were out with new boyfriends for a joyride. However, as he waved to his nieces, they ignored him and passed right by out of fear that the intruders might kill him too. When they finally reached the main road, the two men forced Trish and Lene into the back seat of their family car before speeding away. Trish glimpsed that one of them was also carrying a knife, and when he saw her looking, he said, "Don't
Yes.
worry, I'm just as good with a knife as I am a gun." Suspicions rising, Randy saw the car pulling out with the girls in the back and tried desperately to make them stop by yelling and waving his arms, but the girls continued to ignore him. At this point, he knew something was terribly wrong, but before he could stop to think, he heard another snowmobile in the distance. The first thing he noticed was that the rider wasn't wearing any protective equipment or warm clothing, but as they got closer, he realized blood was covering the person's swollen face. Then, it suddenly occurred to Randy, "Oh my God, it's my brother." Against all odds, Rolf had survived the horrific encounter by pretending to be dead when he hit the floor. After being shot and set on fire, he managed to rip off his burning clothes and hop on a snowmobile to rescue his daughters. He could barely muster the strength to tell Randy, "I've been shot, my wife has been killed, and my daughters have been kidnapped." Randy helped his badly bleeding brother into the back of his car,
What
and
the
he took off after the
fuck?
girls,
This case is
trying
crazy.
all the while to reach service so he could call for help. Finally, as they caught up with the stolen car, Randy's mobile phone came into service and he called 911, yelling at the operator, "Guys, I need a helicopter now." Randy gave detailed instructions on where the car was headed, and the operator assured him that they had police in the area who would be there soon. Meanwhile, Trish and Lene sat terrified in the back of the car as it sped more than 90 miles per hour down the road. They felt a quick wave of relief when they saw a police vehicle turn around and start following them, but all hope vanished when their captors sent the car plummeting down an embankment. Officers swarmed the crash scene with guns drawn, and miraculously, Trish and Lene emerged from the wreckage unharmed, with their hands in the air, yelling that they were hostages. The two men surrendered and were instructed to get down on their knees with their hands behind their heads. Trish and Lene believed their entire family was dead back at the cabin, so they were shocked to learn that their father was being airlifted from Randy's car to the nearest hospital in critical condition. The two suspects were identified as Vaughn Lester Taylor and Edward Stephen Deli, parolees who had recently run away from a halfway house they'd been staying at while looking for employment. The two men were previously in prison for arson and aggravated burglary, respectively, but were now each facing first-degree murder charges. In addition, they were also charged with attempted first-degree murder, aggravated kidnapping, aggravated assault, theft, arson, and failure to heed a police signal to stop. The term aggravated is added to a crime when something is done to make the circumstances of the crime more serious. Here, the kidnapping and assault charge are aggravated because they committed these acts while brandishing a weapon. Authorities rushed to the crime scene, where the top floor of the cabin was still on fire. They quickly located the deceased bodies of Kay and Ruth and noted countless bloodstains and bullet holes tarnishing the once tranquil vacation spot. Investigators also uncovered several vital pieces of evidence, including a tape from inside the family's video camera. The shocking footage revealed that robbery was not their only motive, and that the attackers had clearly intended to murder the family. They ate the family's food and even opened their Christmas presents on camera while waiting to strike. It later came out that they had called a friend back at the halfway house and bragged about their plans to kill a family and steal their car. Vaughn and Edward reportedly chose the location because one of them was familiar with the area, and when they discovered that people were home at the TD family cabin, they knew they'd found a target. With evidence mounting against him, Vaughn pleaded guilty to the murder charges in 1991.
Damn, that's crazy.
He opted for a penalty phase hearing before a jury rather than a judge and was sentenced to death. Edward's trial took place a few weeks later, with his attorney arguing that Vaughn had done all of the shooting. Trish and Lene gave heartfelt testimonies, confirming that Vaughn had been the one holding Lene around the neck and that he was the one who shot Rolf. Edward was ultimately found guilty of second-degree murder and sentenced to life in prison. While the family wasn't happy about Edward's sentence, they took immense satisfaction in seeing the look on his face when he realized Rolf was, in fact, alive. Trish later stated, "I remember watching the look on Deli's face as he came in seeing my father, and it was very apparent to me that he didn't know my father had survived, and the look on his face was just priceless, like he'd been defeated. My dad survived. We won." In 2001, Edward reached out to Lene in a letter, expressing remorse for his actions and claiming to no longer be the same evil person. After 9 years of contemplation, she courageously accepted his apology as part of her road to recovery. On the other hand, Vaughn Taylor has attempted to appeal his conviction multiple times and argues that Edward did all of the shooting on that fateful day. The remorseless killer even claimed he had brain damage in an effort to be spared the death penalty. The vast majority of defendants that are given a life sentence or the death penalty try to appeal their case. If Vaughn Taylor could actually prove that he had such severe brain damage and therefore wasn't competent to stand trial, his appeal would have been granted. That, however, was not the case here. The apology letter that Edward sent to Lene may have appeared to be genuine since she eventually decided to accept it. From a psychological perspective, it would make sense if the man who was physically sick during the attacks, the man who refused to shoot Rolf, and the man who expressed remorse to the family were all the same person. We don't know if that is the case here. However, it does appear that Vaughn Taylor failed to take responsibility for his actions. It appears that he lied when he claimed that Edward did all of the shooting, as the victims identified Vaughn as the one who shot Rolf. Pathological lying, lack of guilt, and failure to take responsibility are all traits of a psychopath. In 2020, the U.S. District Court Judge Tina Campbell made a shocking decision to overturn Bond's sentence, stating he'd not been given a fair trial. Oh, but don't worry. It was reversed in 2021 by a federal appeals court, and Bond's now back on death row. Rolfe passed away from cancer in 2008, surrounded by his loved ones, and his daughters will forever remember him as the hero that saved their lives. As for Lene and Trish, they refused to let this tragedy define
holy
them,
shit.
and have since rebuilt the cabin in the mountains, where they enjoy spending time with their families without fear, because, as their father once said, lightning never strikes twice in the same location. And just like that, we're on to our next case. When Todd DePriest said goodbye to his wife Nancy as she headed off to work, he had no way of knowing that it would be the last time he'd ever see her alive. However, what initially seemed like a cut-and-dry case ultimately transformed into a high-profile fight for justice, spanning more than a decade. Born and raised in Texas, Nancy was a vibrant 20-year-old with a devoted husband and a young daughter they named Sylvia. On October 24th, 1988, Nancy arrived for her shift at an Austin Pizza Hut at around 7 in the morning to prepare pizza dough before the restaurant opened. The young wife and mother was a reliable employee who would often work alone in the morning, and this day was no different. Still, her manager called just to make sure everything was going all right, but no one answered the work phone. After several more failed attempts at reaching Nancy by phone, her manager decided to check things out at the restaurant around 9:30. Upon entering the building, he quickly made a horrifying discovery. Nancy was clinging to life in a pool of blood, and she'd been tied up with her own bra. She was rushed to the hospital, but tragically succumbed to her injuries later that day. An autopsy concluded that her cause of death was from a single gunshot wound to the back of her head. Furthermore, the medical examiner noted that it appeared she had been assaulted prior to her murder. Back at the crime scene, investigators found no signs of forced entry and believed the motive to be robbery, as there was money missing from the restaurant's safe. While there wasn't much evidence to work with, at least not back then, a .22 caliber shell casing was discovered next to Nancy's body. Then, 2 weeks after the murder, 22-year-old Chris Ochoa and 19-year-old Richard Danzinger went to the Austin Pizza Hut for a bite to eat. The two were roommates who worked at another nearby Pizza Hut restaurant, but employees found their behavior that day suspicious. Beyond inquiring about her death to the security guard, they also appeared to make a toast to Nancy's memory, which prompted multiple mentions to the police. Investigators interviewed the two men as well as Richard's girlfriend Donna, who claimed they'd been together that evening. But just 2 days later, Chris confessed to his involvement in Nancy's murder and even implicated Richard in the crime as the shooter. The roommates were subsequently arrested and placed in jail while they awaited trial. Chris accepted a plea deal in which he would testify against Richard to have the death penalty taken off the table. It's common practice to give deals to one defendant in a multi-defendant case in exchange for their testimony when the prosecution can use it to prove their case. Richard's trial began in January 1990 with him pleading not guilty. Chris testified against his friend, but as a shock to the prosecution, he changed his story on the stand and said he shot Nancy, not Richard. Still, the judge found Chris's testimony very convincing based on the DNA evidence found at the crime scene and their odd behavior following the murder. So, despite the lack of physical evidence directly connecting him to the crime, Richard was found guilty after just 7.5 minutes of deliberation, and he was sentenced to life in prison. Now, it was Chris's turn to face the music. Instead of the death penalty, he pleaded guilty and was also sentenced to life imprisonment. 3 years into his prison sentence, Richard was brutally attacked by a fellow inmate, and while he survived, he was left with permanent brain damage. He was eventually transferred to a psychiatric prison in 1997. However, a year earlier in 1996, something happened that would turn this entire case upside down. A man named Joseph Marino, who was serving time in another Texas prison for robbery and assault, sent a chilling letter to the police saying he had been the one to kill Nancy DePriest. He cited newfound religious beliefs as his reason for confessing, as he stated in the letter, "I am 100% responsible for the death, the robbery, assault, and murder of Miss DePriest." Joseph may have wanted the chance to clear his conscience, as it's possible the guilt had been eating away at him over the years. However, it's also within the realm of possibility that he wanted to take credit for the crime and show everyone that he had literally gotten away with murder. Joseph was already serving 3
Where's
life
this here?
sentences for aggravated robberies when he confessed to killing Nancy, so he may have felt that the attention and notoriety he would receive would be worth any additional jail time he might get. Additionally, Joseph told them that they could find evidence at his home, linking him to the crime. While the Austin police located a money bag, Nancy's keys, and the gun he claimed as the murder weapon at his residence, they still believed Chris and Richard were involved. So they worked tirelessly for 2 years to find any sort of connection between the 3 men. It's easy for police to get tunnel vision and confirmation bias in cases once they set their minds on a particular suspect as being guilty. Meanwhile, Joseph kept trying to get his story heard and even wrote a letter to then Texas Governor George W. Bush, saying, "You are legally and morally obligated to contact Danziger and Ochoa's attorneys." The letter went unanswered. Finally, in 1998, authorities notified the district attorney's office of the confession letter. They also visited Chris in prison to ask him about the possibility of a third accomplice, but he stuck to his original story, insisting that he and Richard had acted alone. Sensing that something was going on in the case, Chris soon changed his mind and decided to reach out to the Wisconsin Innocence Project in 1999. He told them that he'd been coerced into a confession and that he and Richard were innocent. As a result, the organization requested more advanced DNA testing on the samples collected at the crime scene. And in November 2000, the results came back. The DNA belonged to Joseph Marino, not Chris or Richard. As it turns out, the DNA testing in 1990 only analyzed a single gene, whereas the new test examined 10. Additionally, a ballistics test confirmed that the gun found in Joseph's home had been the one used to kill Nancy. So, on January 16, 2001, after nearly 13 years behind bars, Chris Ochoa was released from prison at age 34. He was fully acquitted of the crime a few months later. Richard Danziger was also released a few months later, but the brain damage he sustained during his prison sentence left him needing lifelong care. Joseph further admitted to investigators that his motive for killing Nancy stemmed from his hatred for a female correctional officer he encountered while serving time in prison for robberies and other crimes. He decided that he would murder a woman who resembled her when he got out, and that's why he chose Nancy. Finally, he claimed that she had led him into the restaurant that morning because he was wearing a workman's uniform and claimed to be fixing a broken soda machine. Joseph was ultimately convicted of capital murder and given a life sentence for Nancy's murder. But that still begs the question, why would Chris confess to a crime he didn't commit? Well, as it turns out, Chris, Richard, and Richard's girlfriend Donna had been interviewed by Detective Hector Polanco, a man known for cracking even the most challenging cases. Chris adamantly denied having any knowledge regarding Nancy's murder, but the interview pressed on regardless. Meanwhile, in a separate interview room, Donna explained that she and Richard had been together at
Use
her
the talk
home that
option?
entire
I
night.
did.
Richard also denied
Talk?
having any
Yeah.
involvement in the crime, but detectives felt he knew details
This
about the crime
man,
that were
bro.
not public knowledge, although those admissions have never
This
been fully
man,
disclosed.
brother.
Although Richard never falsely confessed, it's interesting that in 52% of false confession cases that were later exonerated through DNA evidence, the exoneree included facts that weren't public in their confessions. This suggests that giving details about a crime that are not public knowledge may not be quite as indicative of guilt as police may think.
That's right.
As the relentless questioning continued, investigators told Chris that Richard would turn against him and that
Thank
he
you.
needed to protect himself. This technique is called the prisoner's dilemma.
Yeah, this
where the
fucking man,
suspect is set
Brian.
up in such a way that both parties choose to protect themselves at the expense of the other. As a result, both participants find
This man's
themselves in a
legit.
worse state than if they cooperated with each other. Some speculate that the detectives working this case used questionable techniques to garner information from him, such as throwing furniture and showing him graphic autopsy photos. 2 days after the questioning began, Chris buckled under the pressure and signed a written confession that listed Richard as his accomplice. At the time, he believed this was the only way to avoid death by lethal injection. The confession stated that he and Richard had entered the Pizza Hut using stolen keys, and that together they had assaulted and killed Nancy.
What ID? Oh, yeah.
It also included fabricated details of the crime that would haunt the victim's family for over a decade. Moreover, Chris's inexperienced defense attorneys didn't believe in his innocence and were solely focused on avoiding the death penalty. So they urged him to testify against Richard and basically just throw him under the bus. It's possible that the reason Chris changed his story about who shot Nancy during Richard's trial is because he felt guilty for blaming his friend. He may have felt that since he was now safe,
You back? Welcome, Mr. Negative.
Try to undo the damage that was done toward Richard. Chris only stuck with his story when the police visited in 1998 because he knew that it would be nearly impossible to secure parole if he started denying his guilt. Chris and Richard ultimately received millions of dollars each in settlements.
The dog over here?
Richard also sued Chris for false incrimination, which he willingly settled over a hefty sum. Of his confession, Chris stated, "I know people think no reasonable person would confess to something they didn't do. Who the hell is reasonable in that situation? You're not normal. You're there, never been in trouble before. You've been taught to respect officers with guns. They put you in a room. They've got the badges. What are you gonna do?" According to the Innocence Project, there have been 375 DNA exonerations in the United States. Of these, 29% involved false confessions. In 49% of those false confession cases, the false confessor was 21 years old or younger at the time of arrest. It seems surprising that someone would confess to a murder they didn't commit, but in fact, in 130 of these DNA exoneration cases, the exoneree was wrongfully convicted of murder, with most of these, 62%, involving false confessions.
But you're gonna get
People
your
may
ass
falsely confess
kicked,
to a
son.
crime as a way to get out of a stressful situation, such as the interrogation, or to avoid punishment, which in this case would be the lethal injection that Chris was threatened with. A suspect may also confess in order to access a reward, such as being able to go home or see their family. In interrogations, police sometimes use high-end inducements, which means that suspects are led to believe
This
that
game's
they will
older than
receive
10
a
years,
lower
dude.
punishment if they confess,
I was playing this game when I was in
but a
grade
higher
3.
punishment if they do not confess. Chris may have felt like there was no way out with some kind of punitive outcome, so he chose to confess in order to get the lesser punishment.
I kill this
Alright,
cock-sucking
on that note,
motherfucker.
let's move on to our last true crime story. When paramedics responded to the call of 2 dead bodies at the Durham family home in Sand Lake, Michigan, they had no idea that they were in for the shock of a lifetime. While moving the bodies, one of their supposed murder victims suddenly came to life, unleashing a web of lies and betrayal. Still, just when investigators thought they'd hit a dead end in the case, a most unlikely witness came forward with a chilling account that didn't fly well with anyone. 46-year-old Martin and 49-year-old Glenna Durham were a married couple of 11 years who shared 5 children from previous relationships.
Bro, what
In
is this
1995, Martin
ignorance?
was involved in a devastating car accident that horribly damaged the
Kill
left
this
side
fucking
of his
guy,
body
let's
and
go.
brain. His injuries rendered him disabled and resulted in significant memory loss, thus leaving him unable to work. So the family was forced to rely
Yes,
on
thank
Martin's
you.
disability checks and whatever the government paid Glenna to care for her husband. Still, their
Wait,
real
I
money
got-
troubles came from Glenna's gambling addiction, and she would frequently visit casinos. Martin was much more frugal with his spending, so naturally this habit didn't sit well with him, and the couple often argued about their financial problems. As Martin's physical health continued to deteriorate, Glenna took complete control over their bill payments, but by this point her gambling addiction had spiraled out of control.
I'm
However,
confused.
when a man
How am I
showed up
supposed to kill
repossess
this
one of
fucking
their
guy?
vehicles in 2010,
Am I just supposed to
Glenna
pray for
somehow
like?
convinced Martin that it was
Did I
all
fuck
some
up?
big mistake. 5 years later, the
Chopping
local
Willow to
newspaper published
50?
a notice about their home
Word.
going into foreclosure, and Glenna offered her husband the same weak excuse.
Word.
It seemed like everything was starting to fall apart. Then, in May of that same year, one of the Durham's neighbors noticed that it had been 2 days since they last saw Martin or Glenna. The worried neighbor went over
Yeah,
to
he's supposed to get
investigate,
both
but was
faces,
greeted
okay?
only with
Oh, okay.
silence, so they
I
ventured
was
further into the
confused,
house.
thanks.
Upon entering the living room, a gruesome discovery was made. The bodies of Martin and Glenna were sprawled out on the floor. Martin was dressed in only his underwear, and Glenna was fully clothed with a blanket covering her lower half. There was blood all over the place, and the neighbor struggled to locate a pulse on either body, so they immediately
Oh,
called
I got your
911.
bag like an ass,
Paramedics arrived on the
correct?
scene and found Martin deceased from 5 gunshot wounds. Glenna also appered to be dead from injuries to her head.
Yeah, I
But
can.
when
Okay,
emergency
that
workers
makes
went to
sense.
move
It's
her
a
body,
safe
they
at
were
death.
stunned to realize
I
she was still alive.
I didn't really
Glenna's
understand
breathing was
what that.
shallow, and her body jolted once before being rushed to the hospital. In the ambulance, she was
Safe
incredibly
death.
confused and combative to the point.
Is
where
there
she
such a
needed to be
goddamn thing
restrained.
as a safe death?
Medics said she asked several times, "Why are you doing this, Marty?" Doctors determined that Glenna had suffered 2 minor bullet wounds at the hospital, but they said she would survive. However, once recovered, Glenna claimed to have no recollection of the events that led to her being shot. An autopsy confirmed that Martin had died from 3 close-range gunshot wounds to his chest, with 2 additional rounds fired into his back and lower arm from farther away. It's possible for memory loss to occur following significant trauma, which could be one explanation as to why Glenna allegedly couldn't remember anything about being shot. Meanwhile, back at the Durham home, investigators tried to make sense of the bizarre crime scene. Based on the circumstances, they assumed a third individual was involved, but found no evidence suggesting a break-in. Those close to Martin expressed to officers that he had been very wary of intruders and kept his doors locked and deadbolted at all times. Nevertheless, detectives did locate a Ruger single-6 pistol under a chair in the living room, along with various ammunition scattered throughout the house. The next day, some of the couple's children returned to the
Fucking thing
home
is
to clean
confusing,
and
bro.
uncovered a manila envelope in the living room filled with letters written by Glenna.
Squash is
Specifically, the letters seemed to imply that she was
mad
planning to take her own life and included
confusing.
apologies to her loved ones. She even wrote one to her ex-husband, asking him to watch after their children when she's gone. Investigators questioned Glenna about the letters, but she claimed to have no memory of writing them. Moreover, she told detectives that she had no reason to kill herself or Martin, saying, "I wouldn't shoot my husband. I'd be better off divorcing him and leaving him." Her explanation seemed fishy to investigators, but they didn't have the evidence needed to file any charges, so they tried to glean as much information as possible from those close to the Durham family. One relative commented to detectives. She indicated he was a pain in the ass to take care of, and one of these days she was going to kill him. Authorities also requested access to Glenna's cell phone records, which showed that she had used her internet browser the day before the shooting to look up Ruger pistols. The web pages visited included Ruger Inside Out, Ruger Safety Blue Book, and Ruger New Model Single-6 single-action revolvers. But of course, Glenna denied ever visiting those sites from her phone, alleging that she only used her phone to play games. Then someone else started talking, and I'll give you a hint. It wasn't Glenna. Instead, a video released by Martin's ex-wife showed his beloved pet African gray parrot, the only witness to the shooting, reenacting what appeared to be their final fight. In the video, which quickly went viral, the parrot moves from side to side while changing its voice to reflect 2 people bickering, possibly
What
Martin
the fuck?
and Glenna.
I'm confused. So you just have to enter by one door of your house?
Finally, the bird exclaims, "Don't f***ing shoot," which some family members strongly believe was the last thing Martin ever said. Martin's ex-wife stated, "To listen to the whole 2-minute rant and to know Marty and to know Glenna and to know the things that they would say to each other, it's haunting. My house turns cold. I get chills when I hear it." The shocking video ultimately put even more pressure on the police to make an arrest, but they still wanted to ensure the case against Glenna would hold up at trial. So the lead prosecutor communicated with experts worldwide about using the parrot's statements as evidence, but couldn't justify the admission.
Okay.
This evidence is extremely interesting from a legal
Was
and
that supposed to be
evidentiary
that fair?
perspective. It is obviously highly unusual to have an animal as a witness that makes a statement. All out-of-court statements, whether by a person or, in this case, an animal, is considered hearsay. Hearsay evidence is usually inadmissible at trial. The reason hearsay is barred as evidence is because one cannot cross-examine the person who is making the statement, since that person is not in court. This case is extremely unique in that the parrot could technically be presented in court, but there's no way to cross-examine a parrot, and its statements cannot be deemed reliable. Just when it appeared the trail was running cold, police received results from the
Gone up
ballistics
to half,
test
man.
run on the pistol found under the chair, which confirmed it to be the murder weapon. Moreover, handwriting tests concluded that Glenna had been the one to write the letters found in the home. Roughly 1 year after his death, investigators finally had enough evidence to arrest Glenna and charge her with Martin's murder. In July 2017, Glenna Durham stood trial for her crimes, with the prosecution arguing that she had intended to take her own life along with Martin's, but backed out on the plan. They also emphasized Glenna's extensive gambling habits and the couple's crippling financial issues as a motive. The theory that Glenna was planning on taking her own life as well makes sense, given the apology letter she left behind. If she'd been planning to kill only Martin and pretend that they'd both been shot by a third person, it seems unlikely that she would have left such incriminating letters in the home. In addition, it's possible that Glenna may have been experiencing caregiver fatigue or burnout, which is a state of physical, emotional, and mental exhaustion as a result of caring for her husband after his car accident. In fact, one symptom of caregiver burnout is feelings of wanting to hurt yourself or the person for whom you are caring. There was clearly no squawking in the jury because after just 1 day of deliberating, Glenna was convicted of first-degree murder and a felony firearm charge. She was sentenced to life in prison without a chance for parole and is currently carrying out her term at a women's correctional facility in Michigan.
What's the address of your emergency? Tell me exactly what happened.
I think I killed my...
What do you mean by that? What happened?
I had a dream, and then I turn on the lights and she's dead on the floor.
How?
I have blood all over me, and there's a bloody knife on the bed, and I think I did it.
Matthew and Lauren Phelps were married less than a year, and at first they seemed like a match made in heaven. After all, he was an aspiring preacher and she was a devoted Sunday school teacher.
What am I doing higher on
the
this?
happy newlywed facade was a dark secret.
Maybe tomorrow. We'll have to wait and see. Maybe tomorrow I might do some 5 tomorrow.
It started as an ordinary evening in Raleigh, North Carolina, but that all changed when Matthew made a bone-chilling call to 911.
I can't believe this. I can't believe this.
When did you wake up to find this?
I don't even know what time it is.
All right, stay on the phone with me, sir. I just gotta ask you a few questions, okay? I'm getting some help to you. Are you with the patient now?
Yeah, I can see her.
Okay. All right. How old is the patient?
She's 29.
Okay. Is she awake at all right now? What makes you think she's dead? Is she awake?
She's not breathing.
Okay.
Oh.
Okay. Do you think she is beyond any help?
Yo, Brian, thank you so much.
Too close to her.
Okay, just stay on the phone with me, sir. I'm here with you. I'm here with you.
Paramedics rushed to the couple's home and encountered a gruesome scene beyond their worst nightmares. It wasn't just that Lauren had been violently murdered in her own bedroom, but that the person sleeping next to her claimed to have no recollection of the night's events. Still, Matthew had an explanation for his missing memory, and it's one that shocked even the most seasoned detectives. 28-year-old Matthew Phelps and 29-year-old Lauren Hugelmeyer first met during their time together in a Kentucky middle school and bonded over a shared love for Star Wars. The pair lost touch for a while, but eventually reconnected. They started dating and were later married in November 2016. Matthew then moved into Lauren's quaint Raleigh townhouse to begin their married life.
Badge sniffer.
Their social media feeds, the church-going couple appeared happy and very much in love.
Yeah.
Lauren worked as an auditor, a Sunday school teacher, and a Cincy salesperson. At the same time, Matthew was employed at a lawn care business and studying to become a pastor. Life was good, but all was not as it seemed to be. Well, that was until September 1st, 2017.
Hi, I'm Lauren, your Cincy independent consultant. Thank you so much for joining me for this Facebook party. I just want to show you an inside scoop about what my favorite Cincy things are.
What is this?
It has been a blessing to my life. For real, because I've met so many amazing, talented, inspiring women in the few months that I've been doing Cincy, and I cannot be more grateful for the opportunity that Cincy has given me.
Just 10 hours after Lauren posted an upbeat video to social media highlighting a new Cincy product, Matthew made that harrowing call to 911. He explained to the dispatcher that he had just woken up from a dream to find himself covered in blood, with his wife lying in the fetal position on the bedroom floor. Paramedics rushed Lauren to a nearby hospital, where she was confirmed dead on arrival. An autopsy report later told a terrifying story of what happened.
And rewatch that later on tomorrow.
The medical examiner found that she had suffered
You have a good night, man.
23 distinct stab wounds and cuts. some up to 4 inches deep, to her head, neck, abdomen, and arms. In addition, she had countless defense wounds and hair, later determined to be Matthew's, clutched in one of her hands. Therefore, the medical examiner listed her official cause of death as homicide by multiple sharp force injuries. Meanwhile, Matthew, who police found emotionless at the scene, was apprehended and brought to the station for questioning. Investigators honed in on the fact that during the 911 call, Matthew seemed to be blaming his actions on something truly bizarre.
When did you wake up?
I don't know. I took more medicine than I should have.
What medicine did you take?
I took Corseidin, cough and cold, because I know it can make you feel good. So a lot of times I can't sleep at night.
All right, so what are you sure it's not breathing?
Blink your time, yo. Let's go, baby.
Oh my God.
Yes, you heard right. He claimed to have accidentally killed his wife in a hallucinatory state after ingesting an excess of Corseidin cough and cold, an over-the-counter medication. Now, this is where things really start to go off the rails. Bayer, the manufacturer of Corseidin, quickly reacted and released a statement expressing condolences to the family. They also remarked there is no evidence to suggest that Corseidin is associated with violent behavior. Still, detectives located an empty package of Corseidin at the crime scene, but not everything about Matthew's story was adding up. The crime scene seemed staged, with the murder weapon and medicine neatly placed where they would be visible to authorities.
Another one.
It also
Cheers.
appeared that Matthew
Let's
had
go,
attempted to
baby.
clean himself up before
You know how we
paramedics
do.
arrived, as there wasn't nearly as much blood on him as would be expected. Still, Matthew insisted that the cold medicine made him kill his wife. Then, 4 days after Lauren's death, Matthew appeared in court for the first time, facing a first-degree murder charge. He entered the room and kept his head low to avoid eye contact with Lauren's loved ones, as the judge explained the potential consequences of his actions. Shortly after, a medical report was released stating that Matthew didn't have enough Corseidin in his system at the time to impact his reasoning, but he still didn't change his story. When Matthew's trial date finally arrived, prosecutors emphasized to the court that the attack on Lauren was both intentional and premeditated.
Bro,
They
this
showed his
quest
search
looks
history leading up to the murder.
This
which
will be the
included
last
questions
quest
like,
we do
how
tonight.
loopy does
I gotta
Corseidin
do
make
this
you?
bullshit.
And have other people been high from Corseidin? Adding
Fuck
even
me.
more fuel to the fire, investigators had conducted a
I'm
lunar
off.
test at the house, which proved their suspicions that Matthew had tried to clean up the scene. Matthew's defense
I'm
was
off to
basically
finish this
grasping at
quest.
straws and merely pointed to their client's seemingly harmless nature
Oh,
as the reason
what
he
a
should be
G.
found innocent.
Oh my
In
God.
reality, Michael's attorney
What
was
a
arguing
fucking
defense called
G.
a diminished capacity.
God
But
bless.
the diminished capacity defense, any
Oh my
incapacitating
God.
factor, including voluntary intoxication,
What a
could be
G.
considered when evaluating
Holy
the defendant's state of
fucking
mind.
Lord, man.
Essentially, he is arguing that
What a,
Matthew's
he
mental
just saved
condition was
like
so
5
diminished
minutes
that
right
he could
there.
not form the intent required to commit the crime.
He
However, the fact
just
that Matthew had
he
made some
just saved
suspicious
like
internet
5
searches cuts
minutes
against
right
this
there.
defense.
Oh my God,
On
bro.
October 5th,
God bless.
2018, Matthew accepted a plea
What a
deal to avoid the
fucking
death
G.
penalty and pled guilty to
Oh
first-degree
my
murder.
God.
He was given a life sentence without the
That's so
possibility
sick.
of parole. Following the sentencing, Matthew apologized to Lauren's loved ones.
Okay.
So, how did Matthew and Lauren go
Buy
from marital
some or
bliss to
fish some
murder
from the
in less
pier?
than 1 year? Well, for starters, there were
Oh my-
some financial difficulties.
G.
While Lauren had been rather thrifty in her
Easy.
spending, Matthew was known to
Buy
blow
from
large
G or you can
sums.
get
I'm
2
talking
Arctic
more money
Bone
than he
and
earned
now.
on iTunes and
just
video
going to
games,
G.
forcing Lauren to pick up extra work. Things between them got so bad that Lauren actually confided in friends and family that she was thinking about leaving him just a short time after their wedding. Still, Matthew seemed like the perfect husband to those on the outside. But unbeknownst to everyone, he was hiding a darkness that had followed him since childhood. Matthew reportedly struggled with depression most of his life. He later became addicted to video games and frequently abused cold medicine. Oh, and he was so obsessed with the 2000 horror film American Psycho that he made a secret Instagram account under @Marty_radical to share photos of himself dressed as the movie's killer. Matthew's apparent hero worship of a movie serial killer should send alarm bells ringing. Idolizing Patrick Bateman and dressing up like his character is a sign that Matthew may have been fantasizing about what it would have been like to actually be him. He also shared personal posts on other platforms, with one reading, "Ever since I was little, I've had some strong activity in my dreams. Nightmares, night terrors, sleepwalking, hallucinations, and controlled dreams have filled my life so far. It later came out that Matthew had previously been married and was allegedly violent with his ex-wife, who testified against him in court. Moreover, Lauren's friends told investigators that Matthew had something of an inappropriate relationship with one of their neighbors. So yeah, there were some definite warning signs of trouble in paradise. Lauren's heartbroken sister released a statement to the media saying, "He seemed to love Lauren in spite of any flaws she could have and would do anything to make her happy. What we didn't know is that he was playing a game, a very deadly game. He was luring all of us into a trap by taking advantage of our kindness and generosity. We never once thought Lauren was in danger." Unfortunately, abusers are very good at hiding the truth from everyone who knows them. They're excellent actors and can play the role of doting partner in front of other people. It can be very difficult and often impossible for family members or friends to recognize that their loved one is in an abusive relationship. It's sometimes even difficult for the person involved in the relationship to recognize it as abuse. The abusive partner can be sweet and charming one day, but cruel the next, often leaving the victim confused or even blaming themselves. Here are some warning signs that someone may be an abuser. Aggressive behavior in previous relationships is a huge red flag that more violence will occur in future relationships. Frequently overspending on non-essential items when that money is needed for both partners' basic needs can be a sign of financial abuse. Blowing large sums of money and leaving Lauren to pick up more work like Matthew did shows not only irresponsibility, but a lack of respect. How to leave an abusive relationship. Leaving an abuser can be one of the most dangerous times. Reach out to a professional for help on safely leaving an abusive situation. They can help you come up with a plan. Now, let's move on from that tragic tale to another insane true crime story, shall we?
Yeah, let's do it. CJ. Alright, let's do it.
What you just saw is
scroll down and help her. Only bring what you need for now.
Little girl who disappeared from a close-knit California community. Little did anyone know that suspicion would soon fall on the most far-fetched of suspects. Sandra Renee Cantu was born on March 8, 2001 in Tracy, California, where she lived in a mobile home with her mother, Maria Chavez, grandparents, and 3 older siblings. March 27, 2009 was just like any other day, with Sandra returning home from school at around 4 in the afternoon. She happily skipped down the road to her friend's house to play, but when she didn't return in time for dinner, her mother instinctively knew something was terribly wrong. Maria scoured the neighborhood looking for her daughter, even going door to door, but no one had seen Sandra, so she contacted the police and reported her child missing. Authorities arrived at Maria's home, gathered a few details about Sandra, such as the clothes she was last seen wearing, a Hello Kitty shirt, and black leggings. Officers immediately started canvassing the area in hopes of finding Sandra, but they got the same results as Sandra's mother. Meanwhile, Maria received a text from one of her neighbors, a local Sunday school teacher named Melissa Huckabee, reading, "Melissa Huckabee, I had something stolen today around 4 p.m. I don't know if that makes a difference or not." No one could have ever imagined the impact this message would later have on the case. So with a potential robbery on the same day, police intensified the search for Sandra and called in the FBI,
yeah, but if I don't bring everything, then I'm gonna have to keep running back and forth to the bank, you know what I mean?
Dogs and hundreds of volunteers.
If I don't bring everything, I have to run back and forth to the
Crime
bank.
Stoppers posted a $2,000 reward for her safe return, which quickly grew to $30,000 thanks to generous donations, as Sandra's disappearance appeared all over the media.
Like,
detectives turned their attention to a few shifty characters known around town, including a strange man driving an ice cream truck in the neighborhood on the same day Sandra went missing. At first, it seemed like a good lead, but he was quickly ruled out. Detectives were made aware of another man who lived near Sandra and had been seen giving her an inappropriate kiss 2 years earlier. While he was undoubtedly sketchy, he was also ruled out in the young girl's disappearance. Then a potential break came in the case when searchers uncovered a Hello Kitty shirt at the local dump. Unfortunately, Maria confirmed that it was not the same size or color as the one Sandra had been wearing. It was starting to feel like every lead they got was a dead end. But then, something truly bizarre happened during a candlelight vigil for Sandra. Roughly 6,000 people gathered to show their support for Sandra's family, including the police. However, the prayers were interrupted when a woman ran over to the police, very agitated, crying, hyperventilating, and holding a letter she claimed to have found on the ground reading, "Cantu locked in stolen suitcase, thrown in water on Bucketty Road and Whitehall Road. Witness." The woman calmed down and told the police that her suitcase had gone missing from her driveway the same day Sandra had vanished. Now, if you haven't already connected the dots, this woman was 28-year-old Melissa Huckabee. Police sent the letter in for forensic testing, noting the abundance of misspelled words and erratic handwriting. Police searched the area mentioned in the letter until finally, 10 days after Sandra disappeared, on April 6, 2009, local farmers made a grim discovery when draining an irrigation pond. They reported a black suitcase with a strong odor in the pond just north of the trailer park. Detectives rushed to the scene, and inside the tied-up suitcase, they found the body of a young girl in the fetal position, wearing a Hello Kitty shirt. Later, a medical examiner confirmed using dental records what everyone already suspected, that the victim was Sandra Cantu. The little girl had abrasions on her left elbow and lower lip, and experts also found an anti-anxiety medication in her system that Sandra had not been prescribed. Based on findings that suggested she'd been strangled with a shred of cloth fashioned into a noose, her cause of death was listed as homicidal asphyxiation.
And the underground
In an
mine?
instant,
Okay,
the
there's
search
the
for a missing
underground mine.
child transformed into a hunt for a ruthless killer. While the FBI released a suspect profile of a white male between 20 and 40 years old with a history of violence against children, detectives were still suspicious of the woman who seemed to be continuously inserting herself into the investigation, Melissa Huckabee. Police went to Melissa's home to ask a few questions, and she asserted that she had been decorating her classroom at the local church during the time Sandra went missing. She also told them that she made a phone call around 4 that afternoon regarding
I
her
remember
stolen
back in the
suitcase.
day, I used the bot
officer
to
asked
sit there
Melissa
and
when
mine,
someone would take Sandra, to which she replied,
mine
"Why do
mithril
people
at
hurt
the
other
L
people?
card,
Because they're sick in the head. Disgusting."
fucking mine,
Melissa also
and just
said to
run it all
detectives,
day back and
"I don't
forth.
know if you know this, but Sandra was my daughter's best friend," and explained that Sandra would often visit her home 10 to 15 times each day.
Sandra was my daughter's best friend. She came over here almost every day and played with my daughter.
Police obtained her cell phone records, which verified that she'd made a call at that time, but they still weren't sure when exactly Sandra disappeared and needed to gather evidence. So they locked down the church where Melissa worked, searched her mobile home, and combed through her car for clues. Inside her car, investigators found a post-it note containing scribbles of the exact address of where Sandra's body was dumped. They also located a notebook in her home with the same paper as the letter she had given the police at the vigil. Oh, but the real nail in the coffin was that she left impressions of the letter on a different page, proving she had written the letter in that notebook. It's possible that Melissa wrote that letter and caused the scene at Sandra's vigil because she enjoyed the attention. Detectives uncovered a metal rolling pin.
Wow,
often
you guys
used to
are
make bread for
insane. What
Lord's
the
Supper,
fuck?
with a suspicious
That's
blood-like
wild.
smear and a bent handle in the church. DNA tests would confirm the reddish-brown smudge to be Sandra's blood. Moreover, one of the blinds in the church was missing a cord matching the one used to tie the suitcase. As evidence mounted against her, the pressure became too much for Melissa, and she attempted to take her own life. Investigators had to wait until the hospital released her before another interview, but they asked a few questions over the phone.
Fingers were sort of pointing toward your dad or your grandfather, and you wanted to make something clear, right?
That was my suitcase. It was stolen out from in front of my house.
So do you believe your missing suitcase was the same suitcase that Sandra was found in?
I do not know. The suitcase that I've seen, from what I can see on TV, it does not look like my suitcase.
Melissa, making it clear that she has only seen the suitcase Sandra was found in on TV, could be her way of ensuring she doesn't slip up by admitting she knows whether the suitcase was hers or not. By saying it doesn't look like hers, she also may have been attempting to shift suspicion away from herself.
Police have not disclosed any information as to whether or not it is my suitcase. I know they are in the process of getting pictures of suitcases, my specific suitcase.
Then an ex-Marine and his wife who lived nearby informed police that they had seen Melissa at the irrigation pond during the hours of interest in Sandra's disappearance. They described her as distracted and hurried, and said she told them that she had just stopped to urinate. Melissa left the hospital a few days later, and when faced with the enormity of the evidence against her, she cracked and told investigators that she had killed Sandra. She insisted that it was all an accident and that they had been playing a game of hide and seek when Sandra locked herself in the suitcase. There was no confusion, given the evidence that Sandra had been assaulted with the rolling pin. Not to mention, detectives found the same drug that Sandra had in her system in Melissa's purse. Furthermore, a glance at her record showed that she had been accused of allegedly drugging another little girl earlier that year. However, based on a lack of proof, no charges were filed against Melissa. Investigators speculated that she had been practicing her calculated attack at that point. Melissa then confessed that she had put the bag in her car and forgotten about it, and by the time she remembered, Sandra was already dead.
Bro, why didn't I listen to the Black Spirit, bro?
This confession may have been an impulsive story Melissa made up in an attempt to get in less trouble. At that point, she likely knew there was too much evidence against her to entirely get away with it, so she needed to say something to try and lessen the charges. Unfortunately for Melissa, her story wasn't adding up. At her trial, Melissa was described as somewhat of a loner who suffered from mental illness. Prosecutors alleged that Melissa had lured Sandra to the church before slipping her the drug and waiting for her to pass out. Then she assaulted and strangled the little girl before cramming her body into the suitcase and throwing it into the pond. Although Melissa appears to become emotional at times, it's unclear if this is genuine or if she is faking sadness for attention or to look sympathetic. Although she appears on the verge of tears a couple times, she does not actually cry. It's also possible that the emotion Melissa is feeling is because she got caught, not because of what she did. Melissa pleaded guilty to first-degree murder and kidnapping and was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole to avoid the death penalty. She apologized to the Cantu family.
Yo, homeboy, yo.
I still cannot understand why I did what I did.
Fuck, man.
Every day I try to discover my motivation, but I still do not have an answer. This is
Why
a question
didn't I
I will
listen?
struggle with for the rest of my life. When
Yo,
asked
can I
about her
trade
motive
you?
for the crime, one officer stated, Melissa's world was her daughter. Sandra was like the little flower child of the trailer park. Everybody liked her. Melissa's daughter is not like that. I don't know if there's some jealousy going on. Red flags. This case is every parent's worst nightmare because there do not appear to be many warning signs of what Melissa was capable of. However, the alleged prior attempt of drugging another child is one huge red flag in this case. But unfortunately, no one knew about it until after Sandra was attacked. Another red flag is that Melissa kept inserting herself into the case. It's likely that Melissa enjoyed the attention she got by being involved. The moral of this story is that Melissa Huckabee was a cold-hearted monster who robbed the world of a precious little light. Sandra's family can only take solace in the fact that this woman will never be able to do this again. All right. On that note, it's time for our last twisted true crime case. 16-year-old Rebecca Marie Watts, better known as Becky, was a teenage girl living in Bristol, United Kingdom when she seemingly vanished into thin air. While officers initially believed she may have simply run away, secrets hidden in her home revealed that she had actually been murdered in one of the most savage ways possible.
I'm confused.
On June 3, 1998, Becky was born to Tanya Watts and Darren Galsworthy, who split up shortly after discovering the pregnancy. Therefore, Becky lived separately with her mother, but when she was 3 years old, the Bristol Safeguarding Children Board decided she would receive better care living with her father. At this point, Darren had married a woman named Angie and settled into a life with her.
You guys going crazy with those guys.
Nathan Matthews. Still, they welcomed Becky with open arms, and the environment with both children seemed to be a great fit.
Why didn't I listen to this,
noted
man?
on his new little sister. Despite their 9-year age difference and some typical sibling arguments, the two were said to have formed a strong bond right away. Unfortunately, however, Becky was bullied relentlessly in school, with teachers describing her as incredibly shy and quiet. As a result, she developed a severe eating disorder and became anxious when leaving her home. Becky continued to struggle with her mental health, so Angie called the Children and Young People Services for help with managing her stepdaughter's growing anxiety. But they failed to thoroughly investigate her claims. So instead, Becky began meeting with a social worker where she expressed feeling alone and fearful of someday being
What a fucking G, bro. This man knows everything, dude. I swear to God.
On the internet. Following
Holy
this, Becky was
shit.
removed from public school and enrolled in a hospital education service, where she
What a
seemingly
fucking
thrived and even
G.
made some good friends. She also began dating a fellow high school student named Luke Oberhansley, but unfortunately, things were about to take a grim turn. Sadly, around this time, Angie was diagnosed with multiple sclerosis, which took a massive toll on the entire family. As a result, tensions were running high and there was more arguing in the household. But her son Nathan and his long-term girlfriend, Shauna Hoare, stepped in to help. After her diagnosis, Shauna actually became a registered caregiver for Angie. This leads us to February 18th, 2015. Becky left home to enjoy an evening at the local rugby club before attending a sleepover with some friends. She woke up early the next day and headed back to her house, excited to see her boyfriend in a few hours. Around 11 in the morning, Luke sent her a message indicating he was ready to meet up, to which she replied, "Goody XXXX," followed by a final text saying she was jamming out to music. Then, nothing. Becky suddenly stopped responding to text messages, phone calls, and social media. At first, her family just assumed she was off with friends or her boyfriend, but they started to get worried when she still hadn't come home the following evening. So they contacted the police and reported her missing. Angie confirmed that she had briefly spoken with Becky at their home shortly after 11 on the day she went missing, but she was hurrying off to an appointment and didn't gather much from their conversation. Given Becky's age and history of mental health issues, police took her disappearance seriously from the jump. They speculated that she might have taken her own life, so they began large-scale searches of nearby areas, but there was no sign of the teenager anywhere. While searching her bedroom, they realized that her cell phone, tablet, and laptop were all missing. Oddly, though, all of her clothes and money were left behind. Authorities wondered if she had simply run away, but her parents insisted that she wouldn't leave without telling anyone. Then, a few days after she disappeared, her father and grandmother captured the world's attention by making a public plea for her safe return. Following the appeal, #FindBecky started trending on social media. With virtually no leads, detectives started interviewing everyone close to Becky, starting with her family members. Shauna spoke up first and said that while she didn't see Becky, she heard someone go down the stairs that morning, followed by the front door closing, and assumed it was her leaving. Nathan was also at home that day as he and Shauna had been caring for Angie, and he provided the same story to police, that he believed he heard Becky but never actually saw her that day. So under the impression that Becky was at home just before she vanished, investigators sent in a forensic team to search. They uncovered small bits of blood around the doorframe of Becky's bedroom at varying heights, suggesting that there had been a struggle of some kind. They also discovered a fingerprint and sent all the evidence off for testing. Detectives called in Shauna and Nathan for further questioning.
Just a minor thing, really. I think some of our colleagues were trying to speak to Nathan, perceived a bit of reluctance. Do you have any knowledge of that?
Not to my knowledge, man. I wouldn't know, no.
No. Nathan had any sort of concerns about speaking to us?
Not that he's told me, no.
No.
If he does, I wouldn't know, though.
During Shauna's interview, there are a few things that raise suspicion.
Okay, right quick.
Answering a lot of the questions, which is inappropriate given she is discussing her boyfriend's sister, whom she knows well.
How is he finding it?
He's found it quite hard, actually. Again, he's kind of more thinking, my God, if it was... Yeah. Or again, knowing how hard it'd be for his mum at the moment. You know, because Becky was almost like her daughter to her.
Yeah. And over the weekend, have either you and Nathan been involved in searching for Becky or doing any of that stuff?
He's following me, chat. That's awesome.
I think it was yesterday.
Yeah.
I went on my Facebook and obviously there was news articles and pictures popped up about that they did the search.
There we go.
Most people
He just
would
walked
likely
across
be
a
crying,
broken
or at
log.
the very least not feel so lighthearted. She also moves her body away from the detectives.
All right,
which
I gotta
indicates she wants
go.
to create distance for herself. On top of all this, she
I gotta
also
go let my
refers to
dog
Becky in the past
outside.
tense, despite her still being missing. During his interview, Nathan told investigators that he felt like Becky was rude and often manipulated his parents. While this information came as a surprise to
I gotta go let
they
my
had
dog
no
outside
reason
real
to
quick.
hold the couple and let them go. But that would all change the next day. Test results on the evidence collected at the home showed that the blood belonged to Becky and the fingerprint matched Nathan. Based on what he said in his interview, officers felt they had enough to arrest the couple on suspicion of murder. The pair insisted that they had nothing to do with Becky's disappearance But back at the house, investigators revved up their search. Their living space was reportedly filthy, with piles of garbage on every surface, but strangely, the tub was sparkling clean. They also located a suspicious receipt from the day after Becky went missing, showing that someone bought a circular saw, goggles, and a face mask. Detectives pulled CCTV footage from the store and saw that Shauna and Nathan had purchased the incriminating items. With all of the evidence stacked against him, Nathan knew the jig was up and finally confessed to something more horrible than anyone ever could have imagined.
And also I came up with the idea to scare her, because, like, to try and... she'd leave things out on the floor for my mum to trip over, and obviously would talk to her. And obviously I thought if I was, you know, able to scare her, and obviously her not be harmed, and obviously be released. Obviously when she got back, she obviously would have been scared and more appreciative of things, as people are.
Okay.
During this clip, Nathan remained bent over, staring down at the floor. This closed posture could indicate that he has given up. He avoided eye contact, which can be associated with feeling uncomfortable or anxious.
So tell me what you thought you were going to do. What your plan was.
Obviously stick her in the suitcase. Obviously put tape around her mouth so she wouldn't make any noise. And then I was thinking of like a wooded area or whatever. And obviously like scare her and, you know, say start treating people better, you know, not being self-centered.
Nathan's repeated use of the word obviously could be his way to try and make his behavior seem more normal than it is.
And then like make a threat of, you know, or this could happen again or worse or something like that. And obviously, and then come back. And obviously would have acted as normal.
So when did you think all of this up?
Because obviously she won't listen to me about leaving shit on the floor for my mum to trip up on. She doesn't listen to her dad about it. Just trying to find a way of making her actually listen.
He prepared a written confession with his lawyer, reading in part. In my car, I had a large bag, a stun device, handcuffs, tape, and a mask. I had developed an idea to scare Rebecca by kidnapping her. I wanted to kidnap her to scare her and teach her a lesson. I believed that she was selfish and her behavior towards my mother was a risk to her health. He claimed to have panicked and strangled Becky in her bedroom when his mask fell off before stuffing her body, along with her cell phone, tablet, and laptop into the large bag. Nathan said he put the bag in the trunk of his car and only took it out later when no one was around to dismember Becky's corpse in the bathtub. An autopsy later revealed that Becky had been cut into 8 separate parts and had suffered over 40 injuries, including 19 knife wounds after her death. Nathan then left the body in a garden shed near the flat he shared with Shauna. Finally, he stated,
He just comes in to
Shauna
save
did
me.
not know anything about
What
me
a
causing
G,
the death of
dude.
Rebecca or my attempt to dispose of and hide the body. Had she known, she would have reported me to the police. Nathan was
What a
charged
G.
with Becky's murder, and shortly after, her remains were located precisely where he said they would be. It was later confirmed that the owners of the garden shed, friends of Shauna and Nathan's, had accepted a promise of £10,000 from Nathan in return for their help and discretion. They were each charged with assisting an offender and served time in prison for their roles, although they denied knowing what was inside the bags. Following Nathan's confession, Shauna continued to tearfully deny any knowledge of what happened to Becky.
I can't even look at him. I was sat in the courtroom today and I just wanted to... I say kill him, that's a bad choice of words. I felt sick looking at him, knowing what he did.
Shauna has her arms crossed. This
And
position, with her arms
Jam42,
hugging
what's
her
up,
torso,
dude?
can be self-soothing and a protective position. However, it could also indicate that she is feeling defensive. If this is the first time Shauna is being told that Becky's body was found at her house, then her reaction is somewhat unusual, as she doesn't appear to be surprised and speaks with a lack of emotion.
And yeah, I didn't always like Becky, but she was a nice enough girl. She was so young. And the fact that we've got a little girl ourselves. I'm carrying his unborn children.
Looking for the buzzer. Hey,
Shauna
appreciate
breaks
that.
down and cries at one point, but this show of emotion appears to be linked to herself and her unborn
Appreciate
child
that, homie.
rather than to Becky. Investigators felt confident that Shauna was more involved in the situation than she was letting on, but they still had to prove it. During questioning, they gathered that the couple had enjoyed an evening of Monopoly and takeout food after the crime. Still, when asked about Shauna's involvement, Nathan adamantly claimed to be the sole perpetrator. It was pretty hard to believe that Nathan had carried out such a gruesome crime without Shauna noticing a thing. Then, cell phone records emerged containing horrifying messages between the pair, including plans to
Yo,
kill
Alex, what's
girls
up,
in the
girl?
time leading up to Becky's murder. One text from Shauna to Nathan read, "Just went to Cost Cutter and saw a very pretty petite girl. Almost knocked her out to bring her home. LOL, XOXO." Moreover, it was later learned that the couple had started dating when Nathan was in his early 20s, and Shauna was just 14 years old. Not only could this relationship be illegal, but there's a huge maturity level difference between a 14-year-old and a 20-something-year-old, and it's likely that this imbalance could result in the younger partner being manipulated. Shauna was consequently charged with perverting the course of justice, and after her DNA was discovered in a bag with Becky's remains, and inside one of the face masks, she was also charged with murder. Shauna and Nathan were also charged with conspiracy to kill.
It looks like a Minecraft game. No, crisscross applesauce. You know how it go.
And 4 unrelated counts of making indecent images of children. At their trial, Nathan alleged that Becky's death was a horrible accident, and while he admitted to the other charges, he denied the murder charge. Shauna denied any involvement whatsoever and referred to the text messages between herself and Nathan as unfortunate and sarcastic. After nearly 5 weeks, the trial came to a dramatic conclusion, with Nathan being escorted to the courthouse for sentencing in a police convoy. He was ultimately found guilty of murder and Shauna guilty of manslaughter. Additionally, they were both found guilty of all other charges against them. Nathan was handed a minimum term of 33 years behind bars, and Shauna got a sentence of 17 years. Red flags. One red flag in this case is the text that Shauna sent to Nathan about taking a girl.
We getting it done. We getting it done. Hey, look who it is. Which Yu-Gi-Oh? What do you mean? He's a jester. That's fucking awesome. Alright, let's go. He came out with the gesture. That's fucking awesome.
This footage captures Kenya Monye as she stumbles her way into a hotel near the club she had been at with friends shortly before. But just hours after this footage was captured, Kenya would be dead. And though her death alone would take months to uncover, it would take police even longer to piece together all of the horrific details of that evening. Before we start, we would like to send our sincere condolences to the loved ones of Kenya Monye, who fell victim to the abominable acts described in this case.
Dude, I'm a fiend for Circle K chocolate milk. Yo, the Circle K chocolate milk's so fire, Alex. So good. I feel that on a whole nother level.
Meet Kenya Monye, a 19-year-old woman originally from Honduras. Kenya emigrated to the United States at 12 years old to join her mother, who had left Honduras, to build a better life and create more opportunities in America. Kenya's mother, Maria, had married a man named Tony.
Yo, Circle K.
She immediately embraced
Most of the
Tony
Circle
as a member
K's
of
in
the family
Ontario,
and
I
began
ended
to
up
refer to
building
him as Dad.
or having a hand
And
in
Tony
like
was a kind
changing
and loving
over
man
from
who
Max
quickly
Milk
became
to
the father figure that Kenya had never had.
to Circle
When
K.
Kenya arrived in America, she spoke very little English.
And that's facts,
She was
yo.
smart and an outgoing girl, which allowed Kenya to pick up the language
Every
quickly,
single one in
and she
Ontario
became
I
known
had
as
my
someone
hands
who
on
could
at
make
one point
friends
or
easily
another.
due to her kind, warm, and
And
caring
that's
nature.
facts.
As time went on, Kenya grew into a fun-loving teenager who enjoyed a very active social life, but was...
Here, 1 second. You see all these signs and shit right here? Like these red signs? Oh, whoa, whoa, whoa. All these red signs and shit. I install all of these. I install the pumps. The only thing we don't do is the canopy. You know what I mean? We install all the pumps. We do all of the concrete work and shit. We install all the waves. We do all that shit. The only thing we don't do is the top of the canopy. Oh, my bad. Juggle?
similarly comfortable at home surrounded by her family. The family lived in Aurora, Colorado, which is located just east of Denver.
Hi.
Despite Aurora's relatively small population of just 380,000 residents, it is known as the gateway to the Rockies, given its location at the foot of the Front Range. After graduating high school, Kenya began studying broadcasting at a local college, where she quickly excelled. She had a natural talent for public speaking and a confident personality that made her a natural fit for a broadcasting role. Soon after Kenya started college, she moved out of the family home to live with her boyfriend, Lewis. Kenya was generally responsible and well-behaved, but she did enjoy time out partying with her friends. She wasn't old enough to drink or go clubbing, so Kenya acquired a fake ID, so she could enjoy the nights out dancing with her friends and going to clubs which were located close to her apartment. On the 31st of March 2011, Kenya made plans to meet some friends at the 24K Lounge in downtown Denver. They reserved a table and ordered their favorite cocktails and shots. As Kenya was small of stature, being only 4'11" and 100 pounds, it didn't take long for the alcohol to have a great effect on her, making her stumble as she walked and attempted to dance. In the early hours of the next morning, after a few hours of drinking and dancing, Kenya told her friends she was going to the restroom. She left her purse and her phone on the table and asked her friends to look after them until she returned. But Kenya never returned to her friends in the club. After she left to go to the restroom, some of the bouncers of the club had seen her stumbling as she walked due to her intoxicated state, and because of this, Kenya was forcibly removed from the club. Without her purse and cell phone, she just stood outside on the curb with no way to contact her friends or to retrieve her belongings. Back inside the club, Kenya's friends began to realize that she hadn't come back from the bathroom. The girls in the group
Wait, what? I'm confused. Yo, Sean, you just
looked inside the
duplicating money. What the
bathroom
fuck?
and around the club, but they found no sign of her. Instead of searching further, her friends figured that she must have left with someone she knew, or someone she had met, so they figured they would just keep her belongings safe and would get them back to her the next day. They didn't realize that among the belongings that Kenya had left behind were all of her personal belongings, including the keys to her home. But this was not her usual group of friends. Kenya had always had an arrangement with her best friends that no one would leave a club without each other, and they would always text each other when they got home to make sure that they were all safe. Kenya's close friends later recalled that it was unlike her not to tell them where she was going. But these more recent friends didn't have such an arrangement, so the group didn't make any further attempts to find Kenya before they left the club that night. The next morning, on Friday, April the 1st, 2011, Kenya's boyfriend Lewis woke up to an empty bed. He knew Kenya was out with friends the night before, but it was highly unusual for her not to return home, especially without letting him know that she would be staying with a friend overnight. Kenya was a loving girlfriend.
Yeah, not anymore, Sean. Not no more.
Was very unlike her. Nonetheless, when Lewis checked his phone, there were no messages, Snapchats, or missed calls from Kenya, and Lewis knew immediately
where am I supposed to go?
Something was not right. He called Kenya's sister Kim.
Not no
Lewis knew
more,
how
son.
close the sisters were, and when something was wrong,
I'll
Kenya
go
would
see
either
you
go
someday.
to Kim
That's about it.
or himself.
That's
But he
about
found that Kim hadn't heard from Kenya since the day before, and after hearing that she hadn't come home, she was worried too.
I'll go meet you one day, Sean.
As soon as
That's
Kim
it.
ended the call with Lewis, she called their parents to let them know that
Put your
Kenya
points
hadn't
on
come
that.
home the night before. Kenya's parents both left work as soon as Kim told them that Kenya was missing. Together, they began pulling up phone numbers and Facebook profiles. They made contact with everyone they could think of that might know where Kenya was. This was when they discovered that Kenya had been out partying with another group of newer acquaintances, not the usual close friends that she partied with. Her friends told the parents, Maria and Tony, that Kenya had bailed on their plans the night before, saying that she had other plans, so they weren't sure where she was or what had happened. Not one of them had seen Kenya the night before. Eventually, the family was able to obtain the names and details of the people she had been at the club with that night. And that afternoon, 2 of the people in Kenya's group came to Tony and Maria's home to help figure out what was going on and to see if they could help. By this point, Tony and Maria were distraught. It had been almost 24 hours since Lewis had seen Kenya before she headed out with her group of friends, and there was still no word from her. Her parents asked question after question of the 2 friends. The friends revealed to Tony and Maria that she had been using a fake ID for a few months now, which kind of came as a shock to her parents. But this is not what they were worried about at this point. All they cared about was figuring out where Kenya was and ensuring that she was safe. But the information Tony and Maria got from the 2 friends made them uncomfortable. They handed over Kenya's phone, purse, and the keys that they had been left with, and told the parents that when she had left the belongings at the table and gone to the bathroom around midnight the night before, that was the last time they had seen her. When they heard this, Kenya's parents were even more distraught. It was so unlike Kenya to go anywhere without her phone. And now that they had her phone in their possession, this possible way to find her had been eliminated. But Tony and Maria weren't giving up. Tony spent hours going through Kenya's messages in hopes that it would reveal some clue as to her whereabouts. But aside from the hundreds of texts and calls from her boyfriend Lewis, her sister Kim, and her friends trying to make contact with her, there was no recent activity on the phone that would give them any clue to help find her. That was until Tony was scrolling through her phone and found a single text message which read, "Hey, this is Travis, the guy who gave you a ride last night, creepy white van. Did you get home okay?" Tony read this message almost as soon as it arrived. The number was not saved in Kenya's phone, but the words ignited a spark of hope. Tony understood that this person might have information about Kenya's whereabouts. He immediately called the number, but there was no answer. So he rang again and again and again. Still no answer. Frustrated and sick with worry, Tony and Maria agreed it was time to get the police involved and to file a missing persons report. But when they contacted the local police station, they were told they would have to wait 72 hours before a report could be filed. The officer on the phone sounded unsympathetic, and he told Maria and Tony that they shouldn't worry so much as Kenya was likely hungover somewhere and would show up soon. Tony and Maria didn't know what else to do, so they printed hundreds of missing persons flyers and handed them out anywhere they could think that Kenya may have visited. The following morning, Tony finally heard Kenya's phone ring. It was the same number that
watched Dune 2, never seen Dune 1. I don't even know what Dune is.
Attempting to contact.
I'm not gonna
the
lie.
man on the other end of the phone identified himself as Travis Forbes. He told Tony the story about how he had come to have Kenya's phone number. Travis recalled he had been walking past the 24K club around 2 a.m. the morning before. As he approached the front entrance, he saw Kenya talking to a homeless man. He could tell that Kenya was intoxicated, and despite the cold air, she was only wearing a dress. Travis told Tony that he asked if she needed help, and she said yes. Kenya told Travis that she needed to get to her car, which was parked at another club. Travis drove her to the club, but when Kenya couldn't find her car, he offered to drive her home instead. Kenya told him the address of the apartment she shared with Lewis, and Travis told Kenya that the bakery he rented was close by to her apartment, so he was familiar with the area. During the drive, Kenya had told Travis that she wanted to stop for cigarettes. They pulled up outside of a gas station, and that's when Kenya realized it was closed, but she saw an Asian man standing on the curb smoking, so she got out of the van and began to talk to the man. Travis told Tony that the man's name was Dan.
So kill this motherfucker, come on.
And Dan had been speaking to each other in Spanish. Dan handed Kenya a cigarette, and then they walked away together, leaving Travis alone with his van. Travis told Tony,
I'm not coming out of this shit alive. There's no fucking shot.
He sent the text the next day to make sure she had made it home safely.
I should have brought fucking prayer pots.
Difficult to believe. First, it didn't make sense that Kenya wanted to get to her car when she didn't have the keys that were still in her purse at the club. And why would she want to stop for cigarettes with no money, as her cards and cash were also in her purse? On top of all that, Tony knew his daughter wasn't the type to get in a van with a stranger. The story just didn't line up with the responsible and careful woman that Kenya always was. So after ending the call with Travis, Tony called the police again, and he retold Travis's story. He begged them to be able to file a missing persons report, telling police that he had reason to strongly believe that Kenya was in trouble. But once again, his request was denied. Police claimed that Kenya still had not been missing long enough to warrant an investigation. Tony was extremely frustrated, and all he had to go on was Travis's strange story. So he called Travis again, asking him to recount the story. Travis suggested that Tony come meet him at the gas station where he last saw Kenya. Tony jumped at the chance to meet Travis, believing he might be coming face to face with the person responsible for his daughter's disappearance. So he agreed to meet Travis at the gas station, but he brought along his 9mm handgun and told his wife Maria where he was going. Maria was worried for Tony's safety and begged him not to go. She thought not only could the stranger be a psycho, but the whole situation was emotionally charged, and she was worried that Tony might do something that he would later regret. She even tried to block the exit of their home as he left, but Tony pressed past her, determined to find his daughter. As soon as he left the driveway, Maria called the police again. She told them the situation and that Tony had taken a gun to meet with Travis. Even though the gun was legal in the state, she was worried that something bad might happen. Police agreed to go to the gas station so they would be close by if anything got out of hand. As Tony arrived at the gas station, a police officer was already there. And so were Travis and a friend.
Oh, bro, I forgot the food. Yeah, you're a fucking G.
Immediately felt some relief. Travis was a well-presented guy in his early 30s. He was fit with blonde hair and blue eyes. He hardly looked like the criminal Tony had been imagining in his mind. When Travis retold the story of the night before, he appeared genuinely concerned for Kenya's well-being. The details of the story were consistent with what he had told Tony over the phone, and had pointed out spots where he had parked his van and where Kenya had walked off with Dan. But despite the consistency and Travis's clean-cut appearance, Tony still had a bad feeling about the story, and so did the officer who had been listening. The officer asked Tony to step aside while he asked Travis a few extra questions. So Tony complied with the request and walked over to Travis's white van. But when Tony was within a few feet of the van, he was hit with a strong chemical smell of bleach. His stomach dropped when Travis was done speaking with the officer. Tony quietly pointed out the smell from the van. The officer walked towards the van and was met with the same strong odor. So the officer asked Travis if he could take a look inside the van, and Travis willingly agreed and opened the doors. The storage area was spotless and lined with brand new carpet.
Oh no.
In contrast, the front seat of the van was completely covered in garbage and food wrappers. This painted a pretty suspicious picture, and it clearly looked like great care had been taken to clean the back of the van, but this still
I need all my shit
for
back.
officers to question him
I gotta go
further.
to the GE.
Instead, he took a written statement from Travis and let him go. Before Travis left the gas station, he walked over to Tony to shake his hand
because I don't have my
tell him that he hoped his daughter was found safe. And
the
then
ones with
Travis
lowest.
burst into tears.
My
Yo,
I didn't see that
which
till now.
seemed to Tony to be totally out of place in this situation. He apologized, saying that he wished he had followed through on what he had started and just took Kenya home. And then he shook Tony's hand, got back into his van, and drove away from the gas station. Finally, after precisely 72 hours of being missing, Kenya's family were allowed to file a missing persons report. As the investigation began, Kenya's disappearance broke loose on both national and local news and was even reported in her birth country of Honduras. The family made appearances across news stations begging for the public to come forward with any information that might lead them to Kenya.
I just worry every single minute because I don't know what's out there, what happened to her.
She was of high intelligence. She didn't make the right decisions all the time, but what teenager does? Something made her
Fuck my flaccid penis, you ugly trolls.
Know if it was the date rape drugs, somebody slipped or something. We don't know any of those questions.
Doing Yu-Gi-Oh watch along? Nah, man, this is RuneScape.
At a gas station in a different part of Denver.
Dog, are you fucking kidding me?
So far,
Oh my
investigators
god.
have been unable to find her.
The story led to CCTV footage of Kenya at a local hotel being released. She can be seen in the foyer with another man. Kenya is clearly intoxicated and can be seen stumbling through the lobby. Travis Forbes' name was associated with the investigation from the beginning, given the story he had told Tony and the police, and he was the last known person to see Kenya. At the time of Kenya's disappearance, Travis was the maker of a brand of gluten-free granola bars. His kitchen was a small rented space located in the rear of another local bakery. On April 5th, 2011, the owner of the bakery where Travis rented space came forward to police with CCTV footage taken on the night of April the 1st, the same night Kenya had gone missing. A woman named Monica Poole was the owner of Debbie's Bakery and was upset to learn that her CCTV system had malfunctioned when she checked on it on April the 2nd. She rewound the footage to see if she could understand what happened, and the last footage that had been recorded was of Travis. As a local, she was already aware of Kenya's disappearance, which prompted her to
Come on, kill this fucking guy,
The
please.
CCTV footage shows Travis in the back of the bakery wearing long latex gloves, the kind used for cleaning. He can be seen rolling
Kill
a
him.
cart, which is holding a large white
Fuck.
cooler that has been duct taped shut into the bakery's freezer. He walks out of the back of the bakery carrying a bottle of bleach. He then returns inside
Come on, game.
and switches off the CCTV
Kill this fucking
cameras. On April the 6th, police would bring Travis into the station for questioning.
Bro, why is it
While in
pulling me all the way
custody,
over
he tells
here?
the same story about his
Retaliate,
interaction with Kenya. He also tells police that he went to his girlfriend's house after
Kill this
watching
fucking
Kenya
guy here.
leave the gas station with the homeless man named
Kill
Dan.
this fucking guy here.
This was around 3:30
Kill
a.m.
this fucking guy
and
here.
Then he left her house
Kill
for
him.
work at 8:30 a.m.
Oh my god, this game sucks.
When police would question
I hit a
Travis's
3.
girlfriend, she would confirm his story.
Are you
But police
fucking
would
me,
soon
bro?
take a closer look at Travis's story and discover some
Let me kill him.
inconsistencies. Reviews of Travis's phone records showed his phone had never been near his girlfriend's home the night Kenya disappeared. And Monica had already told police
Fucking
that she
kill
wasn't
him.
expecting Travis at the bakery on the 1st of April, which is why she was surprised to see him on the CCTV footage. Interviews with the neighbors of the bakery
I'm gonna
revealed
die.
even more disturbing clues.
I'm gonna
One
die.
neighbor had seen Travis cleaning a large white cooler in the back of his van on the afternoon of
I need to
April
kill
2nd,
one fucking
while
troll.
another had seen a 55-gallon barrel being burned outside of the back of the bakery on the evening of April the 1st. When Monica confronted Travis about the burning barrel, he told him that he had burned some marijuana, which had gone moldy in his cooler. He justified turning off the cameras because he didn't want to change clothes with the cameras on. When Monica gave the statement to the police, she added that Travis had scratches on his arms that day, which he claimed came from a homeless person attacking him. With the evidence mounting, the link between Kenya's disappearance and Travis's suspicious movements around that time were getting stronger. But Travis was still playing the Good Samaritan. He appeared in interviews on local news stations. In those interviews, he is highly emotional and sobs and apologizes for not getting Kenya safely home that night.
I'm sorry that I was indifferent, that I didn't think anything. I didn't think anything. I didn't think she was gonna disappear. I could have walked with them. I could have been more. I could have been like, no, I'm gonna take you home, and then I could have intervened more, and not just said okay and gone home.
Despite being on the top of the suspect list, there was no sign of Kenya and no indication as to whether she was alive or dead. And with no conclusive evidence, Travis was allowed to remain
Unbelievable. I'm about to end the live stream now. Oh, what the fuck? Is he back? Yee. We got this time. Oh, wrong way.
a free man. But even so, Travis could sense the investigation into Kenya's disappearance was beginning to implicate him strongly. So he decided to disappear. Travis stole a friend's car and drove from Colorado to Texas in an attempt to get away from the spotlight. His escape was short-lived, however, when, on the 4th of May, Travis was pulled over and arrested in Austin on suspicion of car theft. By this point, the investigators in Kenya's disappearance had uncovered more evidence against Travis, so they needed to interview him again in hopes that he would slip up and provide more information about Kenya. But his story remained consistent. Police were left with no new information except for a DNA sample they were able to obtain with a warrant. At the end of June, Travis was extradited back to Colorado to face the charges of car theft. But he was released when the friend dropped the case against him. Police had begun to believe they were dealing with a serial offender and decided to have Travis put under 24-hour surveillance. They were hoping that he would lead them to Kenya or at least make some mistake that they could hold him on while they continued their investigation. But Travis was well behaved while investigators tailed him. He would go to bars and nightclubs, but other than getting drunk and yelling at a patron of a local bar, he didn't really do anything that would warrant officers arresting him. After 3 nights of surveillance, it was stopped, and Travis was free to
This is
do
it,
as
baby.
he
Let's
pleased
go.
once again. This was a fateful decision that continues to haunt investigators to this day. It was the 4th of July, and locals in
gravestone's over
downtown
here,
Fort
isn't it?
Collins, nearby to Aurora, were enjoying the Independence Day fireworks display.
Yeah,
Amongst the crowds was Lydia Tillman, a 30-year-old sommelier who had recently moved to the area after leaving New York. In the late evening, when the fireworks had ended, she walked back to her apartment
let's
alone.
go.
As she
The
pressed the key
Nevada
into
knows
her
where
front
you
door, she
ended.
was pushed from behind by a
What do you
man
mean?
who she had
Oh,
not realized
no.
was following her home.
We here.
Lydia fell onto the floor when
He's
she was
here.
pushed by the man, who immediately jumped on her and began to sexually assault her. And as he did so, the man would begin punching her in the head with blows that would break her jaw and cause severe head trauma. Lydia fought back as best she could. She kicked and scratched her attacker as she fought for her life.
Suck
But
my
his
fucking
size
cock,
made
you
her
little
frantic attempts
bastards.
to free herself futile, and after a few horrifying minutes, she would fall unconscious. Before the man escaped the building, he doused Lydia's broken body with bleach and set the apartment on fire. Police and
Get in
fire
there.
services arrived within
Okay.
minutes and watched as the smoke billowed from the windows around Lydia's apartment. The flames began to climb up the side of the building as they unrolled the hoses and extended the ladders. To the astonishment of the emergency workers and people who were gathered below, a window on the second floor of the burning building opened, and a woman, lacking clothing, was seen as she threw herself out of the window directly onto the pavement below. The woman was Lydia Tillman. She had barely survived the horrific attack and knew that she would likely perish in the flames, so she had thrown herself out of the window in a last effort to survive. When Lydia hit the ground, paramedics rushed to her aid, and she was immediately transported to the hospital. Tragically, Lydia suffered a stroke soon after she arrived and was placed into a medically induced coma for 5 weeks as doctors worked tirelessly to save her life. Police couldn't find any evidence of her attacker in Lydia's apartment due to the large amounts of damage around the home. But because Lydia had bravely fought off her attacker, she had managed to survive the event.
Sorry, we're strangers
Come on, bro.
hugging you. It's so good to see you.
On many levels,
Totally not a stranger to us.
the people who for weeks worked to fix up Lydia are the ones who know her the best.
When investigators examined
baby.
Lydia's body, they were able to collect
Bro, what did I do with
of
that
her
B-Dog,
attacker
dude?
from other
Seriously.
fingerprints, which would
Holy
be
shit, he
sent to the
literally
crime
carried
lab
me through
for
this last
DNA
couple of
analysis.
quests.
But in the
Oh
meantime,
my God.
investigators
Let's
believe
fucking
that the
go,
use
dude.
of bleach in this case
What
was
a
similar
G.
to the circumstances in the disappearance of Kenya Monye. So police decided to restart their surveillance of Travis. In the early hours of July 10th, Travis was seen talking to a woman outside of a club for 30 minutes before the two would walk off together. Concerned for what might
What a
unfold,
G.
an officer approached Travis and began to ask him questions about his identity. Strangely, Travis gave the officer a fake name and address and appeared very nervous throughout their interaction. By this point, the woman Travis was with had walked away. And at this point, Travis had done nothing to warrant further questions, so the officer was forced to let him go. Just 20 minutes later, Travis would reappear, having changed outfits and put on a hat. And once again, he was seen approaching an intoxicated woman, and yet again, police were concerned for her well-being as the two began to walk away together. This time, officers weren't prepared to let Travis go, worrying he might have other intentions
God.
towards the woman that he was attempting to take away from the bars and clubs. So they made the decision to arrest Travis for providing a false name. It was only a misdemeanor offense, but at least it would keep the locals safe for that night. On the following day, which was July the 11th, at 10:45 p.m., just as Travis was preparing to walk free from the police station after securing bond, the DNA results from under Lydia's fingernails had come through. The DNA was a direct match for Travis Forbes. Travis was immediately arrested on suspicion of attempted murder, sexual assault, and
Let's go,
arson
baby.
against Lydia Tillman. 1 month later, Travis was interviewed in connection with Kenya's disappearance as well. But at this time, rather than deny any involvement as he had before, Travis tells police he's ready to talk but only if they agreed to 2 conditions. First, he demanded that when he gets to prison, he must not be labeled a sex offender. And second, prosecutors must not demand the death penalty in this case. Prosecutors agreed to the deal, and after 5 months from Kenya's disappearance, the truth about what happened would be finally revealed. In interviews with the investigators, Travis told them that he did indeed meet Kenya outside of the 24K lounge where she was talking to a homeless man. Travis was with a friend, and together they asked Kenya if she needed help. She said she did, so Travis and his friend tried to get her a cab to get her back to her boyfriend's apartment. But there were no cabs around, so Travis offered to drop her at home. He dropped his friend off first and then continued driving toward Kenya's apartment. By now, Kenya was passed out in the front seat, and Travis pulled over. He climbed on top of her and was attempting to sexually assault her, but as he did, Kenya woke up and began to fight him. In a panic, Travis strangled her to death in the front seat of his van. He stuffed her body into a cooler that he carried in the back of the van and then put the cooler in the freezer at the bakery, which was seen on the CCTV footage.
I wanted to bury her either next to some water or next to some trees.
Why is that?
Because that's where I would like to be buried. If somebody had killed me, I would hope that they would bury me next to something nice. Not just dump me in some dumpster.
The next day, he drove to Keenesburg, where he buried Kenya's body under a grove of cottonwood trees along Interstate 76. He returned to the bakery where he had put everything that had come in contact with Kenya,
goddamn, W's in the chat for
into a
fucking
55-gallon barrel, which he burned outside of the bakery. On the 26th of September 2011, Travis appeared in court to be formally advised of the charges he was facing. He entered a guilty plea to the charge of first-degree murder of Kenya Monye and guilty to the attempted murder of Lydia Tillman.
194.
He was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole for Kenya's murder, and a further 48 years were added for the attempted murder of Lydia. As stories began to be told about Kenya's horrific murder and the brutal attack on Lydia, more information came to light about Travis Forbes' extensive criminal history. He had been arrested for felony burglary, criminal harassment, and assault over a number of years. One thing was clear: as Travis got older,
you did
his
some
crimes
killer
grew
quests,
both
yeah.
in frequency and in violence. Ex-girlfriends came forward to share the details of his concerning obsessions with sexual role play. At the time of Kenya's murder, Travis was on probation for a domestic violence charge. All of this left many wondering how such a violent man was able to walk free for so long. Was it his seemingly trustworthy and clean-cut appearance that gave him the ability to blend in and
Ted Bundy
prey on
kind of
women
guy.
so easily?
Pelican fan?
Lydia will forever be a changed woman after Travis's horrific attack. After months of rehabilitation and surgery, Lydia had to relearn how to speak, walk, and drive.
Go to therapy.
The speech is slowed from the stroke she
Holy
suffered
shit, the
after
hell
jumping
must
from
be.
his second-floor apartment to get away from him, Travis Forbes.
Coma.
Prayer,
Lydia Tillman is tough. She goes to physical therapy 5 times a week.
That's got to be encouraging for you to see.
Range. It's so good for range. What the fuck? I didn't even notice.
Every day.
She runs twice a week.
2 miles.
What the fuck?
Weather permitting.
Yeah.
And relies on a notebook when the words don't flow. She tells me she still only wishes peace for Forbes, but she is forever linked to the family of Kenya Monye, the young Aurora woman killed by Forbes 3 months before Lydia was attacked, and even wears one of Kenya's rings as a symbol of that bond.
Wanted me.
Damn.
Have. Yeah.
There is numbness on her right side. She can only chew soft foods.
I have a long road.
But but you can bet they are temporary restrictions.
It's a very good shake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Obstacles to clear, as the bracelet on her wrist reminds everyone she meets.
Live your days inspired anew.
Nice job.
She is hailed as a hero for her extraordinary display of strength surviving Travis's attack, which ultimately led him to being discovered as Kenya's killer. Lydia went on to study yoga and now speaks at various events around the country where she shares her inspiring story. During an emotional memorial service, Kenya's sister offered moving words in tribute to her. "I'm not saying goodbye. I'm saying see you later. I'll see you when God calls me home with you. I don't quite understand why you had to leave us all so soon, but God always has a purpose. I'm not going to look at this as a loss. I'm going..."
Alright. I'm fucking going to bed. I respect. Thanks so much. Yo, I'm going to bed, chat. I'm fucking tired. Yo, what's up, kitties? What's up? Hope y'all have a good night. Yeah. Peace. Have a good night, Sean. Have a good night, Paul. Have a good night, JM, kitties, everybody in here. Have a good night. Appreciate y'all.